เอามาทำปกไอ YouTube อยู่ซื้อไก่ซื้อปลาซื้อโยเกิร์ตซื้อกาแฟซื้อน้ำสวัสดีครับน้องแมงโก้แป๊บนึงเจเนเรตปก YouTube อยู่น้องเพเตอร์เลยครับแป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวจะตีมันสวัสดีน้องน้ำนะครับพี่ไม่กินเนื้อแดงก็กินนะกินเยอะด้วยโอ้เดี๋ยวนี้ขึ้นสตรีมทีเซ็ตทั้งปกทั้งออโต้แชทเต็มไปหมดโอ้โหคืนนี้น่าจะเป็นปารีสว่ะปารีสแซงต์แชร์แมง
I'm sure he's going to want to try and have another go.
Well, indeed, that is something for Fnatic that when they think back on it being at the top of EWC, or at least making it all the way to the grand final, slipping when they were 2-0 up, and now finding themselves in a spot where they've missed back-to-back VCT international events, and we could be adding a third international to that tally. It definitely would be a blow to this banner for the EMEA organization. But we talk about the pool that we're going to see here today. Tom, of course, Ascent is in, still with those thick walls. We hope to see them removed one day, but for now, it is no longer an Odin player's paradise.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning, although the map pool has changed, we are still playing with Neon in full force and the shotguns as well. So we're not quite on the new updated patch that will be coming in for Masters London, which is going to change a lot of things. So you will still probably see an awful lot of Neon going into these maps, and I think that it vastly changes what this map pool looks like for either of these sides. And I think that one of the things that's going to be interesting is where we do end up in that veto, because talking about the likes of Fnatic, the one thing that terrified me in that game versus KC wasn't even necessarily the defeat, which, considering you're a 5-0 group stage team versus a 0-5 group stage team, you kind of expected one of them to win, and it wasn't KC. But it was the fact that when they picked into Lotus, I was like, if you'd asked me for odds, I would have gone like, okay, 100 to 1 that KC win that map. Like, genuinely, it would have been such an absurd number. I would have been like, okay, 99.9% chance that Fnatic wins. They pull out a new comp, and to cut the crap, I hated it. It was terrible. It didn't work on the attack side. I think it's one we've seen other teams try and fail at, and then they tried, and it didn't work either. So I'm expecting maybe a middle ground between what was
น้องนัทส
we
วัสดี
need
ค
to
รับ
try new stuff and hey, some of our old stuff actually is kind of good. Let's not just throw all of it out the window.
Exactly, and this is the time to go back to what works right now that you're facing elimination. Before, it made sense. BO5 first map, if I recall correctly, as well.
Yep.
So you have a lot of leeway there, a lot of slack, but now that rope has no slack left to go. It's a long way down if you slip any further, and seeing this team fall out of contention would be a surprise. But as we said, it's not exactly like on the other side of the coin that it would be a massive surprise to see the team do well. NAVI have been heating up, Tom, and I think that the key thing about this roster now is that there's been a missing piece. You know, when you look at VCT EMEA stage 1, there was a missing piece for the entire stage, and now that piece is back.
Yeah, for sure. I've wanted to see Exit in the tier 1 for quite a while. I think that when you go back to Ascension, I've said it many times, there were 2 players I thought would be picked up. Exit has been for NAVI, and Waddle is now rumored that he might be making it onto a team as well, so that would be very exciting. I'm gobsmacked it took this long. Obviously NAVI did want him sort of halfway through stage 1, but unfortunately all of the visa issues came through. But obviously for EWC as well, it's a little different because a lot of teams will be very excited that it's moved to Paris. I think that Exit might be one of the few that I'm sure he will be excited to go to Paris, but it's no longer in Saudi Arabia. He would be the representative if he was able to
เศร้า
make
อะไร
it
ครับ
in
ผม
Valorant.
น้องนัท
I think that not only is he
โค้ชใหม่
putting
รู้สึกคือโค้ช
sort of
เก่า
like
KC
Middle
ถูก
Eastern
ต้องครับ
players onto the map, but
วันนี้
he
น่า
is
จะ
someone that is
ประเดิมประดาษเล
incredibly
ยครับผม
talented and a massive voice within the team. So very different to the players I think they've had already. Like I think they had Kolosha for a bit, obviously a very young player that has a lot to sort of grow. We've seen him play in the tier 2, very good, and Comeback, who's very well known for not being vocal in English. So I think the Exit is going to completely transform the communication, but also he's a very aggressive duelist player. So I think it brings a different look and definitely makes this series feel, I guess I'll say, a lot more even than it should, because again, you're looking at a team that almost felt like they should make it to London, to a team that never even came close.
Yeah, and indeed, speaking of teams that should have made it to London, Tom, I think there's a lot of people out there that are going to be disappointed to see Fnatic on the other side not there. We mentioned already that was back-to-back international events missed, but I think one thing that was really spurring them on was the fact that they had Boaster on the roster, one of the few Brits that we have competing at the highest level within VCT, within Valorant in general as well. He won't be fielded at London, which is sad. I mean, maybe we'll get him for a show match, but when you look at this roster, Tom, fighting for a spot in France, like you said, well, stand-in Sivov and Vekaj normal roster, both very good options when it comes to playing in Paris. So there is somewhat of a stake in this for them as well.
That's the funny thing. Like, we've got Gentlemates, we've got KC, and we've got Vitality, 3 French orgs. But we don't have a French player. Like, Sivov is the one that is looking to sort of try and make that route through. So he would have his own claim to the home crowd if he was to make it. I think battling with the KC fans still might be a little bit difficult because they are loyal to their club. But no, I think there is a lot on the line for him. And that's the thing. It's like, I think that he did well as a stand-in, I think especially in the first week or 2, but it seemed like in playoffs, not only him, I think others also struggled when it came to pressure. And this is pressure. Like, this is now going from, okay, we could be at 2 events away from home in the space of a month, or we don't play again until, what, mid-July? That's when we'd next see Fnatic if they don't come out of today alive.
Yeah, indeed. It is so strange to think we could get that big of a gap, especially after going a Masters event without seeing them as well. And for the club, I think it would be the most quiet that they've been across the regular season, even with an event in their hometown, which would just be a real shock. But it all comes down to today, really, for the EWC qualification. As we said, elimination is happening. BO3 separating either Fnatic or NAVI, and it really is a beautiful thing as well. Thinking of the history of these 2 teams. Obviously, we don't have Angel IGLing anymore, but still being in that coach slot, and that as a battle between Boaster and Angel, between Fnatic and NAVI, has existed for basically the majority of Valorant. The only difference being, you know, you swap Fnatic out for the old banner of Summon FC, you swap Navi out for FPX or Party Pirates, however you like, but those cores have always battled together, and now at such a pivotal moment in Fnatic's history, it's Navi, it's Angel that stand opposite them again.
Yeah, it's almost kind of funny in a sense that like you do look at Boaster and then you look at what's on Navi on the other side, and there is no one left to stand against him who was there back in those old days. So it is a new look. Of course, there's also somewhat a grudge match from Hero. Obviously was on Fnatic for a little bit and has now gone over to the other side. But yeah, getting into the vetoes, again, interesting that Navi off rip are going to ban out that Lotus. It was something we mentioned that it has always been an incredibly strong map for Fnatic, but it didn't look last week. But I'm assuming from their perspective, it's like, okay, there's good odds that they fix this.
น้องกันสวัส
We
ดีค
don't
รับ
want to play them on it. Fnatic, they've been banning Pearl for quite a while now.
นาวีไม่ไหววันนี้
Major surprises there. And then going in on Ascent, just playing through the
โอ้ยจออ่าน
EWC
แชทแต่เด็ก
qualifier, it was a 2-0
เดี๋ยวฟัง
for
แชท
Navi in that
ส
vein,
ปอยเอา
and then 1-on-1 for their opponents, although obviously that included the Heretics defeat to be eliminated in the playoffs. Still a very good map for Fnatic, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about that one. And then Fnatic are going to go in on a split.
เคยเห็นแบบบอล
I
เปลี่ยน
don't know,
โค้ดปะแล้วผล
historically,
งานดี
Mitch, I
ปะ
would say
วันนี้
it
เอฟ
was
ติกก็
always
เหมือนกัน
kind of a Navi map if you were going for these two teams. But that was very much down to how Angel played the map,
Yes.
and I think that it's a slightly different
ให้
ball
ฟุต
game
ครับ
now that he's not in the server.
Yeah, whether it be
ช่วง
Angel
นี้
and
ฟุตขาดขึ้น
Brimstone running in on the extremities after burning Util, or on the
Sunset
Omen taking
เหรอ
control in
ไม่
vents
มีข่าวเลย
every
ในทีม
single
นั้น
round. The man would either lose the round or get vents. There was no middle ground
ช่วยเชีย
for
ร์นา
him.
วี
It
ทำไมเรา
always was somewhere that they thrived indeed,
ปัก
but
บ้าน
a
ไว้
very
กับ
different
นาวีเหร
team
อ
now that Fnatic will be facing on it. Tom, looking at this map pool overall, Ascent, Split, Fracture, do you think either
จริง
team
แมน
won
ยู
the veto, or are we looking at a pretty middling matchup here in terms of favor?
I would say we're bang in the middle.
จะว่าอย่างนั้นก็ได้
Taking into consideration the qualifiers as well that Navi have played, like even you look at Split as a second map pick for Fnatic.
คิดว่าเมเจอร์สเตจ3น่าจะมีแว็บไปดูอยู่นะสเตจ1สเตจ2มันหมูกัดกันครับผมน้องกัน
So like it's not like they're going in feeling shy about any of the
ไม่ก็
maps.
สเตจ
I
2
think
แต่ส
as
เตจ
well,
1คงไม่ได้ดูนะ
they've played Fracture already
ไม่
within
ไม่
this tournament.
ไม่ค่อย
Okay,
น่า
they
ดู
lost
เท่าไหร่
to
อะผม
FUT,
สเตจ 1
but again, it's a learning curve. It's pieces that you can take away. I do think once it gets to the third map, I do favor
แต่ต้องดูกับ
Fnatic
เคาน์เตอ
a
ร์เม
little
เจอร์
bit
ใช่ไหม
more. I think their Fracture has looked very, very good. So I'd maybe say that if Navi are to win this, it would probably need to be in a 2-0 fashion. But I also think, as I said, looking at Ascent and Split, that's not impossible. Like I don't think either of those maps I'm sitting to Fnatic in like a 70-80. In fact, I think the most dominant map that I would put to Fnatic is
พี่
probably
อยาก
the
รู้ว่า
last
เคาน์เตอร์
one.
มันสามารถดูใน
Well, I
YouTube
mean,
ได้
one
หรื
of
อเปล่า
the
เม
things
เจอ
that
ร์
you mentioned when talking about the previous matches was, right, like the
โอ้ยากจัด
victory
ครับ
that
ผมสเตจ
Navi
1
had over Team
คือส
Liquid.
เตจ 1 พิกเต็มนี่ไม่ต้องแบบ
You know, that was here on Ascent. It was also where they beat
ต้องอยู่
Pacific.
กับเคาน์เตอร์ทุกวันอ่ะ
Both of those games were really, really close as well, though. Like, while it is possible for them to pull it across the line here, we have to then hope, Tom, that there's been some changes over that last week. Like, we already saw the
พี่รู้สึกตัวนี้เคาน์เตอร์
evolution
แม่ง
from Navi as they moved
เริ่มน่ากลัว
from
แล้ว
playing the
เห็น
solo
ไอ้
to the faded. Do you think,
CS
like,
เอเชียปะ
after that gap
ที่
now,
Legacy
those
ได้แชมป์
5-6 days to
เพราะคน
learn,
ที่2อ่ะ
that we'll see more changes coming into this, a rethinking, not necessarily on Ascent, but from the teams overall? Or do you expect to see them just
ตอนแรก
battering
พี่
down
ต
the
กใจ
hatches
ทำ
on
ไม
the
เลกาซี่
fundamentals?
ชนะเว้ยพอไปดูรายการแม่งจัดที่จีนพี่ก็ อ๋อ
A lot of teams in this squad, I think FUT are the best example, have got to sort of
เอา
be
เป็นว่าอ๋อ
preparing
อ่ะ
for two very different metas. For both of these sides, this is their focus. Neither of them have made it to London, so they don't have to worry. And as said, the next thing they'll be looking
รู้ใช่ไหม
towards
ว่า
is
เกิดอะไร
stage
ขึ้นน้องกัน
two.
รู้ใช่ไหม
I think that there will have been a lot of prep, a lot of work that has been done coming into this matchup. In terms of overall changes to comps, I'd be quite surprised to see either of them make any drastic changes. I think that they're both going to be feeling pretty confident in what they were running already. But I do think that, especially for
ลอง
Navi
มาดู
more
ดิ
than
เล
anything,
กาซี่
the more time they
ชนะ
have
ปอ
with
คอนได้
exit,
แชมป์
the
อ่ะ แล้ว
better
ลองมา
and
ดู
more
ว่าตอน
cohesive
เลกา
it's
ซี่
gonna
เจอ
be.
ปอคอน
And the more teams they play against,
Legacy
the
ยับ
more
ขนาดไหน
holes they're going to find in their game plan. So I think that
คือ
this is the first time that
พอจัดที่
Navi
จีนอ่ะ
should have more of a static
มันมี
compositional base, because I'll be honest with you, going back to their performance in
มา
stage
เฟีย
1,
เว้ย
the biggest problem I
100%
had
พี่มั่น
was
ใจ
there
มาก
was
ว่า
a week where they didn't
แม่ง
change
คุมแมตช์
something.
นั้นอ
They
ยู่
kept changing every single time they played, be it a player, be it a comp, be it
โคตร
roles.
ชัวร์
So if they can
แม่ง
just
ล็อก
sort
แน่
of
นอน
stick to
100% ที่ปอคอนได้
something
2
more
อ่ะ
similar, I think that we're actually going to get to see a more cohesive team, because you can actually know what someone else is going to be doing.
And I guess then when we talk about the expectations for this match, when we or this
เมเจอร์รอบ
map,
นี้
I
มันจะ
should
เริ่ม
say,
กี่โมงนะ
Ascent, defensive
ที่ไหนนะ
start for Fnatic as well. A lot of the time we'll talk about Alphayer on the Vice and how much impact he's able to have there. And I remember going into the last game thinking and saying like, look, the Cypher, I get it, they'll have impact. We've seen it before, but I love
โหดครับ
his Vice
M8 โหดนะ
so much that I'm almost sad to see that not come through.
ผู้เล่น
And
มัน
then he had one of the
individual
most
skill ค่อนข้าง
sensational
แน่น
Cypher maps we've seen. Definitely a man that I'll have
โอ้ย
my
เยอรมัน
eye on
เวลา
coming into this map.
เวลาทำการอยู่นะว่า
No, I think that again, we sort of joke about it. That Ascent has always been a Turkish map, but Alpha sort of encapsulates that perfectly.
เล่นดีครับช่วงนี้
It
M8
did feel like,
M8
oh, why
ช่วง
would
นี้
you
เล่น
take
ดี
a
จริ
guy
ง
who dropped 31 kills on Vice off Vice, and then he goes into that game and does just as well, winning crazy clutches. And it sounds silly, but there are genuinely times that it is worth just avoiding him. So maybe that will have to be a strategy that Navi has considered. I don't think it's a strategy that any of their players or Angel will like, so probably not.
มาแล้ว
I'm
ขอ
also
ชม
then going to look at the likes of
ขอ
Hero
ชม
and
ฟอร์ม
Ruxic,
เอ็ก
because
ซิกหน่อย
again,
เด้
stick to what you know. Turkish players on this map are incredible, and I think
ขอ
that
ง
if
จริงหรือเปล่า
Ruxic
ตัว
hits
นี้
his stride, he's one of the few players in the league that I think can go toe to toe with Alpha, which is basically the biggest compliment I can give you as a professional player.
You also want to see Fielu on that Phoenix, how much impact it can have, because when it comes to Ascent, you think about all those choke points, such an impressive agent to play against the best of times when it's working. Now already you can see an orb will be fought for. You're sending through
ก็
the
จริง
molly,
ๆเซ็น
the
มานาน
hot
แล้วแต่
hands
ว่า
from Phoenix to
เพิ่งผ่าน
guarantee
เพิ่
it.
งวีซ่า
And
ผ่า
it's
น
going to be a big part of Navi's game plan on this attack side,
มาแล้ว
farming
ขออนุ
those
ญาต
orbs and enabling Fielu to have
โอ้
2
เลยแล้วกัน
lives
นะ
in
พี่ไป
one
ดู
round.
สิ
Now they move to the B site. Orb
พี่
is
ขอชมหน่อย
contained,
เว้ย มี
not
แต่
just
คน
by the camera, but
พู
by
ดถึง
Hero
นี่
as well. They'll grab that and then presumably go running into what most of the time would be their death, because Alphayer is the one waiting.
ตอนนี้ฮีโร่กำลังอยู่ในช่วงที่ดี เสียงเบาไปปะ
Pressure put onto him. Counter utility expended, and look at how quick the rotation's already in. Exit looking to try and lead the charge, but they are re-swinging back in to take those battles. But at least for the start, they were going in the direction of Fnatic. The trades, however, put an advantage with this attacking team, and Hero, he's about to get pincered. He knows it, and he swings. Even spots out the second player.
ฮีโร่
A good read on the situation, and now for Crashies, it's incredibly difficult to try and find these remaining players. In fact, Exit will take the
ไปก่อน
swing,
เลยหนึ่ง
and the
ครับ
pistol will head into Navi's hands.
Yeah, really nicely done by Navi. And I think when you look at the flood into the site, I said Fielu has to be someone that, you know,
ฮีโร่ทำไม
has
สิ่งมันเอา
a
ก็
lot of impact.
จริงๆ
Simply
ตอนนี้
because you're
ฮีโร่ไม่ได้
playing the
เก่งขนาดนี้
attack side
ก็เก่ง
Phoenix,
เหมือน
you've
กัน
got
ไม่ได้
those orbs
ไม่
to
ได้
play
ร่าง
off
ทอง
of, and you're going to have a lot more lives than your teammates do a lot of the
ตอน
time.
นี้ร่างทองเลย
Already, I think we've seen why they call him 4-orb Fielu. He's managed to find a lot of them to start out this pistol round, and, well, this is going to be a very scary follow-up with 5 under his
ตัว
belt.
ตึง
I thought he
ลีก
got
มี
4,
นา
man. He's got 5 orb Fielu. Change the name. One away. Look, is this the round you want to use it in?
know.
Sometimes. And he's got cover as well. This is the thing. They're not just sending the Phoenix in to die. The whole team's here with them for the most part.
Yeah, I like the. To be honest, from Fnatic, I like the idea. You, as you said, you can see that obviously there are a lot of orbs available, so they try and fight the orb that is easier for them to try and battle for. It's not gone great.
Okay,
Crashies,
ไม่สุดโดน
he'll
เลย
at least be able to find himself one, but anything else
คู่
is
นี้
going to be a
เอฟ
little
ติก
bit
ครับ
tough.
ผม
Yeah, a little bit tough to impossible.
อาร์เซนอล
look, for
ปา
Boaster,
รีสวันนี้ปารีสครับ
damage
ช่วย
here
ครับ
would be fantastic, but Ruxic is playing such a patient game, it makes it impossible. And the 2-0 is now locked
มีนามัน
in
อยู่
for
ใน
Navi.
โซน
A
ยุโรปนั่นแห
great
ละ
start
ไม่ลีก
indeed.
ย่อย
And I think the fact that we've kept that Phoenix ult through to this round, so important. I mean, I'd love to see as Navi play more and more Ascent, or as the data's added up, where we're at in terms of like round win rate, especially on the attack, when that ult is online for Fielu, because it should be decently high. He's had such a good run of playing I think it was his chamber, right, was really nice, and now we're seeing the Phoenix as well really start to bloom. It's great to see him evolve as a player.
แม่งน่าโดนมาก
Yeah, and again, I think it also fits with like if you can have that more static team.
Wow.
Wow, that man's not static
โดน
at
เปิด
all.
ไปก่อน
Exit is so far ahead of everybody else. Even still, though, Filu has done well.
แอบ
Traded
รู้
out
อยู่
his
นะไอ้
ult.
เสร็จ
Ruxic is watching for crashes.
แล้วดัน
Bear in
ท็อปบิ
mind
ดมา
that
ครับโอ้โหกูทำมิ่งจัด
this is
ไม่มีใคร
the
รู้
full
ฮะ
investment now in from Fnatic. And a very early rotation because of the position they have
เฮ้ย
from crashes up top.
วิน
They
เดียว
can
เรา
kind
ตัด
of
สินคน
gamble
คนหนึ่ง
more
ด้วย
heavily on this
ด้วย
B
การ
side.
ทำผิดแค่ครั้งเดียวเหรอเฮ้ยเราใจร้ายไปหรือ
I
เปล่า
think Crashes would have had a field day. In fact, he might still have a field day. The timing is perfect, and one taken, that's
NAVI
all he
แชมป์ฮะ
needs. Smokes down out of the round. If
เอ้ย
there was a
NAVI
paranoia,
อะไร
there
วะ
certainly
ปา
isn't
รีสแชม
anymore.
ป์ปะโถ
And he
เอ้ย
backs off. The right move, playing passive on A, knowing short's a gap
NAVI เฉ
now
ย
as
รั่ว
well.
เลย
And that is kind of why Boaster's on the rotate up and spawn. You can see him on the very top of the map that they're looking to pressure in towards mid. Both teams using mid as the focal point of this push.
สวัสดีครับเต้ย
It's all coming to
226
a head with 30 seconds left. They'll now start to close the distance, looking to cross. Boaster and Kayak have a crossfire. A trap will be sprung, and it's Kayak to find a kill. The stun is perfect, and the
Kayak.
follow-up is there. Spike down, round
ขออ
done,
นุญาต
and
ตับ
Alpha
หนึ่งครับผม
confirms it.
เอฟติก
Yeah, that's nice from Fnatic. The fact that you're up against what is a relatively decent buy with a couple of rifles in on it, and then they throw in the run it back on Filu, and you only lose one player, I'd say that's a very successful round. And it's something that NAVI are definitely going to have to be aware of is
จริง
how
ฮะ
much space
เดี๋ยวติดต่อตอนลงเส้นเลย
Crashes was actually able to get. I also look at the way that Exit played this round, and sure, there's some weaker weaponry. He's being very gambly, but it almost feels like old school Ascent, where it's just like your
พาม
duelist
เขา
is
เดิร์
sent
กเหรอ
in to take a 1v1, and if you
โอ้เขา
lose
จัก
that
แม่ง
fight,
ยังห่างไกล
you
ควา
lose
ม
the
สำ
round.
เร็จว่ะ
It's definitely not ideal. I'd like to see some sort of follow-up, a potential for a trade.
คือ
But
ถ้าช่วงพีคสุดให้เขาจักนะแต่
I can
ตอน
kind
นี้
of, I can
บอกตรงว่าเดิร์
forgive it in
เดิร์
that
น่าจะ
round.
สม่ำเสมอ
If
กว่า
it
ครับผม
continues as like a
คือ
common
เขาจักอะ
theme, then I'm a little bit
มัน
more
ชอบหลับ
worried.
Well,
Game
it's
back
certainly early days yet.
เอาว่ารู้กันก่อนจะตื่น
And
คืน
this
นี้
round being a
ปารีสน้องต้น
key one to set the pace early. Kayak's got himself a double, and he's out. Sure, they've lost Sevov in the meantime, but that is sensational.
NAVI มีแต่
4
ให้
HP left. It could make it easy to pull that kill back for NAVI if they can force the fight, but he's already out of here, and Hero soon to follow him. That's a 4v2 now for Fnatic.
I don't know if this is a hard read or just like having the expectation that their opponents are not very good, but when having a man advantage, watching Alfia walk all the way through B main and kill a guy in mid, it feels like they are just disrespecting NAVI in the early stages of this map, maybe trying to get in their heads a bit because these are some very aggressive ways they're playing around. And you can see even with the advantages they have had, they are not shying away from a fight. A confident-looking Fnatic, Cloric. Well, I was going to say he's known for a clutch or two, but he's not even given a chance.
If I remember correctly, it was even this map he was putting up some big plays as well, but, well, not to be, and understandably, 2-2. Defensive side finding themselves around in the back of this early play from Kayak. I mean, genuinely disgusting he gets away with it. And from that point, the round is just screwed. But insult to injury, the fact that, like you said, Alpha takes such a big risk. Those are the kind of plays that, you know, potentially pull the round back for NAVI. If they pick you up, B-side's open, they grab Spike, make it back. It can be a difficult round. But when it works, it seals the deal. That's exactly what's happened, leaving a pretty low investment from NAVI. I'd imagine across the board here, I'm seeing Stingers, I'm seeing a Sheriff. It's going to be pennies to the dollar and what should be the lead for Fnatic. But again, these rounds still have their silver linings for NAVI. Playing slow, farming and protecting those orbs until they can be farmed, and just getting that Phoenix ult online for the next buy round.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that, though, the fact that the last two rounds have been lost based on Crashies pushing mid and Alpha pushing B, I want to see if that's something that Fnatic have read. Like, okay, this team gives up too much space on this map. And if it's something that NAVI adapt to, because that is somewhere they should be punishing. To be honest, so is this. I don't know how Kayak has just managed to kind of stand there in the open, almost dancing with death and still survive. But
น่าจะได้
he
อีก
has
หนึ่ง
done
ตัว
so.
กองกลาง
A little bit of early tickle
อาจจะเป็น
damage, but he will still survive for now. And as we've seen
อาจจะเป็นตัว
throughout the
ลี่
rounds of this map so
เป็น
far,
ไปได้อยู่
him surviving is a problem.
เพราะว่ากองกลางเราแน่นหมดแล้วนี่คือ
Well, here we go. 30 seconds crunch time, and it's straight into Alfier's sight. Crashies alongside him.
ยังไงก็ขาย
The
ไม่ออก
reveal fired through. It's caught them at least to
Maybe I
start.
should
There's a kill for
look.
Alpha. Easy on the spam and damage done.
250,000 ปะ
Still to get through those trips, at least one sitting back on site. A cam as well. 12 seconds. Spike in mid. Running to A. 8 seconds. Is that Spike trying to plant A? You're not making it anywhere near the site. They were trying. You completely lost your mind. I know you've got 3 pistols that kind of want to die here. Hero's got a kill and fallen. Ruxic grabs one. I don't know if he got the rifle. What a bloody mess.
Yeah, this reminds me of NAVI from a few years ago, where Angel would consistently run out of time. Like, maybe he is like somehow transferred his brain into someone on the team, because that was
Why is this Spike like running back with 12 seconds?
Yeah,
from pizza, bro.
There was never a chance in hell. I can only assume that Cloric's decision is, I'm just gonna go get an orb on the other side of the map,
ไม่
but
ค่อยได้เล่นมาโลผมเอา
he could have also got that from being shot in the face.
Yeah, and then
he would have got a few extra credits for it.
Exactly.
ไม่ผิด
Yeah,
นะ
that might have
หรือ
been
จะ
a
ให้พี่เลยก็ได้นะ
slightly better outcome, but
น้องพอไหวอยู่ถ้าไม่เจ็บ
completely
เป็น
flabbergasted
อะไร
there.
อ่ะ
The
เมาส์
price
เป็
we
นอะไร
paid to deny an
โทร
orb
ศัพท์
on the other
ดีๆ
team, I suppose. Wow. Okay, well, 3-2. And I think it's fair to say that there is some ground to be made up here. The concerns that you had for Navi early on, Tom, might just have magnified somewhat after the round we just saw. And well, you have to
It's
hope
not
that...
looking like a map choice, is
เอา
it?
งี้เอามาจัดกิ
No,
จกรรม
oh,
เล่นในช่องหน่อย
absolutely
เก็บ
not. No, this is
เก็บ
looking
เติม
like they're struggling to adapt to a map they've never played before.
This is looking like a... Oh, never mind. We'll come back to it, maybe. Never mind.
อันนี้
His
แพท
ult's
ก่อน
been
นะ
obliterated.
12.08
Surely they're not going to carry
นีออน
on
ยังโหดอยู่
through this smoke. There's got to be something, right? Okay, the wall. Create some space. They've dealt with Boaster. That's not bad from Filu. And he gets the second on to Kayak. Okay. The pole has woken up. Paul found a couple of nice headshots. Put them in a very good position. Flash is decent. Ruxic doesn't need to overextend. He has Hero for support as well. And now they are just swinging back and fighting. Leaving. I was going to say only Alpha, yeah, but I'm just going to correct myself and say leaving Alpha, yeah.
A better call. But I mean, look, I don't think even he believes in it. Time ticking far too much at this stage. They'd all have to go sprinting at him to give him a chance. But he's happy to play exits. Add some extra cost to this if they come his way. Keep the credits a bit modest, but that's not going to happen. And course correcting just in time from Navi. Again, we've talked about the impact of this Phoenix on the entries. On the old farm as well, just to get you that space, and we're seeing it. We're what, 2 Phoenix ults down already, and Filu's going to be farming up plenty more. 3-3
แต่ว่า
now.
แพทปรับนีออนคนก็ยังเล่นอยู่
Quite
นะ
the competitive game early on. This is what we've been hoping to see
แคมไม่ได้เล่นทุกแมป
throughout the playoffs.
ไม่ได้เล่น
It's,
ทำเพื่อ
you know, we've had our fair share of one-sided maps, Tom. So I'm hoping this carries on.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's definitely been a little bit scrappy. There's no doubt about it. But I think as well for Navi, you have to bear in mind both Ascent, like sort of victories they've had have been strong defensive side. So even like 5 or 6 rounds on this side of the map might be enough. The problem they have is because Kayak wasn't really dying, and then he wasn't really buying an operator yet. And that's the other issue. A very good reveal coming out from Crashies made it all too easy. It still wasn't easy. He still had to be very quick, but easy for someone like Kayak's ability to get that pot shot straight through the smoke. 2-man advantage already. The last round seems like it was very, very far away already.
Go. Shocking.
Yeah, it's a complete pace change. The early mid fights, it's been a big problem for Navi. Like you said, the B pushes, the mid pushes. This time it's the reveal through the smoke. They're having trouble containing that space, but in the meantime, with the slow push afterwards, they've gotten a lot of space of their own. The A site completely under Navi's control. And of course, Fnatic have pushed through A main. They've cleared all this space. They've seen nothing mid, nobody in B main. It's starting to seem pretty obvious that it's the A play, but the danger here is over on short. It's if these players, if Kayak continues to walk forward to give that space, and Navi know it. They waited. 30 seconds go by. Nobody peeks. No mistakes are made. Now the plant has to be put into play.
Yeah, I like the idea from Navi. See if anybody walks back into an angle that they think is clear, but I think Fnatic know the space that has been given up. Now they've got to try and hold versus 5. Couple of ultimates to play with as well. At least effective ones for the defense. That overdrive that could get them back in, and immediately it's popped. Alfie already getting rid of Hero. That was the backstab, and there's only one man left on this site already.
Jeez.
And he doesn't last long either. It's in fact the spams out from Boaster that make that look very, very easy.
Yeah, I think you really need to appreciate how good of a player Alfier is as well. We didn't see it, and I'm not surprised because it was a very slow burn fight in mid. But Alpha was just walking up mid, walking, and finally he hears the door
หรือจะเอา
closed.
ปารีสก็ได้นะวัน
That
นี้
is a bait late into the plant where they want them to think doors closed, so Hero or anybody is not there. That space is clear. Alpha then runs up short. Hero's lurking, gets the kill, and now is a real thorn in their side and makes that retake very, very difficult. But Alpha jiggle peeked the corner. He walked up and he went, oh, they've closed the door. There's not much time left, but there still could be someone here. Comes in, one taps him immediately. And that's just, it's so clean because this was Navi's whole game plan, was wait for someone to be coming back in to re-clear space, to be coming back in to get ahead of the retake or whatever it is. And as they step out of line, we'll take them out. The advantage is back in our court. And instead, they got completely denied by Fnatic. 4-3 now as Fnatic take the lead, and as we've seen, Navi have called a pause.
I'm not overly surprised. Like I think what has worked for them is the sort of direct hit where Filu gets 2 openers. One of them is a crazy shot onto Kayak, and other than that, they've lost 4 of the last 5 rounds, and that was the one. So I think that it's definitely not looking like the best of attack side so far. I think that Fnatic have done well to shut out exit, but also they have just been almost, I want to say, taking liberties. They've been taking parts of the map that you kind of go like, okay, you shouldn't have like 45 seconds left guy on the defense at top mid waiting for you to move. Like that shouldn't be possible. So I think that for Angel, the fix here shouldn't actually be that crazy. But I don't think that Fnatic are just going to sit back and now just be like, all right, let's just keep doing the same thing.
คืออะไรอ่ะตำรวจลง
But I hope not.
โดนไม่ได้หลอก
You already see that aggression inside a main space taken, but
ที่เขา
that
โดนหลอก
short's going
จ
to
ริ
be
ง
fought back on the other side. A lot of utility being burned for this. Even the flash through the smoke, re-clearing all that space. Noise heard. Navi with a pretty clear indication of what's going on here. Knife even revealing the late lurk on short, and they're kind of shoehorned into this play on B now. 55 seconds, but no information across the map for them, bar the deep flank coverage. Great pick by Chloric. Now B site looks tasty, but that Omen TP scared them away. Now they move to the A site. Info there to work with. The boasters down and out. Seavoff all alone. One flash is all he has to work with, and he'll only get the 1 kill. Numbers there in the post plant, and let's be honest, I'm surprised to see Hero
อันนี้
hunted.
นอนยังไม่เนิร์ฟครับผม 12.08
He's kind of the one guy that I feel like could give the game away. He wants to have a surprise factor while being on low HP, and while so does Rosie. Battle versus Alfia might decide the round, and you know what? It's decided it in Navi's favor. There's no way that Kayak's going to be hunting for this anymore. He's got an operator to try and save.
I'm out of here.
Well, many can he take with him? They are all looking to try and get rid of this operator, really wanting to put the pressure onto the economy of Fnatic, force a rebuy, but they've got to be careful that they don't just throw away their own. Okay, I guess it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, or get dropped, but
โดนบุกไป
I think Navi can be very happy with. And this is kind of the round that you were talking about before, where they get that entry, they take that space, they go back the other way, and they do catch players in transition. Like Boaster, at that point, had no expectation they were going towards A.
Yeah, I think for Navi, the redirection, it looked like they were feeling a little bit boxed into the play, accelerating towards that B site. But the second that TP came in, the second the From the Shadows was active, and unfortunate for them, that makes it look like there's one guy on B, you're coming back to support. But Navi already had the read that now that was a 3-stack on that side of the map already. Boaster pushed way off the B side. Look at the pace from Navi. They're already pressing into the site itself, and Boaster's stunned, but he's back. back in the driver's seat as the drop comes in, and the first finds its way into his hands, but nothing else. The Hunter's Fury, never mind.
Okay.
They've got something for it.
วัดเหลี่ยม
Kayak
ก็โด
onto
นเลย
Ruxic,
โดนแล้ว
and
ยัดไปเลย
damage done as well. This is now looking like a much more doable round.
Oh yeah, two of them are incredibly low. Filu needs to try and get something with this ult. Sat back waiting for him, and another connected shot. Hero trying to swing off the back of it, and the remaining players, well, Filu's been able to heal up, but it can't be the same for the last. It's all left down to exit, low HP, 4 to find. It would have to be mistakes of grandeur from the side of Fnatic, and it will not
รี
be
เทคสวยอยู่
the
นะ
case.
น้องติ๊ก
Started decently
หลาย
for
รา
the
ว
side of NAVI, but again, a very good reaction and a solid retake coming out from Fnatic.
Yeah, great work and the patience to initiate the play, firing back
ไม่นะ
through
นี่
now with
แม
a
ปนาวีเลิกมา
5-4
นะ
lead,
น้องติ๊ก
only
จะเซ็น
barely
เฉยๆนะ
keeping themselves up there, but Navi
But
yet to
didn't
be
leave.
able to retake that pace, and it looked like
คือการ
Boaster was
รีเทค
going to get
2-3
nothing, but they
ที่ผ่าน
dove
มา
quickly into the
Don't
Hunter's
leave.
Fury as well. Was it 2 tags off the back of that? Plus the op shot from Kayak. It really, there was a moment there where Navi had a huge advantage, and a couple seconds later, it flipped completely. We said big retake, big patience from Fnatic, good utility usage. Now we move towards this mid-fight for Navi. A pacey play indeed as they look to make the best of a bad situation. Economically
Right.
exit already deleted. And that's the ult in spawn gone, as well as Boaster finding Filu. The herd is thinned out.
They didn't even get to finish the voice line. He was executed so quickly. I am dead. No chance with this round. This is a low buy as well. So you're talking about a team that economically has nothing to play with, and after shutting down the neon ult, the overdrive of exit, it becomes way too easy. 6 to
ว่าแมป
4.
นี้นาวีอยู่
As said, like a round or two more from Navi, and I think they'll be relatively happy with this half. Maybe not happy, but they'll be content that they can get it done on the second. The worry though is if this ends 8-4 and they don't win a pistol,
อาจจะวัดถึงแฟกเตอร์
I don't know. I could see Fnatic running away with their map choice.
วิชวลิกไม่เอาเลยเหรอ
Oh,
เนี่ย
definitely.
1-7
It is possible now for Fnatic to have complete control over this series. But it's early days. 2 rounds. Look, this can
Yeah,
easily
I think
recover. 6-6 at the half. Navi can feel. I mean, that's a very early Hunter's Fury. Very early indeed, but you can see why with the short pressure put on so quickly from exit. Managed to crunch in and
ถือว่า
make Fnatic
กำลั
very
งจะได้วินที่
uncomfortable in
5
that
ด้วยตอน
initial
เนี้ย
fight. Space taken in B main. Navi might go back. They don't know how many are here, but they're about to find out. Good trade at least to start. All they need to do is trade here. Keep the numbers in their favor, but
เราได้วิน
they'll
ที่
do
5 จริ
one
ง
better, 2 better in fact. There's now a 4 versus 1 in play. A man to the good times 3
Oi.
in Alpha.
เยอะ
Well, okay, he's going to level the
Howdy.
playing field somewhat. But this late flank should end them.
10 นัดเอาไปเยอะ
He's had heroes
สายการ
number
1-3
throughout the majority of this game so
ถ้า
far.
ช้า
You
ตัว
can
หลัง
see
จะ
how
มา
massive heroes being because of it. He doesn't want to give anything away. That means that Alfia is going to
Ui,
get a
ảo
chance
rú.
first. His teammates first is not looking the
Ui,
right
lạ.
way. Alfia in these scenarios, there is nobody more dangerous, and he's starting to figure out, piece together where that last player can be, but he's not quite correct. Hero does
โอ
time
ซา
it
ก้าสวัสดี
well
ครับโค้ด
this time out.
โค้ด
And
อิ
it
ง
will
เป็นไง
give
บ้าง
them a 5th round in the attack.
โค้ด
As
อิง
said,
นะ
for
แล้วแต่
Navi,
คน
I
มอง
think
นะ
that's their
ส่วนตัว
minimum.
พี่
That's their line.
ผลงานล่าสุด
I think
พี่
they'll
ไม่
be
ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่นะ
content
มันคุกเยอะ
with
เกิน
what
ไป
they
นะ
managed to get in this half.
แต่พอมาอยู่กับ
And if
ผู้
they
เล่นแบบ
level it up, dare I
ที่แบบ
say,
ว่า
they'll feel confident.
คุณภาพสูงขึ้นไม่รู้ว่ามันจะออกมาดีหรือเปล่านะแต่ของเก่าไม่
It's
แย่
especially
จั
the context of how they
แม่ง
get
โอเวอ
there,
ร์คุ
right?
กไปอ่ะ
Like this
คนที่
initial
ดู
fight,
คอมมัน
moving into
รั
the
กใจ
site,
ครับผม
trading out the first few kills, and then dominating the
Don't
final
worry.
battles. Alpha shut
Don't
down by the
worry.
late play they knew that they had. Hero there is a safety net to pick them up. This is definitely looking a lot more comprehensive. Top to bottom, Navi picking it up. Molly's gone through. It's going to force players to either commit to this A site hold or leave Boaster dead to
ไม่เห็น
rights.
หรอ
And he finds one for free. Support was there just in case he
ผม
needed
มั
it.
น
And
อยู่ในช่วง
now
ที่แบบจะยาวก็
the
ไม่ยาวไง
brakes
บาง
will
ครั้ง
be
มันเลยต้อง
pumped
ไป
by
อย่างนั้นก่อน
Navi. They send players to the B site, but
แบบ
unlike
นี้หรอน้อง
previous
ยอ
rounds,
หอ
there's no space taken here.
จัดไป
We may be one
and
away from a
it's-
Phoenix ult.
นะครับจัดให้
Yeah, we were.
Well, he's got the ult.
ดูแล้วโรเทตมาบียังไงครับ
Yeah, that was a
Don't
go
forget
back
to
to B
use
for
it.
the orb instead of for the hit, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
tough.
It's again just the amount of space that Fnatic are able to claim on this defensive
Map
side
needs
has
a tap.
definitely caused them some problems on the attack. Clearly some gaps being exploited. Now, I kind of feel like Fnatic can just turtle. They've got so much control into middle. It's not going to be expected either. That's the spike down. There's nobody else even remotely close to be able to retrieve this. Ruxik can almost have to just run and battle for it, but it will leave another potential 1v1. And I like the response from Sivov as well. All right, you've got 25 seconds. You don't have the spike. I don't need to be here anymore, but you still need to check if I'm here, and I'm not.
Time just keeps on ticking away. And 12
12
seconds
วิ
left. They'll now blitz to the
พลาด
outside.
หนึ่ง
Off waiting, misses.
สตันเบรกคัน
First
ติ
shot, 8 seconds. Stuns won the
เรียบร้อย
round already. And just to make sure
ไม่ทัน
the spikes on the
เจ็บ
floor.
5
Round done and dusted. Final kill goes to
5
Ruxik.
ก็
By the looks of things. Hold on.
ยิ้มอยู่
Oh, nice work. But 7 to 5 is the score you're greeted for
Switching sides.
at the end of the day. Tom, look, it's a close game, but Fnatic
ใช่
just
แล้ว
about eke
เดี๋ยว
out
ลง
the
ปา
upper
ถอน
hand.
ตัว
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit scrappy.
Oh, no,
I
no,
think
no,
that
no.
a lot of the more direct hits seem to work out for NAVI, but when it came into those sort of mid rounds, those slower rounds, they got completely picked apart. I think for Fnatic, obviously they didn't win pistols, so a 7 to 5 isn't awful, but I think they're going to want to win that second one because I think both teams have had their better defensive sides, at least in their recent matches. So I would say that that will be maybe even the defining factor. We'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, we will have to wait and see until after the break. We'll be back with half 2 to see what's going down.
One enemy. I'm out of here.
That's his actual height. That's him standing up.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Tom.
Last player standing.
No hard feelings. No hard feelings.
เฮ้ยหายละโดนไม่ในเพลง ปารีสแซงต์แชร์แมง น้องโนนูชิ ใครชนะพก หลังชนะเกมเหรอ ไม่หรอกมั้งแบบนี้มันสูสีอยู่ เบียด
7 to 5 when we return. Don't you love to see it? Fnatic on the attack side now. They've got the upper hand, but this pistol could very easily close the gap.
วิ
For sure. I think Navi's defensive side versus the last couple of squads has
เป็น
looked
เรื่อง
better for them, but will
Ui.
that change here? An aggressive start, but it's damage that they did, but didn't manage to get the kill onto Crashies. Pushing through. Utility has been removed from Filu, but he does have a little bit of help in the form of
โอ้โห
Chloric. But now,
Lua
Chloric
เลย
is the only
Navi.
one remaining.
One enemy
They've managed
remaining.
to
Em nó tịt lại ngắn ạ.
bypass him almost completely, but now he
Ui
has to go for another 1v5, and it seems like Kayak
ฟอเรส
having a
พิ
field
โตลาว
3 kills for him in the pistol, moving him to the top fragger in the server, and moving, more importantly, Fnatic to
แข่ง
8
แล้วได้
on
เลย
the
ครับ
board.
รายการนี้นอกจากเงิน
Indeed, you mentioned the concern of if it went 8 to 4 at the half.
นอกจากเงินก็
If you win pistol and follow up, yeah, that gap is going to be roughly the same
แค่เนี้ยตบมือ
as
ครับ
the
ผ
other
ม
way around. I think for Fnatic,
ตกใจคลิปมีครับผม
considering how the buy goes here, an
ผม
easy
สั้น
9
แล้วเหมือนเด็กลง10 ปีอะ
about to be connected, but the danger
That's
of the
not something
bandits
that
on the
would-
defensive side we've seen already, and it just depends if we're going to see an idea from Navi in terms of how to pressure. Like,
คลิปมีมันใช้ได้ถึงสิ้นเดือนหน้า
but it
ปะ
looks like a default. It looks like we're just going to play normal Valorant on this defensive side. Hope some individuals can pick them off. Maybe with the cam inside of Wine, this is somewhere that they can afford to stack a bit towards the B side, but it looks like they will
ใช้ไม่ได้แล้วหรอ
play this one very cookie cutter, very vanilla.
ใช้ได้อยู่นะ
So far, at least, I don't know if you agree, but I think Fnatic have definitely looked like the better side, which, considering this is the map of
Just
Navi has me feeling a little
เดือน
nervous
ไหน
for
ไม่
them.
รู้อ่ะ
Their
Mituna.
rounds were
Thank
very
you,
much
Mituna.
down to incredibly direct plays. Like it was like, okay, if we win the first 2 fights, the round's over. But most of the time they were getting opening picks. I think the structure of Fnatic looked better. Sure, I said both teams are on their favored side, but I don't know. There's not been much to convince me that thus far that Navi are going to turn this. So I'm hoping when we get into the first buy round,
ผม
we might see something a little different.
Spike planted.
It's a nice flash and shot from Filu. And he's looking for another player. Great read
Okay.
as well. Okay, here we go. Strap in. There, we could have a round on our hands. Even this early on, reveal up. Dodged it. Avoiding both bursts, but they want utility in the way back in. They'll be blocked by the knife. The thing is, though, I don't think they're going in. That one flash, sure, the attempted fight and the follow-up. For a moment, I thought they were going to play
อัน
exits.
นี้คือเรา
They're going to just
มั่น
make
ใจ
this
แล้ว
an
ว่า
insanely
ติดแน่นอน
costly
ใช่ไหม
round, but it looks like only one man's following that strategy. Ruxic, a smoke to play inside of. He's given himself an opportunity, and they are coming his way. Steps heard, strikes from the shadows. And look, it might not be a round win, but there was no expectation of that from Navi. To do this much damage, that's a win.
Yeah, I think especially in like
เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ซื้อ
3v5
ไม่ได้ซื้อ2 คน
retake
มั้ง
when you have no guns to bring it
ปื
down
น
to
น่าจะได้
only
ลุ้
2
นต่อ
players
ไปต่อ
alive. It's not bad, but they now need to capitalize on that. I need to see this round go their way, maybe even in convincing fashion to believe that there's a chance for them to bring this back.
สวัสดีครับ
As
ผ
I
ม
said,
ฟิว
I
เจอ
think
ร์
thus far Fnatic have looked the better side. I think the individuals you want,
NAVI
like
ไหวไหม
Kayak, Crashies, Alpha, all on form.
ไม่น่าฮะ
And on the other side, some of the other pieces, even some of the big pieces for Navi are missing.
Scanning ahead.
Well, this is one of their final moments to show up. Navi on 5 rounds as Fnatic pick up the pace and pick up a kill on their way into this B site. A plant to be found in a 5v4. The Navi already having to think about that retake in terms of where the credits are at. Lose another player, you already start to think about a save.
ดู
This
แล้วอยู่ใกล้
has
ตั
to
ว
be
นึ
a
ง
cohesive play back in and damage done here. Boaster very low, a chance for Navi, and they've caught him. But Kayak is so quick on the trade, and he gets back to site now, turtled in. 3 versus 4. You still got to believe if you're Navi, but you're running out of time. If they don't find a pick soon, it's time to run. Damage done to exit as well. They're now doubting the ability to deliver, and indeed they will fall back, retreat to the A site, fall back to mid, and save these weapons for the next. Double digits locked in for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Filu was a toe stub away from going down. So it got to a point where it's like, if a stray bullet clipped him through the wall, he was dead. So it definitely came to a point of not being worth it. And again, just a more direct start. I'm not sure if Alpha yet just... Because I heard 2 bullets go. I saw a smoke down, and I saw Ruxic dead. So I don't know if that was just a stray shot, or maybe if Ruxic was slightly boosted on top of something and could be seen, but it seemed like just the straight up Althea BS to get them the entry, because it seemed like the plan all along from Navi was to play retake on that side of the map, but when you then lose an entry anyway, that becomes very difficult.
Cover going out.
All this B site's left undefended. Cloric's going to try to tickle them as they make their way through, and good bit of damage done. Indeed, Zevov's on a lick of health on that KO. Cloric droning out, now knows there's someone close, but that's target selection for Filu, or so you thought. Even with the flash, Kayak's the one getting the best of him. Falling eventually, and they suspect Boaster to be up close. He's down by Cloric. That triple is nuts. Down to a 3v2. Crashy's low in the corner, and let me tell you, Zevov ain't any healthier. Indeed, he'll be dropped with just a single shot and leaves Crashy's all alone. No chance for Fnatic on this retake. Navi looked sublime.
Yeah, well, I'd say more importantly, Cloric looks sublime. A guy I think who had 2 kills up until this point, just managed to find 3 in quick succession, turned around on its head. That's sort of the star power that we've seen. Like going back to even the first week that we saw him introduced, pulling off a 1v5, 1v4 in back-to-back rounds. We know the caliber that he can show up, but realistically, we just hadn't seen it yet.
that's a 4-round gap. Even with that one, I would say spark,
Exit
but
man,
look, they were shining
man,
very,
man,
very
man.
bright indeed, but we need to really see it pick up round
มาแล้ว
around
ติดมาแล้ว
for
เตรียมมาลั่นเลย
Navi.
นี่
The gap
คนเราต้องให้
closes
เวลา
in,
การปรับตัว
starts
นะ
here,
ผม
and Ruxick and Fielu, this flash down underneath the smoke. That's exactly what we're going to see. Paranoia even sent through. It's a costly committal early on, and they don't get anything for it. In fact, all they get is a little bit of
อุ้ย
a lot of damage back in the other direction. That's so unfortunate for Fielu.
สงสัยอยู่
They
นะ
might
สง
even
สั
have
ยอ
been
ยู่นะ
blind, but they've ripped his head clean off, and Ruxick stuck in the corner. And this is
Oi.
a disastrous start.
สวยละ
But they think they've cleared that corner. Sevov thinks he's
Sevov
cleared
ไม่
that
คิด
corner.
ว่า
He's
เคลียร์
still
แล้ว
reloading, and he'll soon be heard walking away.
เดินหรือเปล่า
There's a chance for Ruxick to get the flank, but he would be
Maybe
brave
ดิน
to
นะ
move.
Yeah, Hero's also done well. Like a peek into B main that's got rid of Alpha. I said it's felt like Alpha's had his number throughout the game so far. Time now ticking. 40 seconds left on the clock. Exit off angle, but he doesn't react quick enough. Kayak has just been I want to say
30
the best player in the
seconds
server by a country mile. I don't think anybody's been particularly close to him at all, even on his own team. And well, if he could just peak angles like that and win the opening fight with an operator, this leaves this A site
Away.
all but open. All right, that might help.
Yeah, it certainly has a way of turning
seconds
around for you. Plant going to be safely found as well. Fnatic
Spike plant.
still have a corner to fight from.
Brooks's still here.
Still have some ground, and they're worried. They know about Ruxick. The smoke's coming down from Ruxick as he looks to make it back out to that site through the smoke, but Sevov's just backstabbed. He's taking Hero down. Cloric's gonna have to grandstand yet again. Big swing underneath. Shorty's out, and he's got Boaster. An impossible play, but
Ow.
Sevov pulling it back is caught again by Cloric. A 4K from this man, and we started it out in the first half
Dale, don't
talking
get-
about his big plays, his clutches, and how strong he's been for this squad, and there he is again, man.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just gone into like his
อยากจะ
Thanos
ปา
I'll
มี
do
ด
it
มาก
myself era,
ๆงง
but
เลย
like it felt like the first half of this game he was very much focused on calling, and in the last 2 rounds he's
อัน
like,
นี้เป็นที่
all
ส่ง
right,
เป็น
if
รี
you
เฟรช
guys
มาเนี่ย
aren't gonna do it, I'll just do it. 3K retake into a 4K retake. This is the man that we have seen throughout the fragging IGL that has saved him, because realistically, without those 2 back-to-back plays, they have already lost this map. And as said, before that, he had 2 kills total.
Choosing his moment to step up. Here's Kayak straight into the A side. It's fully open, free to play with. Hunter's Fury for Crashies lands onto Fielu, but nothing back in the other direction. Some damage done. 2 players from Fnatic desperately low. One was Sevov in that corner. And they knew about him with the ult as well. It was dangerous, but he survives. And now the post plant again with the scars that they're sporting on this Fnatic
ไม่งั้น
side.
11-6 นี่คือเกมมันง่ายเลยนะแต่
When it comes to
แม่ง
trading
17
blows,
นี่กลาย
they
เป็นคัมแบ็
definitely
กได้
stand
เนี่ย
behind. In most of those fights, Exit with a real chance. These players close, caught by the paranoia, but a flashback has bought a bit more time. Sevov, he just saved the day. That could have been the start
Hero.
of the end.
Oh.
But Hero,
Oh.
he's here for 4. Multi-kill after multi-kill for Navi
Hero
as
and
they
Pen.
climb their way back.
These are like the most Navi rounds I've ever
Dola.
seen. Like, it genuinely feels like all they needed was that spark, that match to be lit.
I need this.
And Cloric did it in the last 2 rounds. It felt like that's finally a woken hero who has been so consistently
Dola,
good.
Hero
Like
and
him and
Pen.
Ruxick, there have been calls
แพ้
many
ดี
a
กว่ามาก
time
เล่น
for
งี้
a better team for these 2 players. And we haven't seen them today. Either of them have been particularly good. Like, I think in that first half, Fielu was top of the board. But that's the sort of play that you get from someone like Hero. Swinging in, finding all 4 players on the retake while his teammates almost just sit and watch. The utility was gone, by the way. This wasn't like, oh, someone threw a flash. There was no utility left. That was just him swinging and Fnatic knowing where he is. But it's no surprise that we are going to see that pause coming out. Obviously, one of the more interesting things
ครับผม
today
น้องพี่
was
ไม้
who's
สวัส
going
ดี
to be
น้อง
in
นั
that
ทวัฒน์นะ
coaching
ผม
booth, because of course we saw that Eng signed for Fnatic just yesterday.
อัน
Well,
ยองฮะ
it's on your screen right now. Desmo's in the server. Unless Eng is on his account,
Unless,
which is actually possible.
he sat behind
it's
him, yeah.
possible they just sat with each other, but you know,
these are
I'm going with the name.
register accounts before the tournament as well, so you couldn't get them on the server or the client, yada yada. Who knows? Who knows what the inner workings are looking like?
Look,
I think
if
back
they
in
win
that
from
triple
here,
sentinel.
I'm giving the credit to Dez.
Yeah, I think that's only fair. And but I don't know. I'm curious as to how involved Aang is. That triple sentinel comp last week on Lotus. I don't know,
I
man.
don't think he was signed
หล่อ
yet.
สุด
Yeah. He
เป็นยังไงครับผมไม่เข้า
It
เจียว
wasn't announced yet, but I'm just saying maybe he sent the playbook over. You know.
Oh, no.
Repeat.
How's he get out?
ป้อง
He goes back.
Oi.
He's a maniac. He's a maniac, and he's not on the floor. I don't know. I don't
ตอน
understand.
กลารปุ๊บมันปล่อยของเลย
How
ว่ะ
on earth Exit didn't die? He was sprayed down by about 15 different bullets, 2 different players, still survives, and now Rook 6 swinging. This game has turned on its head, Mitch.
Genuinely, it's gone from Fnatic looking like they had the game plan and the individuals to back it up, leagues above what was present on the other side, and now suddenly it feels like the winds have changed. They've chosen a new champion in the form of NAVI. The fact that they're able to come in here and play the first half where they look completely deactivated, then have back-to-back 4Ks, pulling big rounds into play, clean follow-ups as well. It's not like this is a big clutch and then they almost let it slip the round afterwards. This is a complete changing of the guard to what we saw before. As long as Boaster doesn't end up with a 4K here, that will stay true.
เดือนหน้าครับ
Got the spike.
ฟูลเซนแข่งวัน
One
วัน
more
ที่
kill
สอง
he
มั้ง
can TP,
วันที่
but,
7
well, the hero. He's gonna put down his.
ใช่ครับ
old
กิโกะจะบอกว่า
YG.
โรเดียวเจสั่งอะไรเฟก
10 to
ได้หมด
9. I'll be honest, after the first few rounds of this half, I was already getting ready to go to split, so the Cloric hero, the back plays.
Do we need
let's
some
just
more
go for this
controller
again.
เล่นหมด
He's just being spammed from top mid, even goes and kind of looks at the guy in top mid, like turns around and is like, oh, there's a guy in top mid, one on 30 HP. And then after getting back to safety, decided to swing again. Yeah. That's crazy.
Careful.
It is a decision, and it was made, and that's all I can say about that without being rude. 10 to 9, one round
two
gap
kills.
between them. And that gap was closed in quickly. And Navi looking like they've powered up, leveled up, and now the A site under threat. Late lurk in play for Alfier as well. He has gotten lucky to avoid that shot from the up, and now Filu's ult is going to be taken down, but
my God.
Filu lives and breathes, something that Alpha can't say late into the round. There's a drop. Hello, up top. Heroes just walked out. He's just walked out and taken 2. That's the spike down. A third for Hero, and the round is already done. How is this keep? No,
Okay.
I got nervous.
Okay.
I got nervous.
That wasn't even like.
Chip
You,
high,
normally
lad.
you look at moments like that and you go, oh, okay, he's done that over a space of like 30 seconds where they take silly peeks. That was Boaster managing to almost turn it in the space of 5 seconds, but yeah. It genuinely does feel like Fnatic are capitulating a little bit. Like, okay, I can forgive Alfia for not winning a fight versus an ult, a stun, and then a sliding shorty, but I don't know how Hero just walks out of the heaven. Like, that's worrying. That shouldn't be possible, and now they brought it back to 10-10, 5 rounds in a row. I can firmly say that I thought Fnatic had already closed this, and maybe they did as well.
I imagine they felt pretty comfortable.
เหมือนมิสค
Oh,
อน
this
ที่
is
เล
an
ย
interesting strat, Tom. We've got the Weeping Angel strategy in play here. So as long as someone's looking at them, they can't move. And it's not a strategy you see too often, Tom, I have to say. It's been quite a while since we've managed to catch it.
No, I think Boaster's just playing. He's agreed everyone's playing a game of hide and seek.
เจอ
because
เอฟนา
he's
ติก
still
ไว้
moving. But no one else.
That's Navi, my friend. Boasters,
Oh yeah.
they swap sides.
You know, I just
That
see Omen and
happens
I
to me as
assume,
well.
you know.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
Boaster's
you know,
holding a very important angle.
Rook
This is in
missing
case
this
they.
whole game. I forgot he was on the defense.
Yeah, I forgot he swapped sides because I think he did too. But yeah, in case you didn't guess, that wasn't a generational new strategy being trialed there. That was the start of the tech pause. So we'll have a little bit of an intermission, Tom. But what a crazy play so far. The fact that Fnatic looked so
It
dominant
was still
and
so
then
low down.
it switches up. I am. Yeah. The chair
See,
won't go
it's
back up
really
fully.
funny,
หมายถึง
wasn't
หมายถึง
it?
ใคร
It's
พัก
really
ยาวนะ
funny to
It
do
was.
the little bit
It
where you
was.
go lower
I'm gonna be
down,
honest.
but
Long
now
When I
Demon.
did that,
tiny.
Demon.
I
Mitch is
haven't
actually
moved.
standing up. You see the floor in the background? This is how tall he is standing up.
I genuinely haven't moved this chair up or down in a year and a half, and when I did it just there, I think it broke. I think it won't fully come up anymore. So I now need a new chair. If anyone can help me out with that,
Can you just
Let me
speak in a
know.
more higher pitch voice? Like,
I can. I've got a mixer here. I can start messing around a little bit if you want. You can start hard
I
tuning
would
it.
say if you just broke a chair by lowering it, maybe don't mess
ครับ
around
ผม
with
น้อง
your
จ๋า
sound settings because there's a good chance
I hear
that,
what you're saying.
you'll be very squeaky afterwards.
I hear what you're saying, Tom, and I you know what? This one time I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna take your advice. I might have a professional look at things if we're gonna
Did it
mess
help
around
that
with
our
that in the future.
producer also told you not to do it at the same
Yeah,
time?
I find your lack of faith disturbing. All of you. I used to work in IT. Don't anymore. Let's not get into why. But Tom, listen. What we've seen so far has been a roller coaster ride, right? Like Fnatic have that full control to start with. It looks like this is going to be honestly a blowout in the series, and then Navi completely come back into it. And I think this is going to be a really tough way to bounce back to the next map if Fnatic end up letting it slip now, because it has been individual plays pulling Navi back, right? Like in so many of the rounds, even right there. Not that it was going to be Fnatic's round, but it's the symptom. More so of seeing Hero be able to just walk out and take 2 kills for free onto the planter, swing in for a third on back, but the damage was already done. I think from this point, you know, from your perspective, Tom, we've seen a lot of Fnatic in the past. Is this worrying with it being this team, or do you think they can just make that bounce back? Because recent history, I'm starting to again just see that downward spiral.
Yeah. I think the scary thing for me is that the Fnatic of old mentally was always one of the best. Like, that was the thing we talk about. There is no game that they can't come back in. So I still sit there in the back of my head and go, okay, they're not done just because that slipped away. But they were they felt like they were so far ahead at the beginning of the second half. And then it's just been some of those rounds slipping away from them. Like, a couple of rounds from Hero, a couple of rounds from Chloric, and you kind of go like,
ดู
okay,
ครับ
that can
ดูดิพวก
happen,
นี้
but there hasn't been
Oh,
a breakback
Jing
just
Jing
yet. There's been attempts to try and get back into the round, but it hasn't looked fantastic. And that's the thing that's scaring me most, is that when you have a team that
What?
never
Everything
ever
don't know.
seems to have that sort of mental weakness, and then over, I would say, the last couple of games, like going back into the end of EMEA, we saw it a little bit. And I think that that's a very, very dangerous ground to be in if this is going to be a shift away. So it's still 10-10. It's still level. It's not done just yet, but I want to see that big break back round, because I think that you've had Kayak performing
ใช่แล้ว
fantastically well.
นัด
He's
เปิด
been
สนาม
having a great
จ้ะ
game. He
ถูก
can
ต้อง
easily just turn this straight back into their favor again. But if Navi get this over the line from the position they were in, yeah, that's a little bit damning.
Well, double digits now for both. The gap closed in, and we are neck and neck. As the defensive side of Navi will be put to the test yet again, but it has been nothing but success on this defense.
ยังไงดีครับ
Start Fnatic, B main control. They take some space. They take
โดนส
orb.
กิลเบรก
Pop their
ไม่เข้า
cam there for later, and then the drone goes out on mid. Drone's going to trade out. No need to break that defensive drone either. Doesn't make it far enough. Boaster starts to embed. This is going to be a B play.
เคลียร์ของก่อน
by the looks
โบ๊ท
of things. That's an opportunity for Filu, who is waiting patiently with a flash in hand. He's been there for almost a minute now. I think he'll be there when they come to push.
Gotta go.
รีคอนไม่ค่อยดี
About
Dark
dodge.
good.
Smoke being thrown in. Alfie has done well. Another opener for him. Still a couple of players on this side. A rotation coming through with the TP. Hero,
down,
even
B.
in a blink of an
May
eye,
song.
manages to get 2.
30
There's still a
seconds
player
left.
lurking
มี
behind.
ดักโรเทต
Boaster's positioning is so valuable,
เกือบ
and he should be able to clear them and wrap back
แล้ว
through
ไป
the
A
smoke.
เลยเรี
That
ยบร้อย
kill was integral.
20
Has now
วิ
put them in a position where they have this A
ตาม
site.
สไตล์
They can't let this one slip. I mean, more than ever, this round is one that has
10
to be
seconds
won
left.
by Fnatic. It's been a
Spike
streak, I think 5 in a row
On my wire.
for Navi now. And the advantage finds its way into the hands of Fnatic. They have a plant. They have time on their side. And look, they're not even coming together. Filu's going to try to attract all the attention. For a moment, it looked like the flank play was going to be attempted. But now grouped up, Ruxic and Filu can try to make this happen. Time, though. I mean, time already feels like it's too far gone. Filu's found one, and it makes it look doable, but they've got to get on that. Oh, no. There's inside the smoke there. Ruxic gets a kill, and now they can start the defuse. This could be deadly close, but Poster is slipped away. Time too far gone. Just about securing the round, our Fnatic, but that is anything but an inspiring
เจอโบสเบ
victory.
ดเนี่ยแล้วไม่คิดว่าเมนเคลียร์ดูทั้งอื่นเฉย
With the amount of time that was left on that clock, I had no doubt that the round was already over, but somehow that became competitive. A whiffed shot, a lost operator, and a very expensive round for the attack, even though they managed to get it over the line. Of course, you look at the economy of their opponents, and it's still enough to invest here, and even exit going in for that
วันนี้
outlaw.
เขาจักตื่นไวเหรอ
But this really does feel like it's crunch time. The winner of this next round, I would say, is likely to be the one that gets to 12 first.
Enemy remaining.
And for Fnatic, a chance to put themselves within touching distance of the map. A map I think they'll desperately want to close out after how far in the lead they were. It's whether or not that conversion is enough to awaken the beast once
อุ้ย
again.
เขาจักมันก็ยิงท็อปแปกแล้วตักบอกพานบ้าง
Well, it will be a slow and steady round. A minute on the clock. And not much has happened from the attacking side, and that's why the defense, they want to get aggressive into B main. Burning one of those Phoenix flashes on the minute mark to secure that control. Rotation now starts, and here's the thing. Fnatic heard that flash in B main. They've even sent back Alpha, I believe, to watch for the B main push. It doesn't come in. That starts to tell you rotations might come into play. They might now play heavier on the other side of the map, and indeed they have. Filu's rotated into
มัน
position.
ก็อาจจะแบบคิดว่าเลด
alongside this
เลด
page.
เลิกหรืออะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็
Defense.
โบสมันเบสนะครับ
And still that side for
จังหวะ
Utah.
แรก
They have to break through. There's a
เพื่อน
trip.
ตายแล้วไม่
They're going to
ยิง
run right into. That could be a free kill. At least the spams are going to come through, and Kayak's down to one. Crashy somehow converts a kill in the madness and mayhem, but Ruxic in through the smoke grabs himself another. They have to leave 12 seconds now. There's no way to get in here for Fnatic. A save is all that remains.
At least need to hold on to the weaponry. I think they're lucky in the sense that there's not a lot of credits on the Navi side right now, so they're not going to overpush this. They're not going to try and take those guns away, and they will be able to hold on to them. But I think that, I don't know, maybe they thought that was going to be an easier take, or that the Cypher utility was on the other side, but the second they're trying to force through cage trips, even the molly of Filu, you mentioned it, they heard the flash in B main. He had enough time to rotate all the way over to the other side of the map and molly in A. It just meant that it was so segmented. Like, you could see that I think it was Kayak was out fighting for a solid like 5 or 6 seconds before anybody else could even get
ใช่แล้วครับ
anywhere near.
เอ็กซ์บี
Scoreline equalized.
น่าจะกลับ
At least the
กลับ
saving
โซน
of the
จีน
three
แล้ว
guns changes like the chance for necessarily to get to 12 for Navi. There will still be weaponry to play with at least, which wouldn't have been the case if they had all gone down. But you can see the importance of this round with Desmo taking that pause.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly a moment for these guys to steady the ship, as this has been a hell of a nail biter of a start to a best of 3. Tom, as I said, we've had those very one-sided games in the past. This is just a treat to get to dig our teeth into, but it is going that distance, 11-11, a test that often Fnatic are the ones to come out on top in when it comes to distance in a series or distance in a map. They've been there a million times, and this is what we've been talking about, right? The resilience of this squad. Let's see if they can pull it across the line in this moment when it has been one round out of the last 7. Very much favored towards NAVI, and now on the home stretch, they could at least guarantee an overtime with victory here after climbing all the way back on this defense. And for now, the early strategy, Tom, a lot of mid presence from NAVI. It does leave B very light. You've only got Filu there for the moment. Luckily, Fnatic not pouncing. They are playing this slow.
Yeah, their goal seems to be to get the orb. I think it's one away
แต่UI อันนี้เรียบร้อย
for that overdrive.
Scanning ahead.
I think at the moment Kayak only has a stinger. They're just waiting for somebody to try and put pressure in, but now know that there is a player on the other side. They managed to set up exit on the angle with this outlaw. With every player bar Boaster netting up, this could be a freebie, but he spotted them running back. 45 seconds up and coming on the clock, spreading the net once again over on the Fnatic side, and maybe a reliance on Boaster to try and find something here, but it hasn't baited a rotation off A whatsoever. There is, again, still 2 players and a full Cypher setup.
Shadows traveling.
It's a lot to deal with, but there's almost no choice. At this point, the spike in position, and on we go from Navi. They fall back to the B site. They've made it deep as well. Chloric, oh, he's in no man's land right now. Got to be careful. That nade's going to force him out. Indeed, disconnected from the play now as the push comes in. But Exit, the one to strike first. He finds himself a kill with the time ticking. They know there's someone in spawn, but do they know about Filu? Yes, they do. They certainly do now. Filu's dominated the site and left them with nowhere to go. 12 to 11. One more round for Navi to steal this out from under Fnatic's feet.
And Navi did really well there. There is a very real world that a lot of teams would panic in that scenario. They see all the players in B main fall back. You see the usage of that Neon utility in towards the A site. So that is basically Fnatic trying to go, okay, we're doing the same thing as last round. 30 seconds, it's the exact same time. We're throwing in that utility. Everybody rotates, but instead, they just check mid. 3 of them check mid together. They spot Boaster, and that's enough for them to know that, okay, there's still a B hit coming. Kayak, though, that now online, overdrive. Just send him in. See if this man can save them once again.
แล้วกดสวนเรียบร้อยครับ
But instead, it's the overdrive on the other side that has found the opener.
โดนเลย
It's a deadly blow, perhaps the death-dealing one up close here. An opportunity for Boaster, but he's being hunted down. And it's only Filu's ultimate that he deals with, leaving Boaster on 8 HP and a mass exodus of this A site now. As Navi fill in the gap, covering off that spawn cross, dealing damage as they look to move to the site where Chloric sits and remains. Still, they'll have to deal with Filu. Still, they'll have to deal with Ruxic. And all the while, damage being done. He's incredibly low. Although it is a 4v4, this is anything but even footing that Fnatic are fighting from. As they move into this site, Chloric still an unknown factor. And the first kill, it could be easy. The shock is decent. It's done some damage. He's just going to sacrifice himself. In fact, he survives.
ไปกันต่อว่ะ มีอันติด้วย ยังไงก็เปิดเป็นสุดท้ายเรียบร้อยครับ 4-2 ฮะ เดินแรงโดนฮีโร่เทพกลายเป็น 2-3 กลับมามีหวังนาวี
A couple of rounds he has won is the reason that they have
OT
in the first place. The problem though,
หรือเปล่า
holding them back at least for the moment, delaying
ใช่
that
อย่างนี้ไม่ได้
utility.
เนี่ย
And Hero once again saved them. He has a friend alongside him. Crashes is desperately low. A single bullet needed. But again, it comes down to Hero. Can he save the versus 2? No, he can't. It is again Seavoth. 3 kills for him in the round. The reason they are still in this map. And again, on Ascent.
โอ้ยขอบคุณการกล้วยนะมาตัดนัดนะครับ
At this point, Fnatic, they went missing.
เพราะว่าสแต็กยิงไม่โดนยังไงล่ะ
Just in time. What a set of
ไม่เอาสักบาทวันนี้สแต็ก
games so far.
น่าจะแตกกันแหละทัวร์
We're
เนี้ย
first map, but if this is anything, any indication of what's to come later on today, man, I'm all for it. We've chosen the right day to be a Valorant fan, that's for sure. For Navi, I do think that there's been those individual moments. There were those big plays that gave them the upper hand in that streak of rounds here on the attack side. Like, let's not forget, it was, what, 2 4Ks and a big play from Hero that gave them 3 in a row. That's not that the 4Ks were all Hero. I think one was Chloric.
โปรดเปลี่ยนแกออก
But that's something that they have been sort of graced by the ability to bring this to overtime. They've been lucky to get here.
Oh, he waited until he went back. He knew the safe spot and went for the spam. Clever stuff. Kayak in trouble. And actually, that's the second player that's gone as well, but Boaster was here.
โบเตอร์สุดไม่ไหว
How
ว่ะ
long can the IGL survive? The answer is not
เรีย
long.
บร้อยว่ะ
Bill. Navi fighting back. Massive advantage. Albion has already been spotted. Ruxic with another. Filu closes. They get another chance to close out their map choice. as they
Switching
sit
sides.
one in the lead.
Match point.
After being down as much as they were, 10-5 at one stage,
ใครฮาววัดเหรอ
they found everything they needed to be honest. I was sort of still thinking this map was gone in Fnatic's favor as the comeback was coming into play, but you're like, okay, well, at least in the next map, they can come in confident. They can realize that, you know, we almost had it. We were just too slow to start. Gave too much of an advantage to Fnatic. We couldn't fight back yet. Here they are in the lead with a chance to lock in overtime. Ruxick with a double. That's a real blow dealt to Fnatic, and they're not done just yet.
หรือเปล่า
Further
ได้
aggression as Hero doesn't just find one, but damage onto Crashies. Although that flash is giving away field. I've got to be careful, you would think, but Clork just swung out on mid. He just swung
เอาไป
wide,
เยอะพลาดจังหวะแรก
to take the fight, and for
ไม่
good
รู้ไม่
reason.
สู้
A
รอเพื่อน
double swing could close this out. Alpha is all alone,
หนึ่
trying
งหนึ่ง
to isolate the fights. Does well on the first. One more needed.
แต่เวลาเยอะครับ
But Clork slipped away.
เวลาเยอะ
A minute on the clock. Clork's the one that can play with it. The spike down. Alpha has to walk out to take it, and he spotted Clork as well. Clork's got the wrong read.
เฮ้ย
We got it completely wrong. He's looking the wrong
You copies
way.
are nothing.
Oh my goodness. It felt like that was it. It felt like it was over.
Switching
Holy
sides.
shit.
Alfie has managed to
Surely.
close that out, and I'll be honest with you. You spoke about them playing it together, a double swing that could close the game. They
เฮ้ย
didn't do it.
มันก็ไม่เร็วขนาดนั้น มัน
Yeah,
เร็ว
I have
ไป
no
ที่
idea
จะหัน
what was
น่ะ
going on there at the end. The 2v1, it is done. Like you
มันเร็วไป
already won the round, and the fact that Alphier
โอ้โห
is the guy
สมองไหลเลย
who's
ช็อต
on the
นี้
attack. He's got to go to get the
Yeah.
spike. He has to push you. Madness, and I think just getting on the same page there is so important. And it is also where these sort of issues tend to pop up, is when you go deep into a map like this, into an overtime. It's the small mistakes, but now that means NAVI, they don't get to close out this map. They get to go again, another overtime in just a few moments.
Yeah, I'll say the fact that their defensive strategy was just to almost turn this into a game of spike rush with everybody just battling mid. That's crazy. But I guess it was just let's try and throw a spanner in the
ยังไง
works.
ก็
So
ไม่
feeling
ต้องหัน
confident.
เพราะเวลา
Let's
โอ้
just
โห
get them on the
กว่า
aggression fight as a team, but it
วิ่งจาก
just let the
ช็อตการ์
fundamentals
เด้น
let
ไป
them down at
กลับ
the
ไป
end.
กลาง
That
นี่แม่ง
was it.
นานจัดอะ
Obviously,
ถ้าวิ่ง
we
ต้อง
are
ได้ยิน
in
เนี่ย
a
ก็ต้อง
pause
ชิป
right
อะ
now, so 13-13, but we will be getting back into the game right about now. So there you go. It's going to be an opportunity once more, an operator into the hands of Kayak, who I have to say has slowed down. I almost feel like I jinxed him, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And
เอา
all
ละ
Fnatic fans
There
out
you
there
go.
should
ตัดไป
be
ก่อนครับ
dropping
อาจจะ
Tomba as a message to let him know how you feel, but
But
luckily
unjinxing him
Kayak
just now,
has-
there you go.
yeah, I think Kayak did it. It took him a while to shake it off. I don't think you get to take credit for that, Tom. It was you only take credit for the bad parts. With the
Okay,
coach
that doesn't
experience
sound very
today.
fair, but you know, is what it is. 13-13, an advantage for Fnatic. Last attack round we saw from NAVI was again this more brute force in its nature. It's more direct setup. At least for now, there is an opening over towards this B side of the map. Leaves Crashies somewhat alone. Gonna go through the smoke. He's waiting on the edge of it, maybe expecting there to be some sort of flank, but at least for now, he's being respectful, and there we go.
So many numbers
ตัดตัวโรเทตลุย
from Fnatic towards this A site. They're pushing A main, but a little late. Oh my goodness, this fight in spawn is everything.
Oh, but yeah,
Alpha's
man,
got a
pop,
freebie
pop.
onto Ruxick. Seavoff with the spam
Nice.
drops Hero, and
Check
Nade
baby.
gonna stop that rotation through as
Come
well.
back out,
Clork
lane,
can't
tap.
take the stairs. They've got to go lane together.
แพทที่โฮอยู่หลังไซต์
Crashies should be
Bang.
ready and waiting for it. Indeed, he spotted them already. One player seen, 12 seconds. All they've got to do is run that clock
Oi.
down, but a flood together is just as good. That's not quite the shorty range, Seavoff, but it's the thought that
Dopa.
counts. 14-13, a map that Fnatic look destined to win.
Match point.
Now, once again, within their reach.
Yeah, it's one where I feel like the more direct approaches were really working well for the side of NAVI. And then this just felt like more back to those slower, segmented style of rounds where it's like, okay, you get picked off by the operator. Three
เฮ้ย
of
เมื่
you
อกี้
try and go
ไอโชลิก
in
เป็น
towards
วิป
the
ปะ
B
วะ
side, the others try
ใช่
and
ไหม
make a play
รี
through
เพย์อะ
mid, he gets caught, and then you're walking into a crossfire.
ที่เอาแล้วสูญเสีย
It was
ความ
what
มั่น
we
ใจแล้ว
faded
วันเนี้ย
in regulation, it
สุดแล้ว
still failed here. But it was those defensive sides from either side that worked out. Clearly a read towards B. 3 players set up with a trap. Flash ready, dart ready, and exit ready.
Well, Fnatic, understandably cautious. A minute 10 on the clock and movement towards this A site. They want to drag those rotates
I'm out of here.
from NAVI in the early round, but
Go, go, go.
Taken out.
there's still not much movement. Heroes keeping this control, especially still having a player in wine. So
Ow.
valuable, but not anymore.
โอ้ยเทพ
Rook's
ได้
just being deleted. Luckily, exit pulls back that advantage, shows the hand of the op in mid as well. Something to be cautious of, but Fnatic have already got boots on the ground towards this A site, and it will be, as we said, Hero who has to stand this test. Can activate that cage to hide inside and hide behind it. Instead, takes the fight in the open. It's a freebie to start, and the ops rotated into position. Cover from above, but exit. He's gone in. It's a crazy strategy, and it's not paid off. Gaiac
18 วิ
shuts
ระวัง
him down. We're into a 2v2. The
ไป
play
ต่อ
to
เลย
be
พอเท่านี้ครับ
secured as well by Fnatic. That play from exit, trying to be disruptive, but
Last player
Ow.
it may just have given Fnatic a chance to
โอ้แล้วเหลือ
close it,
โช
and
ลิ
then
ก
a 1v1. Filu just out in the open, isolated as Cloric's droning.
GG
It
เล
looks
ย
disconnected, and they will
เหลื
be
อโต้คิดเยอะ
disconnecting from the server. The map over 15 to 13, and Fnatic with a 1 map advantage going into their pick.
Yeah, it took them a bit of time to stabilize, but I think especially towards the end, it was Navi who once again
ไม่ไหว
became
แบบ
a
นี้ไม่
little
ไหว
bit more disjointed. Like I think Exit diving in at the end, you then had Filu going in alone, and then Cloric. It was not what we wanted to see from Navi, but for Fnatic to weather the storm, I think is going to be important. Of course, this is the first of 2 games they need to win in the lower bracket to make that qualification. But through all of that, even though maybe after the first half we expected that to be a little bit cleaner, they've won their opponent's map choice. I think that's the biggest thing. They are now in the lead going into Split.
Yes, and the lead going into Split, Fnatic's map pick, and that will be coming up next. But before that, we're going to throw this off to a break. Thank you.
Pineapple.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. I got spike. Ugh. Spike down mid.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular
ไม่คิดว่า
posture
NAVI
for
มันจะ
12 hours a day.
ออกมาภาพนี้เลย
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
นี่บุกไป 5 แพ้เฉย เฮ้ยมีใครรู้บ้างว่าเขาจะไปใช้อะไรกันแทนทิปมีครับผม มีพอรู้บ้างไหม Easy Donate เหรอ อาร์เซนอล1-0เฮ้ยแต่อาร์เซนอลนี่โหตัวสำรองแม่งโคตรเดือดอะไม่แปลกที่แบบได้แชมป์พรีเมียร์ลีกอะดูดิเอเซ่มาติเนลลี่ทิมเบอร์เยลเคเลสมาดูเอเก้คาราฟิโอลี่ซูบีเมนดี้นี่ดูสำรองอะนี่คือแม่งได้อีกทีมหนึ่งเลยอะตึงเลยอะสควอตทีมแม่งเดือด เหมือนเป๊ป2-3ปีก่อนที่สำรองมันจัดตบทีมกลางตารางเล่นสปายถึงเวลาแล้วแมนยูแม่งเสริมต้องหลายตัวมีชื่อมาแล้ว1เสริมอีกจริงนะทีมจะลุ้นแชมป์แม่งต้องแบบต้องมีทีม2 ชุดจริงๆอ่ะไม่งั้นแม่งไม่ไหว น่าดูน้องจ๋าน่าดูอยู่แล้วเพราะมันรวมทีมตึงๆมาน่าดูอยู่แล้วมันอยู่ว่าต้องกองกลางเพิ่ม2 คนเลยแทนคาเซกับสำรองบูโน่สำรองบูโน่นี่ใครได้บ้างวะแม่งยากว่ะมันมีอยู่คนหนึ่งนิโก้ปาสที่อยู่โฮโมอ่ะกำลังฮอตเลยตอนเนี้ยหน้ามาแทนถ้าแบบอีกฤดูกาล2 ฤดูกาลถ้าบูโน่ไปอะนะ
Casey, he was utterly fantastic.
อืม
Yeah, indeed. And
Madrid
speaking of
มี
split,
ไอ้
you
นี่อ
know,
ยู่
on the other
สัญญา
side,
ซื้อกลับอยู่
in terms of players that we've seen shine before, I don't think we've seen
เมาส์ไม่เมาส์เล่น
much of a
พอมาระ
drop
บบ
off really when it comes to
หลังสี่
Seaboff's
เล่นไม่ดีดิ
performance on a
เมา
Viper
ส์อ่ะ
on this map. We know that Kaya can deliver, and although there were a couple rounds sort of in the middle of that map where he went a little bit quiet, Tom, you put a spell on him, but after that, he showed back up, and we know that he's going to be a key part on that Neon, especially in, as you were saying earlier, for the people at home.
BBL
You're playing
น่าจะ
ranked
ตก
right now.
ใช่
You're
เหยียบ
thinking,
BBL น่า
great,
ตก
the
2-0 เลยเหรอ
Neon much easier to deal with. The
ทำไมถึงคิดว่า
shotgun's
BBL น่า
not
ตก
as
2-0
strong. That's not the case here. We're running on the old patch, just a new pool. And that does obviously give
เพราะว่า
Kaya
ฟุตเจอ
quite a
เจนเม
bit
ดยำมาหร
to
อก
play with in terms of this like one last hurrah on the Neon of old. So I'm expecting a lot from Fnatic in terms of their ability to run away with this
พี่
and
ว่า
bring
แพท
us to a
นี้
2-0.
พี่ยังม
But
อง
I
เป็น
don't agree with you. I don't think this is anywhere near
ฟุตอยู่นะ
over at this point. Like Navi, they
พอ
were
ตั้
in
งแต่
for a
ตั้ง
real
แต่ไม่มี
chance.
โย
And I
รู
would say
BBL ก็
that
เป็นทีมที่แบบ
similar to what you
ไม่ได้
said,
น่า
Tom,
กลัว
like
แล้ว
they
เฉย
lost
ๆแล้ว
that
อะ
map themselves. They made the mistakes that led to them falling out of grace with the scoreline and look, those are things that I will say are kind of easy to fix, at least, right? Like you, very simple to
ฟุตหรือ
drill
เปล่า
down
ฟุต
those
เก็บแผนมาเจอ
fundamentals of
BBL
playing
หรือเปล่า
together in the clutches and
อ่า
not
จ
giving
ริง
advantages away. So
จริง
hopefully we
ไม่
do see them
ไม่ต้อ
course
งเก็บ
correct.
ขนาดนั้นครับผม เพราะ
It
ว่า
was sad to see. I think there was a lot of
คนละ
really
แพท
really
กันครับ
nice
ฟุตสามารถ
foundation
เอาแผน
laying, but
เก่า
they
มา
just
เจอ
couldn't get the
BBL
walls
ได้
up.
ครับผม
Yeah, I think my only worry
แต่
for
อาจจะไม่ได้แน่น
Navi
เพราะว่า
going
ตอนนี้มัน
forward
ค
is
ง
the
ซ้อม
fact
แพท
that
ใหม่ไปแล้ว
I
อะ
think
ไม่ได้
that
ซ้อม
third map
ไม่ได้ซ้อม
still
แพ
in
ท
my
เก่า
mind sits quite heavily
แพท
towards
เก่าก็
Fnatic,
คือเล่น
so
แบบ
they've kind of lost
เล่น
the
เหมือนเดิม
ability
อะ
to 2-0 this series. They
เล่น
really
เหมือน
did
ก่อน
have it
ที่
within
จะ
their
เริ่ม
grasp
ซ้อม
to do so.
เมตาไม่มีนีออ
I
น
think they're definitely going to have to make more of a statement on this second map. And I'm also interested to see if Fnatic keep running the same comp they run earlier in the qualifiers versus BBL, because they put Althea onto the Waylay. They played great, but he individually didn't play great. And sometimes that means you might see a change, because I
แบบ
know
สอง
that
ครับ
Althea, he's not a man who likes to be near the bottom of the board, but I'm
แบ
sure
บ
he'll
สอง
be
นา
willing
วี
to
ครับผม
sacrifice for the team. But I think what that does mean is it gives Kayak a lot of space. Like when you have that
เฮ้ยแบบ
Waylay
สองเลยนะ
diving in, like getting past a
เฮ้
lot
ย
of the
เอโรติก
utility,
เอโร
and
ติก
then the Neon can follow
ส
up.
ปีดเอโรติกเลย
It kind of makes things that little bit more scary. And I think on the other side of things, a little bit more standardized, I guess. Having that raise in play was something they were doing quite regularly. And there you go. He has stuck to going with that Waylay. So I think especially, well, actually on either side, but on the attack, I want to see the synergy of Althea and Kayak. But on the defense,
เอาพอเยอะ
it's
จับ
gonna
ด้
give
วยลิศ
Althea so much room
รู้ใช่ไหมว่าจะเกิดอะไร
to be
ขึ้น
aggressive. And that's something he does on everything. So if he has a kit that helps him, that's worrying.
And the Sky versus the
รอบสอง
Fade
full center ทีม
initiation.
ไหน
And
จะเข้าทาง
Fnatic
กับ
bringing
full center
crashes in on the Sky. Cloric on the Fade for Navi. This is, unless I'm mistaken, exactly as we expected. They're running the comps they played
เจอ
last
ทีม
time
ที่มันเล่น
around.
ช้า
And it does mean that we get this
แบบ
slightly different
อย่าเจอ
interpretation
แบบ
of the double
อะไร
dive
เงี้ย
meta, where
มันเหนื่อย
on Fnatic side, we've seen the success that although Alpha individually, I agree, didn't thrive, you have Kayak
ให้เจอ
alongside him
พว
to
ก
pick up a lot of the slack there.
LG
or rather, to
DRG
trade out when
แต่พวกนี้
Alpha
มันชนะ
lays
มา
his
ดิ
life down for the team.
ชนะจะ
And
เจอ
then
ชนะ
Crash's initiation as well, like you're playing through those walls, whether it be the Neon wall, whether it be
Oh.
Seavoff's wall, whether it be Boaster's smokes, the flashes out are so dangerous to deal with. Whereas on the other side, you have that double dive.
ชนะปุ๊บไปเจอเลวันทานแล้วกัน
And I
ถึง
think
จะเข้าทาง
for me,
น่าจะดูนิ่มสุดละ
obviously the waylay was undeniable in the previous meta. There was no way to run a comp
แบ
that
บแรก
wasn't
เอ็นมันติดชนะครั
waylay
บ
neon essentially without kind of trolling. But in
คิด
this
ว่า
state,
น่าจะเจอ
I'm
เล
not
วันทานครับ
necessarily saying I prefer the
คิดว่า
Rays,
น่าจะเจอ
but
เล
I
วัน
think
ทาน
that we've seen Waylay have such a fall off that it's hard
저
to
위도.
use her right for most players that still pick her up, and the Rays is
ค่อยน่า
a
เจ
bit
อว่ะ
more plug and play.
ตอนนี้วิทย์แม่งน่ากลัว
So
จัดอะ
I'm curious to see how Fnatic are going to make use of this.
Yeah, I think for me, the ceiling on
วิ
Waylay
ทย์ถ้าใคร
right
ดู
now is
ช่วง
high.
แรกๆเราแบบ
Like,
ไม่ได้
if you-
ตามช่วงหลังๆของอีมีนะ
if you're
จะ
able to
จะมอง
get Waylay
จะมอง
working
โบวิท
well,
ย์
like, I
แต่
think
ถ้า
it's
ตาม
like
ตลอด
Dominus
รู้เลยว่าตอนนี้วิทย์แม่งแบบ
advancement on the jet dive, like you can take so much space,
แม่งไม่ใช่วิทย์ที่
defensively,
ต
I
ล
think
กแล้ว
it
อ่ะ
gives you
ไม่ใช่
so
วิทย์ที่
much
ทุกคนเคย
in
หา
terms of what you
ตอนเนี้ย
can do with it. So it really comes down to the player. I'll also throw into the mix as well. I've never really liked Filu's Rays.
ไอ้ไซโยนาระมันตื่นแล้วเดี๋ยว
That's the other problem. Is like I would say if we're comparing the agents on a level playing field, I'd definitely agree that like I think on a more standardized sort of setup, the Rays can have more impact. The problem is I don't think Filu's Rays has ever been particularly good. So I think that's going to need to change if this is going to work for them.
And to be honest, if you were to ask me, do I want to? Well, actually, never mind. There's a bit of a crunch happening in mid here for Fnatic. Oh my goodness! An attempt to really take the pace up there for Navi right away towards that top mid position.
Kaya
But
na
they are
tempo
shut down at least to
pamandil ka
start
na.
with exit out of the round. Presence taken towards A to try to make up for that.
แบบทีมเวิร์ก
Boast is
จ๋า
going
ๆ
to
เลย
make it difficult for any ground to be taken without a heavy price to be paid. Although on the side, a little bit shaky. The hero's being dealt with.
Oh, Clark wants a plant. I don't think there is any world that he can win this round, even though we've seen him
เมนทัลบูมนี่ยังไง
pull
เมนทัลบูม
magic out of nowhere. He's just going to try and farm up orbs. Take the one over on the B
ตื่น
side.
จริง
look
ตื่น
to
จริง
get the
ไม่ละเมอ
farm
ครับผ
on
ม
the same side of the
ตัวเลข
map,
มันฟ้องอยู่
and then probably lose the
จาก
one
ผู้เล่นไม่เอาอะไรเลย
before
กลายเป็น
the
ที่
first
2 ของลีกอะ
game.
ลองมาดูดิ
It's an impossible task, but he's making the best
ยาก
of a
นะ
bad
ผม
situation.
ไซโยอะอยู่ที่
Really
2 นะ
comes
ตอนเนี้ย
down to how many additional kills can he get? He's already been spotted out by crashes as well, so
Oi.
it's not going to make it any easier. That's a nice
Right.
shot though. One and done. An extra, what, 4 orbs grabbed in a scenario that was impossible? I think you take that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big win, all in all. But a pistol round for Fnatic under their belt. And Tom, actually, this is a good moment to
2-0
touch base on expectations for this half. As far as Fnatic on the defense, or maybe we'll go the other way for the team that's a map down. For Navi on the attack,
โดนหนักๆก็
where's the goal?
ก็ได้อยู่
What is the line in
เป็นไป
the
ได้
sand that they have to get past?
It's like the last couple of times
หลาย
they
ทีมอะ
played it, it has been their better half, like 9-3 attack versus KC. But then they closed out the defense 4-0, and then an 8-4 versus Liquid. So I think they're definitely going to want to be winning the half, especially considering they're a map down. I don't think... let's put it this way. So far over the last few months, Fnatic haven't lost an attack side. They have always been 7 or more. So I think that a half win is a minimum for Navi here.
Well, a second round would certainly help out with accomplishing that goal. Damage done to Kayak already. It's
อุ้ย
looking
What?
dangerous. Boaster's alone with a
อื้อหือ
shot. And 2
เอาดี
bodies around him. All
What, hey?
right, nicely done. Advantage
นี่ไง
now to Fnatic. And, well, I maybe could have done without that extra peek because although the heal will go
Who's
into
feeling
Kayak, he's got
บอสบอกโท
no
ษที
shields to play
ของ
with.
กำลัง
And
มา
now the Eco has an opportunity to pick things back up.
ไม่น่าเลยอันนี้
Can't stop a man when he's feeling it. That's something I've learned in Valorant.
He was
Like,
feeling it.
sometimes,
ตอนนี้
It was a
NRG
shot to
ไม่
the
น่าเจอครับ
face. A bullet.
NRG ตัวนี้ไม่น่าเจอบอกเลย
Yeah, but you know, he traded 2 for 1. So if they lose this round, it's someone else's fault.
That's fair. That is fair.
That is the rules of ranked. This is slightly more important than that, but you know, they're going to find themselves a very open A site if they continue in this direction. It seems like Fnatic have fully gambled in that this will wrap
30
back
seconds left.
around to be. The problem though is timing. Like, look how diligent their opponents are having to be. Like, they are worried that, okay, someone could have even gone all the way down into the sewers. They could be so far forward that we have to be very careful, and instead, all the time they've spent allows them into the site.
Last player standing.
Perfectly timed
Spike
from the
down
remaining
A.
Fnatic players, and while Alfia is just waiting to see if Hero
I think
even
that's
attempts this plant, and Crashies is going to close out the round. It's not clean, it's not the prettiest, but the last few players of
ให้
Fnatic do an
Fnatic
excellent
ครับ
job.
Yeah,
But they-
I mean, they get there in the end. Agreed. They stabilize, but this was a costly round. No, I mean, I know Boaster played with a sheriff, but you don't even want it to come anywhere near that close. And in terms of, let's take a look. Yeah, okay, they're still decently healthy. I mean, this is a very solid round 2 buy considering what we just saw, and one player's the price you pay. One guy having to go down to 700 credits, that's fine. So yeah, it's not as bad as it could have been. I think Fnatic wise with their investments, and Boaster making a lot of use of that sheriff. That was the real danger. That is not the ideal start. Seavoff ripped out of the round right away.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like Ruxic has gone to the Angel school of playing mid, and it's just dry walk up and try and kill someone. Now he hasn't got vents yet, so he
ฟูด
hasn't
เซนฟูด
completed
คิดว่า
his
ฟูดเซน
training.
2-1 ครับ
He hasn't yet become the
ปล่อยชิ
master
ล
of how to play mid, but that is the goal. He has players behind him, but it is very much just
I'm out of here.
contact and try and take the fight. And while there's a question on the Fnatic side of, do we now risk this ourselves? I think they're going to find out very quickly that might not be worth it.
A rotation coming in from Kayak to the B site. Spike's not going to go solo B main, surely, but even 2 going that way is a risk. Boaster has a chance to cut this push
Go, go, go.
into 2.
30 seconds left.
And he's being spotted. Okay, well, they know he's in main now. A lot of trouble. Even the Prowlers managed to land onto him. Boaster should be dead to rights, but he wraps back around onto the site. The trade good onto Filu. Instead of dealing with the player's main, they look elsewhere, but a walk out up top here. Very dangerous as Ruxic gets a freebie. And they found the site now. A plant even and dodge the final shots of Alfier. Big round from Ruxic. That slow play up into heaven has just got them the round.
นับไวด้วย
Yeah, I'll say that normally when Angel did it, he didn't come out with 3 kills. That's all I'll say in response. A good round from Ruxic. And I'll say he had a decent map in the last, but he didn't have a Ruxic map in the last. Like, this guy consistently, I think he was the highest rated player in stage 1 without making it out of groups. So which kind of tells you that they weren't winning games, but he was still performing. This guy's skill ceiling is genuinely the ceiling of best player in the league. Like, that's how good Ruxic can be on any given day. It continues with rounds like that. I'm sure Fnatic is going to be very well. Of course, now they come in with a buy, and well, this time Seavor's got a new angle. It is only going to be traded out, which honestly getting rid of Viper early is not too bad. Ruxic continues his push forward. This man, he smells the blood in the water, and he is going for it.
It looked like he was trying to hit a Kamehameha. He went up and just immediately pulled his paranoia out. I think Ruxic's lucky to be alive. Because now they move towards...
He didn't expect the second player. That's what it was.
Yeah. It just looked funny. But on the site now, Kayak and Crashies. A late rotation from Alpha who's got to be super careful. They've given up heaven for a long time. And he knew someone could be there. Nice shot. But Hero, perhaps closer than expected. The problem is he's in a position where he has to get so much done. Having already lost so many players,
หวานเจี๊ยบ
this is going to have to be the backstab of dreams. And the spike up in heaven, 35 seconds.
แต่
They still
แต่มี
have
คนเล็งอยู่
options.
โอ้โหเยอะรู้ทัน
But now, not so much.
เชี่ย
Alfie, I
30
think
seconds
something
left.
must have clicked. He just turns around back to holding.
แล้วเหรียญ
And
นี้
then
ยังไง
Boast
ก็ไม่
has
เช็ค
got them locked in. They have had everything read in this round. Very well played by Fnatic on their movement, their rotations to make sure that that was an impossibility. Also just for Alfie for hitting nutty shots. Like that was the other thing I wanted to bring up is like, sure, last time he played the map, he didn't have a great game. You really would have to be gambling if you think that would happen twice. And that's probably the scariest thing about this is like, if they were able to win, I think it was 13-6 with Alpha going even. Imagine what the scoreline could be if he has like, I don't know, a 70% Alpha year game.
That's what you have to understand about Valorant in general, but also professional Valorant. A lot of it is about mitigating risk, or minimizing it more so.
วาร์ปพลาดครับ
Nice work from Crashies to get out of there, but he's under pressure. And Exit's not letting him away with it. That advantage still sits towards NAVI. What I was going to say is it's often hard to mitigate risk when Alfier is on the other side because minimal as you make it, he's still going to take those 1% plays, but this time should be too much to ask. Filu's in a completely different spot, much further back, and they still clear him.
Sivov has done well in this round. He's left the player low. He's clearing that close angle as well, although Hero, I think, will be able to survive in the corner. And because of that, it's not cleared properly. Maybe expecting somebody to be that little bit more aggressive once being hit by the snake bite, but Hero just goes, okay, if there's a gap, I'm going to take it. His teammates do well on the site, and although they got a little bit dangerous with Filu being cleared, making sure that they can get out together. It will be a second round onto the board for NAVI. As said, for both of these sides, this attack half is expected to be a victory. Not necessarily guaranteed, of course. Well, we'll see what sort of response Fnatic have. They do have a decent amount of ults already being built up going into round number 6.
And you can definitely see moments where they could be used for early aggression on Kayak. And of course, the Vipers pit the lockdown mid we see so very often.
One enemy remaining.
And we might see it again. I see Viper sitting up in heaven, but there's backup here as well. Early plan to pressure for mid, see if anything's here.
Concealment.
Indeed, no pit to go down at all. A lot of teams put it in very early on, especially in important rounds, but mid is still left open, and it looks like late NAVI are going to go take that space, at least fight for it.
Snake bite. Evov has been pressured out in a couple of these rounds. Some of his more aggressive positions not working out. So in the last, we saw him mainly just look to claim heaven. But this has taken a while for them to claim this middle control. Almost a minute on the clock gone. He's still with not too much ground to play with. The rotation through the spawn to bolster up this B site from Sivov. The read from Fnatic is the right one, as all of NAVI looks set to hit B.
Right into the waiting
30
arms of
seconds left.
Kayak at least to start. He will not land the shot though. Now the pressure on. Stun good from Exit. Now goes Sivov, slide in for Boaster, and the B site wide open for business. It's Fnatic. Will be denied any service in this round. Barely a lick of damage done to NAVI, and a clean third on the board.
Yeah, you can already see just in comparison to Ascent. I feel like Ascent for like an entry frag and duelist can be incredibly difficult. I think also
เกมแม่งคนรอเป้าถ้าโดนเช็คนี่ยังไงก็
a lot of the time just taking these individual dry fights like we used to see on Ascent from Jet. Obviously in that case you normally didn't have a secondary duelist, but it just looks like the flow of his game on this map is a lot more comfortable, a lot more tight angles that he can slide into and give himself an advantage, even just playing off the contact of some of the utility as well. And yeah, like the fact that he just walks in and domes 2 players, that's going to make your life a hell of a lot easier if you are NAVI or a NAVI fan. We'll even up the scoreline 3-3.
CS ถ้าเป็นก่อน CS 2 คนเราเป้าแม่งได้เปรียบ ได้เปรียบแต่ตอนนี้ CS 2 ก็เหมือนวาโลซับติ๊กก็เหมือนกันเลย
But even then, it came down to a shot. A little too close for comfort. But this has been great from Exit. Like you said, it definitely looking a lot more confident and comfortable when it comes to those early fights, to finding the space. That duel onto Kayak was clean, and how quickly he pounces on Boaster afterwards. It is a 3-3 scoreline. It was a pistol round for Fnatic, so when it comes to rifle rounds, when it comes to the real rounds, that's where NAVI have looked like the better squad, and now they've detected Alpha up close, but they don't know what weapon he has in his hands. Now they do. The AWP is heard, and it's time to pick up the pace. You've pushed him back. Now the pressure's got to keep on, but that means risks
โอ้ยเหลือ
and
9
opportunities for Crashies to punish as he finds one,
Oi.
gets out, tanks the showstopper.
Oh, T-Wop.
But hold on! They're not done yet. Hero and Philo have
รัวเลย
given
ช็อต
this
นี้
team a chance.
3-3
Keep off a little bit ahead of everyone else. Even still, Alfia was able to get the
อยู่
trade.
นี้จาก CT หมดเลย
Of course, an operator here is not really ideal, but I think they've given it to Crashies. He's low on health, so I guess that gives him something. The double duelist can look to entry as they will in the second half. A corner spot is
enemy
cleared.
remaining.
A second player removed as well, and that leaves just one. At one
Last
in the
player
corner.
standing.
It's Hero, and he's dealt with 2 already. This is the damage.
Oh!
An operator, it does not matter. Headshot landed, and this is why Hero has been a devastating force for quite some time.
พลสเปนมันติดด้วย
There's a reason that you just can't count the kid out.
นาวีต้องบุก
It's
เข้าไปถึงจะยิ้ม
unbelievable to watch him hit like flow
5 ก็
state.
ยิ้มแล้วครับผม
Certainly not the first time, and I hope it won't be the last.
5เอาเฉยๆแล้วกัน6แล้วกัน6
There's a player to remember. He did great work to start by catching
แบบ
Seavoff
นี้บาง
like
ทีมันบุก
that,
กันเย
but
อะ 6 ดีกว่า
there comes a point where this round looks utterly lost, and the blink of an eye turns it around. 4-3 we go. NAVI now in a powerful position, still facing off against a lot of ultimates from the defensive side, but
ตัดเลยเหรอ
starting to wear them down a bit. A Bulldog firing on sight, and a Judge as well, but the first blood, the second as well, goes to Fnatic. A third on offer. Exit. Oh, he's dead to rights. Yeah, he's
Look,
walked
man,
straight
hey,
into
people
Kayak,
keep
completely
thinking,
unaware.
Six still standing, he's been seen.
อุ้ย
That's one player known, but the second wasn't. Boric has been able to hold the line, and well, it felt like maybe they were going to try and retreat to the A site, but instead it's just a bait. It is just they're trying to play with their opponents. Alfia sat in this corner, this battle. The deciding
enemy
factor, and he
remaining.
doesn't even know that he's there. The steps almost baited him. Now left on to Cloric. Maybe not the time to inspect some of the utility,
That's a dumb way
but
to
instead
die.
it will be Alfia to close. He is having a very good game thus far, and it's definitely one of the reasons that they're now level.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hardly a surprise to anybody if you say that Alfia has been having a good game or a good series, which is true in this case.
One enemy.
A player whose ceiling we've seen many a time, but I think the surprise, or I guess the positive note to that is that it's on the waylay, as we said, somewhere that hasn't looked massively comfortable, and at least to start here in the defense, the numbers are up. I do think the attack might be a little bit of a
ใครมัน
different
ไปแอบก
story,
ดนะ
but
พี่โบ๊ทวะ
we'll see how that goes when we get there. For now, an immediate attempt from Fnatic to play aggressive on B main. They push mid, they push B, see nothing. They know now that it's an A site hit, but that info is given away anyways. It's a full blitz from NAVI. They're loud about their plan. They found themselves a plan. Filu. That is risky as hell. And with the ult coming through now, he's going to be in big trouble. Oh! He's got one! He's still alive as well. He might even get out. Yes, he does. Okay, well, that man should have been punished,
Spike
but
planted.
I've just seen a miracle.
no picture เลย
Yeah, they had to react so quickly to the dive through off the back of the ult, but that's exactly what he did. A nice shot from Filu. Cover then held by Ruxic, and what do you do at this point? You're fighting into a Viper's pit with 4 players on the other side. I think all Alfia can really hope for is an exit or 2, and that's what he's waiting for. The question will be, does anybody check towards screens? Because if they do, which is what Filu is doing right now, I feel like that might be the moment to try and go the other way, but no. They were just worried about being backstabbed. Now they've got to check their front, and wow. It is one player checking, the other player jumping, but they do eventually trade out Alfia. A couple of guns lost at the end, but I think NAVI are much more content just with having the lead.
Yeah, all's well that ends well, really, for them. 5 rounds on the board. The lead is theirs. Individuals showing up, and again, you said, Tom, that the goalpost here has to be for victory in this first half for NAVI. As close as it's been, they're certainly setting themselves on that path. For Filu, I really don't know how he got away with that. The fact that he's up close, gives himself away, gets hit by a convergence path, manages to land that first shot. It was a godsend for this squad. The 6th round now is what NAVI are looking for. Viper's pick gonna have to be fought through, but they're already behind it. Exit ran through A, took vents, and then stabs them in the back through the Viper's pit. A nasty play that now makes this so uncomfortable for the defense to hold.
กลางไปพี่แล้วโดนงี้โคตร
Just
เซ็ง
look
อ่ะ
at all the ground they've got so much positioning, but there was one thing left on that A side of the map, and that was Crashies. I thought that they were screwed, like with just how much control it seemed like NAVI already had with some deep positioning. Now exit spot definitely doesn't hold as much value. Sure, he can lock Seavoff into a bit of an awkward position, but then the wraparound from Alpha. This Fnatic squad have not just been sitting pretty. This fight is integral, and he gets away. Make sure he doesn't give the fight back over to Filu, and in the meantime, his teammates are re-encroaching on the site. You now have a player back site, you have a player in screens, and you can't go back through mid. They need to clear one of the angles, and they have not cleared Boaster.
30 seconds left. Blasting them.
Smoke's going up to, oh, it's a stun, even forcing exit down to the site. And backup was on its way, but Boaster didn't need it. 5 on the board now for Fnatic, and I agree with you there, Tom. That looked like a round that was, if not lost, under serious jeopardy. I'm amazed by how much space Exit was able to get right off rip, that Fnatic left that open. And then he was able to find that pick through the pit with the judge, but yeah, it really turns on its head right after.
ใครมีเซตติ้งจอโหลดพี่บ้างไหม
Yeah,
ครับ
no, Crashies
ทำตามคลิป
did
ไหน
incredibly
บ้างไหมครั
well.
บ
Like he's been having a quieter
พี่
game
ปรับ
so far,
อัน
but
2 เป็น
that was such
1960
a
นะ
high impact
น้อง
round from
กี
him,
รายุท
being
ธ์
able to
โล
hold
หมด
on
เลยครับ
to A heaven. If not, the site's gone. I
4 ต่อ
think
3 อะ
Boaster was rotating him with a shotgun
ง่าย
at
ๆเลย
that point. Exit though, he's looking to try and go again. A different route to vents, and well, he's met with Seavoff this time. He has lost that battle. A continuation of this fight. They want to kill this man more than anything else, and in the meantime, they are losing everything for it. They are hunting a Viper, and instead they found the Fangs.
Or more so, the Fangs have found them. And this is looking guaranteed to be a 6th. Chloric making his way up into heaven. Filu by his side. But as soon as Alpha sees him, space behind them is going to close in. Alpha has a free get out of jail card as well. And with 45 seconds, I mean, they've got time to play with, but the problem is, as I said, the second you're spotted, the rest of the team is on its way. Now you're split up, and, well, they may have stood united, but they certainly fall divided. 6-5 for Fnatic.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
for
see
you,
a lot
Billy,
of the
no,
game
can't
plan,
tell.
even in low buy rounds, is to put some like serious pressure onto Seavoff. And although there's been 1 or 2 rounds, I think early on, where they picked him off with relative ease, I think he's adapted his game very well to just make it a lot more uncomfortable for the NAVI players. 6-5. As I said, I think we're yet to see, they're going all the way back to week 2 of EMEA, a defeat on the attack side of this map for Fnatic. So a half, but a half lead would definitely put them in the driver's seat here.
With already a map to the good, it would be danger for NAVI to allow that to happen. 6-6, the best case scenario for this attack. And it will be the A site where everything's decided for now. At least Seavoff vulnerable. He's got protection. And the stun goes in, the snake bite after. Okay, the backup has certainly helped out. Some damage, chip damage through the wall. Seavoff caught by the stun, but makes it out. Good movement, and Kayak's there to support. Crashies has found one as well, and this now starts to become dangerous. No heaven control for this attacking squad, and the plant is for heaven. They'll need to fight for space. They can't afford to sit back and allow themselves to be flooded. Still a cosmic divide to work with as well. Keeping heaven alone will not be worth it. This means they're spread out, and again they will fall one by one, at least to start with Ruxic.
They've been hunting Seavoff all game, but is still causing them issues
One
throughout
enemy
it.
remaining.
Althea first in, and there's only one man standing, stuck in the corner, a clutch for the ages, and it will not be happening. A lead at the half guaranteed in a close back and forth
Team Ace.
between the two once again. It seems like overtime is not impossible going into that second half, but at the same
Switching
time,
sides.
I think Fnatic will be very happy going in with the lead.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely not out of the question to see Navi bounce back into this one, but it did just become an even more difficult task for them. A map down, and now a defeat in the first half. The second, well, Tom, you said that, you know, they needed to win this first one. So the gradient certainly steepening as this goes on. Is there any silver lining to look to for the next half?
I would say that the last time they played versus KC, they didn't play many rounds, but they didn't lose any rounds on the defense. So, you know, there's always a silver lining. A lot of the time when you dominantly win an attack side, it means that you don't have to play many defensive rounds. So I think Na'Vi will still be comfortable. But yeah, definitely probably not going to be the happiest with this first half. Luckily, after this break, there's a second half coming.
อาร์เซนอลอุดเหรอเขาบอก11 คนใน
And
กรอบเขต
welcome
โท
back,
ษ
folks. 7-5. Fnatic in the lead in maps and in this map. A chance to close this out now and set themselves up just one BO5 away from locking in EWC. They took
รอปารีสยิง
Navi's
เข้า
map
1-1
pick,
อ่ะสนุกแน่
and now it's their choice. And they're
right back.
attacking half, Tom. Things
Wee.
certainly looking good for Fnatic, and that's just made things a little bit better.
Yeah, it's about as bad of a start to the first 10 seconds of a round as you can get. Just
อยากไปเย
your
อะนี่แม่ง
duelist being domed.
วิธีฝึกเอมไหม
Big
ครับ
dome
ทำรู
by
ทีนเลย
Althea. He really has been having a
Bot
good
hard.
game so far in the Waylay. You said it. It
วัน
can
ละ
be very
กี่
difficult,
นาที
especially going onto
กำ
this
หนดไว้เลย
attack
ครับ
to have that same sort of impact. A lot of the
แล้ว
time
ก็
you
เล่นเด
are
ทแมป
sacrificial lamb.
วันละกี่รอบอะไรเงี้ย ไหวเท่าไหร่อะไรเงี้ย ลอง
He's still
ลอง
good
ดู
enough
ว่าแบบ
that
เรามีเวลา
sometimes he
ฝึก
will
ให้
get
กับวา
those
โล
openers
ฝึกกดนะ
and
วันละ
you're
กี่ชั่วโมง
sacrificing yourself on a lot of cases
วันละชั่วโมง
to
หรือ
give
วันละ
Kayak
2 ชั่วโม
more
งอะไรเงี้ย
opportunities, which we already saw in the last map. A lot of the time he doesn't need help with that. The read is looking good though. The A
ถ้าให้
side
แนะ
is
นำก็
left with
บอท
just
ฮาร์ด
one player
ครึ่ง
within
ชั่วโมง
it.
แล้วก็ได้แมตช์ให้ได้สักวันละ
One player is going to have to
6-7 เก
do
ม
a
อะ
lot in this
ตั้งใจ
pistol,
เล่น
it
อะ
seems.
ทำติดกันสัก2 อาทิตย์อะ
The neon lurk for the quick rotations as
Blue.
well has kept people in position on this B
ของนี้ต้องมี
site.
พัชชั่นด้วยครับ
Really
ถ้าทำได้ก็
nicely
ยังไง
done
ก็
by
ยัง
Fnatic.
ไงก็
And
ดี
now
30 seconds left.
all the forms filled out. Dot the I's, cross the T's, and it's plain sailing with a plan for heaven as well. Or no. Or yes. A plan for heaven
ฟูล
coming
สเตจ
into
ยังทำได้
play.
อยู่ครับ
Spike
Decently
planted.
แอสลิ
open.
ยังทำได้อยู่แต่ว่า
That space has
ใน
to
แข่ง
be
แค่
held
แบน
up
เฉยแต่เรา
top.
เล่นที่บ้านทำได้อยู่
Two kills come in. Now Crash is in danger. Good flash. No follow-up, though. They needed the kill. Ruxic, the one to find it. Navi now in a 4 versus 2. The tables have
เอมบอท
turned
ก็
so
จ่ายตังค์อย่างเดียว
quickly.
ครับผม
That plant is for heaven. Kayak look to take control,
เพื่อ
but
จะ
they'll
ทำ
fight
จาก
ramp
ที่เรา
instead.
ทำ
Well,
ไหม
fight is a
ทำนะ
generous term.
Out of charge.
แต่ยังไม่มีเวลาเลยเนี่ย
It would need to be an attempt to try and run through, and while
คนตัดคลิปพี่ให้
as
เขา
I
ตัด
said,
งานอยู่
I
อะ
think Clark would have to do a lot, but a lot of what he did was
ว่า
just
จะ
make
ทำวัน
sure
ที่
they
1 ทัน
didn't
หรือเปล่าวะอาจ
get
จะ
to
ทำวัน
take
ที่
a
1
lot
ไม่
of
เสร็จเลย
ground, evening up the sort of scoreline as well in terms of that head-to-head, and yeah, very well played by him and the rest
เซ
of
ตใหม่
Navi,
พี่
an
ว่าครับสำหรับผม
all-important pistol.
มันดีนะแต่ราคาแรงมาก
And I guess
ควร
the
รา
thing
คา
to take away from this
1775
is no matter what the sort
คิด
of
ว่าควรมี
circumstances,
เซต
the
นี้ถ้า
half
ไม่ซื้อ
or
น่า
how
จะ
the
พลาด
game's been played so far,
เหมือน
it
ตอน
just
รี
feels
คอน
like this game is going to be close all the way through.
รีคอนพี่ซื้อยังไงทำ
Well,
ไม
yeah,
มี
and it has been. It
The
really has
Phantom.
been. Like, there is no streak
มี
allowed.
แฟนทอมกับมีดแต่ไม่มีอ
There's
ย่างอื่น
always a
ง
fight
ง
back
จัด
in the other direction.
คน
This
เนี่
is
ย
exactly the
มันคือน้องๆแฟนทอมเลย
kind of game I'd expect between these two organizations, these two teams,
ที่
these
สำคัญ
two
ฮะ
rosters right away.
ถ้าเติมอย่าลืม
show
Pay to
signs
Win
that
Top
they're going
Up
to play
นะฮะ
pretty direct,
ผมมีพยานหนึ่ง
rushing into this A site. The battle for heaven, though, there's a lot more players there than I think Fnatic thought previously. 3 sitting up there waiting, and now the pace is being completely cancelled. They're being picked apart.
Shortcut. One
Oi.
enemy remaining.
Not in their
Spike
favor.
down A.
While exit. He's desperately wanting some eco cracks here. They've got to be careful. The last player does have a bucky, but it's Filu to go down instead. 7-7. Scoreline equalize after the pistol and follow up, and they will come in with the majority of that weaponry. I think there was an outlaw in the mix. I think there was a judge, a rifle as well. So definitely not a bad buy, and especially not a bad buy on split. I think the judge in particular has been a nuisance for a lot of teams. That is a terrifying sight, by the way. Like, you're trying to hold on to the spike and just you see 3 players running down the ramp at you.
จ
It
ริงๆแบบ
seems like
มัน
there's
ไม่
going
ได้
to
มี
be
อะไร
a
มาก
plan
นะถ้าแบบ
from NAVI to almost catch them in a
อยาก
choke
พัฒนา
hold. I'm
ไม่อยู่ที่
interested
พา
to
ร์ท
see
ชั่น
how
เรา
they
อะ
pressure this
เราจะ
side of
เบื่อ
the
ก่อน
map
หรือเปล่า
because, again, A site very open.
มันคือการทำซ้ำๆ
The
นะ
rest is doubled up.
Fnatic will slowly walk into one of those double setups. B main to be taken over. We've seen this play before. The passive stance outside A, waiting for the over aggression that so often comes in and around
เฮ้ย
like
อย่า
this.
วางครับ
But sitting back, waiting on
นี่
B.
ไง
It's a dangerous play. Exits just ran through, waited on the
โอ้
corner.
สวยเลย
And the
โดน
second
อย่างนี้
utility rained down, the judge ran at them. A bold move, but one that has paid dividends. And these are the rounds to make those plays, those risky maneuvers.
แล้วพี่โบใช้
And
คา
you're
ถา
on
เซ
that
เลอร์มูน
bonus. And now a man advantage for their trouble. Even if the plant comes down
ยิ
on
ง
A
สวบ
top,
มาเปลี่ยน
they
ให้
can
หรือ
just
เปล่า
pick up another rifle and have a pretty good upper hand. Decent damage done, I think, by Boaster on the spam onto Omen. But outside of that, you know,
ยิ
man
งยังไม่มา
advantage
ครับ
is
ผ
man
ม
advantage.
ยังเป็นเดสโมอยู่
Yeah, I think
ถ้า
the
ครูเซ
one
น
thing
เข้ารอบ
will
ชิง
play
พี่บิม
into
ดู
their
ลอนดอน
hand is
ป่ะ
the amount of time.
โอ้โห
Because just
เบ
look
ส
at those rotations. There's no neon. There's no
ค่าตั๋ว
opportunity
ค่า
for
ที่พัก
TV
นี่
to
ไส้
get
แตก
inside the
นะเบ
map.
ส
So it's only going to come down to when they realize, and I think that is starting to click for NAVI. They are aggressively taking
มัน
B
ไม่
main
มันไม่
control.
มี
They
วอส
mentioned
ปาร์ตี้
the weaponry that they wanted
ไม่ไปแล้วผม
can be retrieved. But it does mean that the rotation's only just about to begin. Although
10
they'll get
seconds
themselves
left.
the orb, this is the
อ๋อ
moment
สอง
where
ร้อย
a very slow Fnatic
ขอเก็บ
are
ไว้
going
เป็
to
น
get
ค่าแพ้ก่อน
themselves
นะ
plant.
5 seconds on the
Alright,
clock
yeah,
as
yeah.
Fnatic goes to plant. This is just a Fnatic round, isn't it? This
ติดนิ
late
สัยเปลี่ยนเซ
flank
นแกล้งกันดีครับ
coming through.
ต้องเปลี่ยน mindset ครับ
Attacker spawn
เราลอง
occupied.
คิดดูนะครับ นักแข่งอ่ะแทบจะไม่เปลี่ยนเซตติ้งอะไรเลยครับ เขาต้องการเซต
And I
ติ้ง
mean, I
เดิม
guess
เพื่
when
อ
you
ที่
look
จะ
at this,
ให้มาสเตอร์เมมโมรี่แม่งชำนาญ
has a chance to win the round or to lose it.
ให้มีการพัฒนา
He goes a little bit too early.
ทุกครั้
Gets
งที่เรา
picked
เปลี่ย
off.
น
It could be
เกม
trouble, and that's exactly what happens.
การฝึกฝนใหม่
Seavoff
ให้
even
เราจำไว้อย่าง
follows
นี้
up
เราก็
on
จะ
the
ไม่พัฒนา
Ruxic.
มันก็จะอ
And
ยู่
they
กับที่อย่าง
Scooby
นั้น
Dooed Tom. They split up and they looked for clues, but instead they got clapped. It's 8-7 now for Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't like it in that scenario. Like I think especially you're trying to catch the element of surprise, but you've taken so long to rotate that of course your opponents are going to have sort of been able to clear a little bit of ground already before you get there. I think that's where Fnatic were very good at sort of like making sure there could be no close angles already. But also one of the players is low, so even if they hit the other players first, there's a good chance that
พ่อๆแม่กัน
you're either even or maybe into a 1v1. The fact they get hero first, though, that's devastating. A bonus round that could have been theirs, but you know what? That's not a bad start whatsoever. An early pick onto Alpha, yeah. A decent bonus in isolation, and the start to this round is about to get even better. Most has been caught as well. The follow-up removes Kayak.
Man-hand
This is all
Vegas.
falling apart for Fnatic.
Man-hand
They are
Vegas.
being blitzed.
Well, let's see how bad Seavoff wants to play in France. That's 1v5.
Flawless.
We'll give you a slot directly there if you manage this. 8-8.
พรุ่งนี้มัน
Nice
พรุ่ง
round
นี้
by
ไม่ยอม
Navi, and really perplexing one as well as to how they find so much success there in mid. Exactly as you said, Tom, it all fell apart for Fnatic. You know, considering the round that we just had right before, a bit of a surprise to see them with individual fights in mid. The trades weren't there, and it looked like everybody on a different page.
Yeah, it felt like a
Need a drop.
reaction. It was like, okay,
Need a
they've
drop.
claimed B main with a double push-up.
One enemy remaining.
Let's try and claim mid quickly. Boaster's a little bit ahead of the curve, and then it's just because Hero then swings wide. And don't get me wrong, that wasn't a replay. That is another opener.
Oh,
I like the correction from
Filu.
Filu. He knows that his opponent is going to teleport
Filu
away,
มันนิ่ง
so
จัด
he
เลยว่ะ
tries to go for somebody else. He tries to fire it into main, knowing that Althea has no plans to fight. It's risky, but it works. And now he's still in position with the
enemy
operator, ready to go for another. I don't know how that wasn't his kill.
It was the
that
wall.
feels like he was
ชิป
wrong.
หายแล้วครับ
Yeah, I know, but like,
It was, he got his assist, you know, that's all that matters.
Well,
All
the
that really
Olympic
matters.
assists.
All that really matters is the lead. 9 now on the board for Navi, and the pressure felt by Fnatic. They've decided to call it
ใจแม่ง
time
ต้อง
out
แข่ง
here,
กัน
Tom.
อะ
Evidently
ไม่ใช่พี่รู้อะ
not happy with how things have gone, and to be honest, I can't say
Insane
I'm
ว่ะ
that surprised.
No, I think
Insane
the
ว่ะเมื่อกี้
last few rounds have been scary. Like you win what was meant to be up against a bonus.
มัน
and it
คือ
kind
ด่าน
of
กลาง
felt like
จ๋า
more
นะ
Navi's
แต่ว่าบางเกม
mistakes.
ก็
Like don't get me wrong, I think the
ก็
2v3
ค่อนข้าง
was played very well.
บางทีก็มีบุกกันยับก็
by
มีอะ
Sivov and Boaster,
ด้วยความ
but
ที่มันไม่มี
that was
เซน
one
ติ
that
เน
I
ล
think
ครับ
if Navi played it well, it
เม
could
ตา
have
ตอน
been
นี้
a
มัน
different
ไม่
story.
มันไม่มีเซน
And
ติเนล
now
มัน
you've
เป็นไว
got
เปอร์ไง
absolutely battered in the next rounds.
เวลากัน
So
บางที
it's
มันรั่ว
definitely
ถ้ากัน
a
ไม่ดีอะ
scary look, especially with that operator from Filu hitting. As said, I've not been a huge fan of his raise, but I think he played that round incredibly well. And if you
ใช่ว่า
start
มัน
to see
มัน
some
มัน
of
มี
the
โมเมนต์แบบนี้บ่อย
stars
ส
that
ปิต
you
แต่
were
ถ้า
having
ใครไป
early,
ดูพวกส
not
ถิติ
having
อะ
that same
แต่
success,
สถิติ
this
รวมๆ
game
อะ
could very
เปอร์
quickly
เซ็นต์
slip
กัน
away.
ก็ยังเยอะกว่า
But
อยู่
we did see this in the loss. Like a
แต่ก็มี
streak of
บาง
rounds
บาง
from
ทีม
Navi
ที่เจอ
started
กัน
to
แม่ง
go
เล่น
on
เป็นแบบ
was
ก็
taken
มี
by Fnatic,
แต่
and that was where
แต่
the
น้อย
game went
แต่
back
น้อย
in their favor. So I think Desmo, or if it is Eng alongside him, we don't really know. Whatever been said in those pauses.
น้อง
has
นาย
had an impact.
คู่นี้
Yes, without a doubt. Well,
มี
Fnatic
ว
have
งในไหม
always been good with pauses throughout a history of many
ไม่ได้เล่น
different
มาปีนึงกลับ
coaches.
มาเล่
One
น
more
สู้
to
ใคร
add
ไม่ไหวเลย
to
ทำ
the
เอ้
tally
ย
now
ค่
when we
อย
come back
ๆ
later with Aang when he's officially
เล่นเดด
leading
แม
the
ตช์ก่อน
team
เพื่อพี่
on game days. For now, 9 to
เด
8,
ดแมตช์
and Fnatic
ฟังเสียง
needing
กับจังหวะ
to
เก
make
ม
some
เยอะๆครับ
positive changes after that pause, and it will be immediately a battle through that wall that Filu comes out on top of. He's finding himself the opening, and the follow-up on the convergence path not there. It's going to be Exit to trade out the close fight. Still a chance for Fnatic to pull this back into their favor. Exit on the spam will be caught,
ยังไง
and that's it. Back to even footing. What do Fnatic do from here? And it looks like they will
แล้วโย
slow
ก
it
เลยครับ
down.
Yeah, I think that it was the moment that you see Exit continue to fight. I was like, that was the moment to leave.
อิงยังไม่มานะ
To do what your name
อิงยังไม่ได้
suggests,
เริ่ม
and
งาน
what
ตอนนี้เดสโม
evidently
อยู่
the
นะ
read that's currently in from Navi is a wrong one.
เลเวนทาน
Nightfall
มาเหรอ
being
ครับ
sent through, an expectation that their opponents are
เป็น
challenging
ทีม
for
ที่น่า
round.
จับตามอง
Now
แล้ว
they'll
กัน
send the
แต่คิด
Prowler
ว่า
through. That's
ไม่
gonna spot nothing as well.
พี่คิดว่ายัง
And
ไม่
this
พร้อม
is
ที่จะ
where
เข้า
the
สวิต
alarm bells
ไอ้
start
เข้า
to
รอบ
ring
สวิต
that,
สเตทครับผม
okay, Fnatic have just completely
ด้วยประ
fallen
สบ
off of
การณ์
this.
ด้วยอะไร
All
อย่าง
the
เงี้ย
info we had at the beginning of the round is gone.
ชาร์เปอร์โดนบุกไปนะ
Does Sivov play this as a feint towards A?
ตอนแรกพี่ก็ให้เลเวนทาน
Battle
แต่
on his hands
กลับ
if
มา
he
คิด
does.
ไปคิดมาให้ฟุตดีกว่า
The wall goes up, and here he goes.
Divided.
Battle for Sivov. He's been spotted, and the Cosmic Divide goes in. This is a nice little fake. This is completely sold the ruse. Navi are smoking A, getting ready for the fight. They're coming through that wall. Any moment now, it's a Gandalf speech. Whatever comes through those gates, and
Oh,
then
he had to
yeah, that's the
cancel.
TP
เลเวน
cancel
ทาน
in spawn.
1-3
And they realize it's a B hit, and now the retake is going to take
ให้แก๊ง
quite a
ไอ้
while.
เด็ก3คนอยู่ด้วยกันนะ
Yeah, no, this is
Oh, spawn.
กูเซน2-1ว่ะน้องเทน
massive walk around. I don't think he's
Oi.
quite got an angle to take him out. That's a problem though. That's a problem.
สวยแล้วครับ
Spots Boaster and he wasn't seen on the other
โดน
side.
งัดตีไปหนึ่งครับ
There has to be that push up from the player in main. That gives that back step
สโมกปิด
a
เมน
lot
นะ
more of an
บายลึก
opportunity. I believe there's
Wow.
still an operator in hand, and that's the reason that Ruxic hasn't really gone in yet. He doesn't have the gun for this, but also he's trying to bait. He's trying to bait that timing, but that spike is ticking.
Last player
And it
remaining.
needed to be a while ago, in
เชี่ยแม่ง
fact.
ตา
It's
หน้า
just
ตี
way
มือจริ
too
งว่ะ
late
ใครบอก
from the remaining
แบบนี้
players
เพราะ
of
ต้องข่าวไม่
Navi.
ใช้
The time fading away from them on one half, and the time fading
บ้าง
away
เมื่อกี้
from them in the other.
Well, Ruxic's probably kicking himself for that smoke in main now, and I understand the idea. You really want to sell that this is a normal retake, that they'd even spotted a player in spawn. The flank was completely flying under the radar. And so Rooksik smokes main so that they think, well, you know, they smoked main. They're obviously not coming for main. Why would they do that? Then you kind of see the reason that they would think that. Because main's now smoked. So poor Hero has an angle for 15 seconds that he could kill someone. Can't kill anyone. There's a smoke there. And when he comes to walk through it, they've already fallen back to the site. So Crashius is looking at it. That's a disaster. And look, sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But this time it's given Fnatic the leg up. A chance to push to double digits now. And Hero, the one to strike on the Boaster. A big pickup now. Removing such vital smokes. And that's their ability to cut the map up. Gone.
Also the spike, but
dangerous.
they have managed to retrieve it at least. Hero's not giving up that ground. The main thing will be that they expect Kayak, and he does, but he doesn't win the fight. His teammate very quick to trade though. Work from Navi to keep that man advantage alive. Now the pressure comes in onto Filu. They haven't
ไม่ได้
completely
ทำเลยน้อง
abandoned
จ๋า
this side of the map, but his goal is more so to delay, slow them down as much as possible. And with a double up in the vents,
ไม่มีเวลาได้
his
พัก
heaven control
ทำอะไรเลย
is not ideal, not ideal at all.
They were just a second late. I think now they know they're screwed. The AWP is just going to be
30
holding the
seconds
cross. Crashies can't really flash out of the Viper wall because there's no Viper wall anymore to use. And formality of sorts. Oh, that's worked extremely well to bait the AWP out. Feel they're not going to have the impact on holding the angle, but 14 seconds. Yeah, we go save at this point. The flash just to confirm the cross safely. The flank is still being closed in on. It's not somewhere that Navi want them to save these weapons, especially the operator. Oh, sticking around here could be trouble, but he's made it. He's safe.
Missed that one, and it's a consolation prize for a round lost. And
ชุดนี้
it's
ตัว
a
ส
couple
เตจ
of
สอง
times
ได้ไหม
I feel like Boaster has
ชุดนี้ครับเพิ่มเติม
really
คือโค้ด
wanted to gain control in middle, but a
เดี๋ยวได้
lot
โค้ด
of the
อิน
time he's ended up
แกมบิดเก่า
sacrificing
มา
himself, and
จาก KC
I think especially losing your controller
น่า
on
จะ
the
เริ่ม
attacks. You
งาน
can
สเต
see
จ
the
สอง
issues. Like even just look at that late round
สเต
where
จนี้
Phoenix
น่าจะ
just holding an
ให้
angle.
EWC เนี่ย
You
ปล่อย
need
ให้เดส
Boaster
โมทำงาน
alive
ไป
for
ก่อน
that exact reason. You want to have an ability to smoke off certain angles that allow you a slightly easier cross into the site. And when that is lost in the first 20 seconds or so, not going to work out. Filu, though, this time has been completely shut down
ตรง
early.
กลางไม่มีคนดู
Pushed
เรีย
mid
บร้อย
and killed them from behind. He now knows that it's not
โดน
beat
ยิง
hit
อะ
as well. Heroes waiting with the operator. The gun barrel has been spotted, and Alfia thinks he's got a chance to strike.
เฮ้ยนี่โลโอ้
Hey, it's a good
จี
secondary
ฮะ
weapon, and I'm thankful someone's finally ready to
โอ้โห
show
พี่
it
เขาเล่น
to
สับ
the
ประกอบ
world.
Credits did he have?
โอเปอเรเตอร์โอดิน
Quite a lot, I'd imagine. I mean, they've had streaks of rounds with just one here or there going the other way, right? So there's been a lot of opportunities to build up
แฟก
that
เตอร์
money
นา
out of
วี
them.
มีไหม
11-9 now for
หวันก็
Navi.
มีหมดนะสูสีครับผม
You said, you know, we'd seen this before.
ได้หมดแล้ว
Streak,
ตอน
but
เนี้ย
then there was a response, there was an answer, but this time the gap's there for Fnatic. That's what makes me so worried. It's not an individual. It's not 4Ks like before where Hero got a 4K, Chloric got a
Oh,
4K,
Factor
Hero had a
Navi got-
clutch. No, instead this is
เอาอยู่นะ
now Navi winning the rounds in ways that definitely do look repeatable, that Fnatic have to patch
Menu.
the holes in the ship, and they have to do that with a low buy here. We're probably looking at 12-9. We're probably looking at Fracture soon.
Also, Exit having a much better individual performance. The levels that he is disrespecting a team that has long been known as the best team in EMEA. It seems like people maybe sensing a change in the tides. He's pushed mid, and in this round he's waiting for them, but he's dealt with.
Yeah,
The
just
double
open
peak
back,
timing
back to
is
song.
on point. That's an important opener. The only worry
Oi.
here for, oh dear,
Gonna fall.
for Fnatic
Oh,
is
Fire.
yeah, I was about to say.
รัวเลยอะ
He was
Fire
on
ช็อตนี้ครับ
He crossed with a smoke. Filu didn't know he was there until he
30
shot.
seconds left.
Yeah, the keyboard giveth and the keyboard taketh away. This happens to all of us.
รัวจัด
Unfortunately, a crucial moment for it to happen in. Filu looking to dodge the flash and swing out after he's reposted on that angle. It should be trouble
Last player remaining.
for anyone left
It's
alive
Navi.
on Fnatic, and it proves to be
ไม่ทันละ
nicely handled.
10 seconds
10
left.
seconds.
วางหลอกไม่ได้วางละ
And a plant here proving impossible if Ruxic plays his cards right, and he
จุดจบคนคิด
absolutely
เยอะ
does. No time anymore. Rounds already lost. Unless a peek comes in here from Hero, which he's far too wise for. Falls in the end, but it doesn't matter. 12 on the board for Navi. And although an AWP is carried forward,
กูเซ็งแค่
Fnatic
วัน
have to
ที่
be
7
flawless for 3 in a row.
Help a girl
I
out.
really like. I know that obviously the round had ended. I really don't like that. That was like half a second after the round ended. Like that was. He was just like, I'm gonna swing him like literally 0.1 after the round ends. So. Hey, they clear up all the weapons. It's at least a very costly round, but yeah, as you said, I think taking out that operator was much higher on the list. And you look at the credits that have been built up for NAVI over these last few rounds. They are firmly in the driver's seat. 3 in a row needed for Fnatic on their own map choice, and Alpha is dead already.
You could say it's a worrying sign.
Taking that back.
I am saying that.
You implied it, Tom. You didn't say it
Obscuring vision.
technically. But now you have.
That's a worrying sign.
Yeah, very, very wise of you to point out there, Tom. I'm glad you said it. I was thinking it. 3-round gap, 1 man down. As we said, they have to be next to flawless from here on out. And, well, there's another problem. An unusual Viper's Pit. It's only covering the walk up into heaven, but that's because they actually have a player posted on mid. This is, I think, to serve as a ruse. Filu, he has been good. We criticized his raise coming into this, but he's been reliable.
Could've got 3.
It looked like it could have been a triple indeed, but the latter not. Advantage heavily in favor of Navi.
Yeah, 40 seconds. I think that boombot may have even hit Crashies. I think he's just taken a chunk of damage, and now they're going to go into the pit. The spam
Ow.
to Hero, they're challenging
พลาด
Hero, and
ฮีโร่
they succeeded.
พลาดจัด
But there's a second
แต่
player
เวลา
around. In fact, there's
เวลา
a
โคต
third
รบีบ
player on the site. They might not expect this
เวลา
many
โคตร
people
บีบ
to still be
เหตุ
here.
ได้
It's only the 1-for-1. But do they still think a man sits back on the site? It doesn't matter. Sivov is doing it all. A
ป่าได้อยู่
pit now
โพซิ
online.
ชั่นดีแล้ว
10
นะ
seconds
The
left.
spawn covered. A
Spike
planting.
planted.
You
นึ
never
กว่าแม่ง
count
จะถอย
this
ไปเล่น
squad
เม
out.
น
There
กี
is
รุ
a reason for that.
Last enemy remaining.
Sivov
เอ็
has
ด
gone
ครับ
out
ซี
to
วอ
his
บ
own pit and killed Filu. The newest member of this roster, the man still considered a
โอ้จบละ
stand-in.
อย่างงี้
And he might just be on for the ace
หวาน
to
ๆ
keep them in the map. Cloric hunting
หวาน
within
ๆเล
the
ย
pit. His opponent has already left it though. He's hunting a man that has given up on this pit a while ago, and he has
แล้ว
no
ซี
idea
ซี
where
บอกออม
he
เล่นบน
is. Even if he kills off Crashies, which is a tough task on its own,
เฮ้ย
the second player is wrapping round through heaven.
Oh.
Sivov to close this round with an ace. That is perfection.
Well, I asked the question, how much does he want to play in Paris? And I think it might be a lot. That is one hell of a round from Fnatic. You know, I said that they had to be flawless from this point forward. I think Sivov took that as a singular task. That is walking out of the pit for the 4th, wrapping into heaven for the 5th as well. This was not handed to him. No,
That was flow state.
he fought for it tooth and nail, and he looked so comfortable doing it. Flow state's dead, right, Tom? 2 more needed,
Yeah.
but that one might inspire the troops.
That's like watching the moment where Spider-Man realizes he has superpowers. Like I genuinely, everything he did in that round was perfect. They're not a foot wrong. Quick trades, predicting ridiculous angles that you should never be predicting.
Wow.
And well, 5
6.
kills in a row wasn't enough. He's
Don't
got the
lie,
opening
yeah.
into this one as well.
Doing a thing.
Caught that push up on A that he's been waiting for in so many rounds, now finding a success. The thing, you can have a slow game, but it just takes a couple of rounds to put the wind back in your sails.
Navi.
Big rotation though. Navi have sent all 4 players towards this A site. Trades to start. Showstopper on its way. Boaster could be dead to
ไปเลย
rights,
หรือ
and
เปล่า
indeed he will be. Numbers back to a
เพื่อนไหลบีแล้ว
3v3. Although they've made the read,
Go, go, go.
Fnatic are running to B. The spike plant is inevitable at this point, but the death ball from Navi has done well to at least pull this back to even territory.
Hawk out.
Definitely had their moments in retakes. You
วาง
can
เปิ
see,
ด
like, especially on the
ง่าย
last round
ๆ
where
เพื่อให้เพื่อนเล่นง่าย
they found 2 players past the pit. Fnatic are really making sure that
Okay.
they clear
Spike planted.
absolutely everything, but they've also left a trap. A singular player
แต่เล่นนอกหมดก็ได้นะนาวียังมีลูกอีกอยู่
Pierre is just waiting for anybody to round that corner. He's got 2 players sitting in the post. Brooksick might be about to walk to his death. His opponent has just moved. Though. He's just moved. Alpha, it was so slow that was enough to get in his head. Filu still with weaker weaponry, but they've lost their ace in the hole. They've lost the man in the back, and now can the remaining players clutch this out? A 2v3 again to keep them in the map. The defusal already to half. They need to get these kills, and they've already found the first. But that time now starting to tick even further, and again, the Fnatic players stepping up when needed. There will be crashes this time.
NAVI เปลี่ยนคนเหรอต้องบอกว่าตัวจริง NAVI มาครับผมตัวจริง NAVI มา
Talk about nail biters. There might not be any fingernails. There might not be any fingers left after this one. This is being something crazy from Fnatic. 2 really high octane rounds as well there that bring them within 1 round of their opponent. We're going potentially to another overtime, but NAVI still have time to stop this before it goes too far. What like Tom, at this stage of the game, okay, like I don't even know who deserves to win anymore. We came into this and said, oh, Fnatic have looked like the better team at one stage. I don't even know what to think at this stage. I'm completely lost. This is as even a match as I think we've seen for a long time.
Well, yeah, I think, to be honest, I kind of just want map 3 at this point with how this game has gone. I know there's going to be some very angry Fnatic fans thinking about that. I think they've had enough heart attacks for today. Probably. But truthfully, the rounds that are being pulled out are just absurd. Like, Seavov keeping them in the map, incredibly impressive. And as a narrative goes, insane. But even going back to the last one, you now have to start to question, are NAVI choking? They had 3-4 opportunities to close out in the last map, failed at every corner. They were up towards the end, even though they initially started quite far behind. Choked out. It seems to have happened again. They were behind, go on a streak of rounds, get to the point of closing it, and now Fnatic are streaking it back. And it's each time seeming like they have an advantage in these rounds.
Again, Seavov is here holding the push, but he's heard too much for him to want to take a bite out of this cherry. Whole reinforcements coming through. Ruxick running into way more traffic than he thought. He's being flattened, but Cloric stood on the side. If he tucks in, they could walk right by him, but it looks like he's going to get curious as well. He knows at least one's locked in here, and he'll get the kill. But now here comes the cavalry wrapping around the corner for some more. Does Filu go for it? Does he swing? No, he stays tucked. He stays passive. This is overtime on the cards now for Fnatic. No mistakes from these last 2 players. They will just sit down by the looks of things and wait for destiny to pick their fight.
เก็บเสียง
Filu.
เฮ้ยลูกซอง
He's got the right gun.
You are divided.
Missed it. He's run through. This could be an opportunity. It's found 3 with the judge. Just needs to fall back. That's all he needs at this point. He's done God's work by bringing this back from the point of undo. What? Okay. They've
20 seconds.
Trading places. Literally, he could go B. He could go B.
But there's a Neon chasing him, Tom. There's a Neon chasing him, and he's already heard it. Boaster knows there's a player right behind him. 10 seconds left. Neon's just now making it into heaven. Smoke goes up. No time. This has to be stuck now. Boaster's under pressure. And in comes Exit to close out the map. That's a sensational play in the 2v4 to give NAVI a map 3 in the series.
Not a fan. Defenders win.
What have I just seen? What have I just seen? Okay.
ไม่แค่เดินคอนแทค
the
ชิป
perfect weapon.
แค่เดินเก็บ
Didn't
เสียงอะ
expect him to get 3. I didn't
เวลาเหลือ
expect
เย
him
อะ
to
ใช่ปะ
pass through a cosmic divide.
4 คน
I
นะ
didn't expect him to then
เดิน
run
เกาะกลุ่ม
B.
กัน
And I didn't
เก็บ
expect
เสีย
the
งเทพ
slide Neon with ult
ตาย
to
แค่
kill
ตัว
him
เดียว
at the end. That is utter madness to end the map. I think both sets of fans have probably gone into cardiac arrest, and the worst thing is they have to fix all of that for map number 3 because we are now going the distance. I can't believe
แม่ง
what
เสือก
I've
ไก่
just
ตื่นไง
watched.
เปิดเสียงใช้ใช้หมาวิ่งแห่เข้าไซต์เรียบร้อยเลยครับ ปืนหมาโดนปืนหมาไป ผู้น่าชอบฟุตครับ แมป3เหรอ อยากแอบให้นี่เหมือนกันนะ ไปเจอติดเล่นบ่อยวะแม่งเล่นมาทั้งคู่เลยวะเฮ้ย เอสโตติกแฟกเจอร์100%ตบพีเนติกมาด้วย ยืนยันคำเดิมครับ เอสโตติกฮะ สวัสดีครับไอเฮียไก่ ตื่นตอนนี้นอนตอนไหนเนี่ย เก็บไม่ออกตัดคลิปกันหรอไม่ได้ตัดคลิปต้นหรอที่น้องตัดที่หนูนะ น่าจะลากยาวเพราะผมฟังเดอะโก t ไปด้วย แต่เดอะโก t ที่คนไม่งฟังเยอะจริงนะ Ground Sentinel ของอเมริกานี่มันเป็น ทีมของผู้ผิดหวังนี่หว่าคู่แรก MLBR ก็เป็นผู้ผิดหวังมาตลอดได้ไป EWC 100 ทีมก็ไม่ต่างกัน ถ้าอีกทีมเป็น Sentinel นี่คือใช่เลยอะหรือจะเป็นราวอะ นะ NRG เฉยรั่วเลยNAVI ก็เหมือนกันเอาจริงๆ EWC นี่คือรายชื่อน่าดูนะครับ ถ้ามองในมุมที่แบบ ทีมที่ปกติมันไม่ค่อยได้มา แล้วรอบนี้มันได้มานึกออกปะมันทำให้แบบ หลากหลายอ่ะ มันไม่ใช่หน้าเดิมๆที่เราดูไปอย่างเช่น100 ทีมอย่างเงี้ย MBR ชุดนี้ก็คือทุกคนเฝ้าเฝ้ารอคอยที่จะได้ดูในรายการ International ก็มา EWC แล้วเทนเมดพาไมคอปขวัญใจของใครหลายๆคนตุยกัสสุเป๊ปนี่ดูกันบ่อยอยู่แล้ว Vitality ชุดนี้ก็ใช่เฮติกนี่บ่อยแล้ว EDG ก็บ่อยแล้ว Global Esport ก็ครั้งแรก XLG ก็น่าดูอยู่100 ทีอีกน่าดูอยู่ EWC ใช้ได้ปารีสยิงลูกโทษเข้า เอาแล้ว ใช่เหรอฟังเรื่องผีมันจะนอนหลับเหรอฟังแล้วนอนไม่หลับอ่ะดิผวาหึโซนจีนทีมเซนชั่นโหดกว่าทีมพาร์ทเนอร์ซะงั้นแล้วโหด2 ทีมอะไรบ้าง อ๋อ หมายถึงทีมที่ได้สล็อตมาใช่ไหมปกติ เดมเบเล่นะฮะเพเนตี้ครับ นี่แหละเนี่ยสนุกกว่าเด็ดูสแตทเดโอ้โหปารีสบุกยับเลยนะว่า ฟัง โอ้โหฟังไปเรื่อยๆจนชินจะไม่กลัว ที่สงสัยวันนี้ EWC เขาจัดให้เต็ม3 แมป 2 คู่เลยมั้งเนี่ย
this series.
Okay, so a clear victory for Fnatic is what you're predicting here, Tom. We'll keep tabs on the predictions as they go. I do think, like, when you look at Navi and how they came back into it at the end of this map, though, I have much more faith in them than the previous because they won this time. No, because what we saw wasn't
faith in the 2v4 judge that saved them.
Not that
I
one.
don't call that faith. I call that
Not that one.
miracles.
Not that one. The other rounds, though, like the thing is, in the first map, their comeback was a lot of individual plays, whereas it looked like they managed to fix a lot of issues when it came to the second half here. Again, the final play, maybe not an example of a perfect game plan or of adaptations. It's just a crazy round. But for the most part, I think Navi looking better and better as this series goes on as well. So that's also inspiring me that, hey, we might actually have quite a game on our hands when it comes to this final map. Well, what a belter it has been, Tom. But when we come into this stage of the game, the only thing that then pulls me back in the other direction is the fact that, like you said, Fnatic, they're the team that when it goes the distance, you can rely on them. We know that they've got the stamina. We know this is a team that can make comebacks happen, reverse sweeps happen. And so now going into an even footing, late stage game, because keep in mind, it's not like it's been a short show so far. These guys have had to play a lot. That is where the stamina of Fnatic has beaten many a team.
Yeah, I think what it is, like, this is what's fun about this final map, is that going towards, like, the agents that we'll get, I think this is probably the most comfortable picks for a lot of the players. Like, you've got, I always love Boaster on a Brimmy. You've got the fade out from Crashies. Cypher for Alfie has looked very good in recent times. I think even Seaworth playing Phoenix has looked pretty good. So I think that, again, a lot of comfort there. And then on the other side of things as well, like, you get to see potentially, this is if they keep everything the same, The Filu on the chamber, that's been my favorite agent for him by far. Obviously the neon sticks in with their composition, there's no surprises there. You get like the Viper and the Omen again, like very comfortable pick. So I think that it's probably the best middle ground in terms of where I see all the players playing. The worry I had is last time out versus FUT, again, Exit really struggled. And you think to split the difference between map 1 and 2 is that he was on fire in the second map, and they just about scraped winning. So if he has another poor performance here, that might be GG.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously there can definitely be those players to bail you out. Think about Hero and how many massive moments he had in that last map. Coming into this one again, as you said, comfort when it comes to Viper. I'm expecting to see big rounds out of him. And I think when it comes to Fracture especially, this is a map that will punish you losing sight of your goal for 1 second. You leave a gap and you can get swarmed so quickly on this map because it's not 1 or 2 fronts with a middle, it is 4 front lines all at once. And I think that when it comes to Fnatic, that's a team that I can rely on the game plan working out. But then I think back to the start of map 2, and they were getting ran down. There were a lot of gaps there that Navi were able to exploit. Exit especially was running wild when it came to some of those early fights and the positions he was able to get into. And actually, now that I think about it more, that was true on both halves in the early stages. So definitely danger for Exit to just pop off when it comes to some of the gaps in map control, depending on how this plays out for Fnatic, just based on the fact that we saw it on Split, where I'd expected even less.
At least from the hovers, it does seem like we're going exactly as expected. Like, I don't think there's any major surprises going to be coming through. I do think, though, to sort of, like, piggyback onto your topic of aggression, I think that although Philo actually played relatively well on the last map, I was pleasantly surprised by his raise. I think he has a lot more opportunities, especially starting on the defense, to do the same again. And I think, like, getting him that operator, getting him that headhunter, I think if he can dominate a part of the map, he's going to make things a lot more difficult. And more importantly, when you play against Fnatic, you have to put a spanner in the works to their plans. If you let them execute the way they want to, they're a fantastic execution team. That's something that I think boasters teams have always had under their belt, is the ability, even if it's just something simple as an execution, I think that they're very good at just putting the right pieces into place and then having the players to get you those openers and setting up Kayak to do his work. So I think that's why this composition actually out from the defense here could be quite awkward because, as you said, Exit will disrespect them. You have Filu not doing that, then I think he's playing the wrong agent, because that's the whole point of Chamber, is to be that spanner in the work. So I want to see that coming out from them. I want to see them basically keep the same flair that they've done throughout this series, where they are happy to disrespect and get in the face of their opponents.
Yeah, it definitely, like you said, it has worked out so consistently, and I think that this defensive half's going to be a real good barometer for what we're about to see. The reality is, Filu has had a good game so far. He's been fun to watch. He's had his moments. He just won them the last map. And now, he goes to the agent that he has been my favorite to watch on. This is where he turned it around in my mind from being, and I'm going to be harsh, an awful player, to being a very strong addition to any roster from what I've seen. And being as he just had a good game on Raze, which was awful before, it's definitely scary for Fnatic. Navi are heating up an Exit.
Here we go.
He's coming red hot. He's in. What?
อันนี้จริงๆไม่เฟลแล้วนะ
I think he expected a lot, but instead he has been obliterated. That is as bad at the start to a round. What?
สวยจัด
Okay, hero.
สวยจัด
Maybe that was the plan all along. Just give this man an opportunity to thrive. Somehow we're in a 2v2.
ที่แม่งดีจัด
And good damage done as well. I think it's only the snake bite. There was no
Support
decay,
can,
so yeah,
I'm
Boaster
off.
50 HP. And pistol round as well. It's going to make it so much easier to take him down. He's the man with the molly.
ยังไงครับพี่โบ๊ท
I assume a line up here. Yep, you can see. Ready to fire it through, but that puts him in the open. If they swing in first, He could be dead to rights. Instead, the molly's fired off, and that's going to buy so much more time. But the shot from Filu puts it down to just one man who has to bring this across the line. They don't know where he is, but they certainly suspect it. Going in for the defuse, an angle there for Alpha, and he's taking down the diffuser. Alpha, he's won it on time alone. This hero can't even get close to the defuse.
ไลน์อัพใหม่ซีนายโหด
Well played. Like that was the plan all along. Is you
คน
have
ที่
that
เพิ่ง
molly
เสริม
for
มา
the
คนที่
post
5 นะ
plant.
โหดหรอ
You're able to
เพิ่ง
get
เปลี่ยนมาคน
yourself
เดียวไม่ใช่หรอซีนายอ่ะ
into position, but also then sell the ruse for Alpha.
ต้องรีบเปลี่ยนแล้วส
Allow
ง
it
สาร
to
ออก
be
ซีอย่างนี้
your
นะตายไม่ได้
best
ไม่ได้
player
มาอินเตอร์สักที
in those late round moments, and Alpha knew all he had to do was make sure
ออก
that
ซี
that
นี่
defuse was let go of, and they've
ประ
already
มาณ
won the round. It
ประมาณ
definitely
นี้
a
อ่ะ
lot closer than
เม
expected
นี้
after
เป็นเล
the
ยตอนนั้น
start that we saw, and after well, we spoke about exit being aggressive. That there was levels. to
ล่าสุด
that.
เปลี่ยน
That
3
was,
คนเลยเหรอซีนาย
maybe off the scale.
ไหน
but
พิมพ์รายชื่อให้ดูหน่อย
nonetheless,
มีชื่อไหนคุณ
Hero already showing
หรือ
why
ออกซีเซล
that
ซิ
he is a
ที่
danger
เหลือเปลี่ยน
man
หมดจากต้น
within
ปี
this server.
โอ้ยเซป้าก็หลุดเหรอ
Maybe if they are able to take this map over the line, why Fnatic never should have let him go.
ทำไมถึงเก็บเซลซิสไว้สั่ง
Gotta go.
Great start for Kayak.
Go, go, go.
The blitz onto X's head, and he is out of there, avoiding that early aggression.
Toxins going up.
Danger. You could see Hero had someone right down below him. Seavolf was about to go up the
I
rope,
must wait a moment.
but thinks better of it.
Put down.
โอเค
And
ครับ
this is really nice. Like, Fnatic are just covering their bases here. I was going to say not giving any opportunities. That technically, I suppose, was an opportunity, but
It's like, no, I don't want this. I don't like this fight. This fight doesn't feel fair.
นั่นไงกูว่าแหละ
There you go.
เอาจนได้
They dealt with Althea in the end, but not a whole
เย้
lot more. I don't think you've even got the group up of the hero.
One
Again, if they
enemy
can drop
remaining.
anything more, it would be nice, but Crashies was just making sure that gun can't even
are
be
you?
picked up. And unfortunately, the man that started out in tower with a shorty is now retaking ramp with a shorty. And from that range, it does basically 0 damage. It looks like it does damage, but it really doesn't.
yeah, you can hit him. You can hit him for sure, just not for very much damage. A 2-0. Beginning that
ไซ
Fnatic
เปอร์
no
ตัว
doubt
นี้
would
กล้
have
องติด
wanted.
ปืน
It's
ได้ไหมเนี่ยน่าจะ
relatively
ติด
clean,
ได้นะ
but Hero right
But
away,
kung
the
may
man
kahit
that,
na.
or one of the men we highlighted coming into this as a potential problem, certainly showed himself to be in the pistol. This next round, though, is where
One day.
they can really afford to, or regularly will be putting in that pressure. Something you can afford to put pressure on. You'll always want to do that. But it's not so easy to do on that low buy. This time should be a much more well-rounded start from NAVI. Kayak's gone under really quickly. And if he went all the way, he has a kill for free being offered up to him. He doesn't know that. His timing there is actually tragic. Instead, he just breaks.
ไวเปอร์
At
แม
least
ป
I
นี้
think
นาน
unless it
มาก
was taken back. I think he broke the TP. But they don't have a lot to work with now on the defense. Arcade push now given up.
แต่
Instead
ว่า
they go for that south side
นายเอง
crunch
แม่ง
on,
ชอบ
or
ชอบ
not
สุด
crunch,
สิ่ง
just
นี้มาตั้ง
straight
แต่
push.
สมัย
On
แก้
the A
แข่งครับ
side, Paranoia's burned
Combat
up. They
back
see a
NAVI.
player, it's a fade, and that makes you think that maybe it's a hit there. So Filu goes walkabouts, trades in immediately, and now the B side looking juicy. They're going to dive on this, and Hero has all the pressure on his shoulders. The molly forcing him up deeper into heaven. Looks like they do want to pressure him. They want to take him out, and it comes with a cost. At least able to trade. Good work from Hero.
2-3 ละ
Especially the pressure he was under. It looked like he was dead
Post
to
panic
rights
หรือ
with
เปล่า
nothing. Teammates have also found another kill, but it's same again. Left into this post plant. Ash is almost just waiting for contact off the cross. That
ยาก
one's
เลย
free, and that's all he needs. Just that one free kill, and now they can
ยาก
start
เลย
playing
แบบ
with the
นี้
time again. The molly, just as last time, falls on
Last
towards the
player.
spike. But they have a
Oh.
second player to deal with, and this time Boaster's not so
Oh.
easy to kill off. The molly even gonna finish
Let
the
him-
job, and these post plants once again from Fnatic are sublime. Boaster's such a nuisance in the late round.
I mean, it's especially funny because you started out talking about how, you know, this is comfort for Fnatic and what signals that more than seeing them play
โดน
that
บนนั้นอย่างงี้ก็เรียบร้อยอะดิ
or rather that passive post plant. This was really where they had their first chokehold on a meta. And early progress, solid for FNC. 3-0 beginnings. And I assume as a result, this is a extremely low investment coming through from the defensive side. But there are still pieces to it. The Sheriff already going to be forced back. And I do think these are the rounds where you see more often than not, like you have to go pushing, you have to find information so the stack can be in the right place. Unfortunately, Fnatic are being extremely patient in waiting for that aggro.
Enemy down.
เว้ย
Cage trigger.
I genuinely do think as well,
เป็น
like
เรื่อง
just as a random talking point, that it does feel like Boaster may be genuinely one of the reasons on this map and on Bind
enemy
that
remaining.
people ever really played Brimstone. Like, he was always such a rat with those post-part mollies and just having those quick
แม่งคือวาง
executes
วางโพสแทน
based
ทุ
off
กวิน
those
อะ
smokes in towards the site. It forced people to go, actually, we have to consider this as well, because otherwise we'd always seen the likes of Omen or in a different meta, Astra, completely dominate. But now at least
30 seconds left.
it's safe to say this round is over. Just farming up the orbs onto Boaster. That's going to give him his ult for the next round. You have to bear that in mind. They haven't actually had to really
เน้น
expend
ๆครับ
any
เป็นติกนะ
ultimates yet to win these first
พร้อม
4
ไปต่อ
rounds.
60 นะ
Now they can start going in with the run it back. Also got the Nightfall orbital strike. Like, this is building up to potentially be an incredible half from Fnatic.
Yeah, the writing is most definitely on the wall. Just said ults, economy, everything their way. What can Ruxik get done to make this
เวกัสป่วย
a bit more difficult? A bit more labored of an early half. Damage here would be everything. And okay, one found. More players coming his way. A chance for a little bit more, but he is 20 HP. A single shot back will end him, and well, certainly from that gun. 4-0 we go. Fnatic lights out to start Fracture. Although there is plenty more game to be played, we do want to see a sign of life from NAVI in the next one. This is the rifle round coming up.
This is... don't get me wrong. I've said it since the beginning of the series. The Fracture pick at the end, I felt like it was always going to go one way, but this has been squeaky clean. Even if the rounds have been close in terms of personnel, there was never a moment once the post plant came in that it looked like NAVI were going to retake. They've just been wrecked by those mollies. Already a defensive side of used immediately, and then they try and pressure Alpha Yer, who's just waiting for them
จบ
on that north side of the map. His goal is to basically work as an
ตรงนั้นติ
aggressive
ยังไม่ได้
turret
จ่ายเลย
that just keeps map control. And while that turret has
Infinity
installed aimbot, and now they're walking into the trap. Hero, I don't know how we got 2 there. I genuinely have no idea how we got 2 kills.
ก็ดีแล้วแหละเนี่ย
Well, that is a lifeline.
remaining.
เออเล
But
ย
still a 2 versus 2, and well, Crashes is just bludgeoned Chloric. Plant now, not
พร้อมมีลุ้นอยู่
guaranteed, but those steps are hurt in spawn. And that's a problem. Crashies now knows where his opponent is. Filu's lined up with the Opto. There's no smoke to cover that cross. Molly's going to go in instead. Filu low and caught by Crashies. Great positioning. Great round from Crashies. That double was huge. And now with 5 rounds under their belt, where does this stop? NAVI call a pause. They can't afford to see these rounds keep climbing. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to keep going in favor of Fnatic until NAVI find an answer.
Yeah, and as of right now, it doesn't look like that answer is coming. Like,
No.
it has been... The only reason that round was close was because Hero gets a double on one lining up with another and is able to do it. It's this. You put the pressure onto Alfia, isolates the fight. That was it. They were stood behind each other. And that gave them some hope. But even then, they completely lost track of where Crashies was because of the positioning that Alfia took. Now, with such a hefty lead... I don't know. I'm already starting to worry if there is a way back at all for NAVI. And you have to bear in mind, like, for the remaining teams, this game isn't qualification. This isn't a second life available. If NAVI lose this map, they are out of contention for EWC.
Exactly. This is do or die time, and I agree with you. You know, it does seem a little strange this early to be saying, oh, it seems like, I don't know if there's a way back in. How many times have we seen these score lines flip and reverse? But the reality is, a simple explanation for the people at home: when NAVI played this against FUT, they got 7 rounds. When Fnatic played this against KC, they went 13-4. And KC won that series, by the way. They looked pretty good. But this map looked leagues above for Fnatic. This is a strong map for them, and it is a lights-out start. NAVI being left at the starting line.
You want to play?
And we need to see them pick up the pace.
They still haven't used ults yet. That's the scariest thing. They haven't used a run it back. They haven't used the majority of what they have. And there you go. Finally, a run it back going to be put into play. Swing back in.
เรียบร้อยไม่
Coming
กลับ
out from Fila, but he's been
จบสายฝื
decimated.
น
Already running back into that site.
Go, go.
Well, Oster's just going to be waiting for them to try and swing back in.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, it's not just Boaster, though, is it? Across the board, you can see that Fnatic are primed for this fight. Boaster now has a chance, and it will be Exit diving out. That's caught immediately. The backup of Alpha not expected. And we're down to a 5v2 already. It's looking done. Oh my goodness, down to a 5 versus 1 now. Not a lick of damage really done outside of onto the Fade. As this ends up being a 6-0 no contest so far from NAVI.
But yeah, it's dominant. They are now able to just cycle a singular ult through. That was it. Run it back. And they took down one.
One enemy.
And then from then onwards, it was just an easy cleanup from the side of Fnatic.
They are mine.
Viper's Pit online. All the defense. Of course, that was a strike that they farmed up with a plant a few rounds ago is available as well. Crashies has already revealed the position of Filu, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he does just look to challenge him. It seems like they can't miss a beat at the moment.
โอ้ต้องรีบ
It doesn't
ทำ
look
ว่ะ
like any such ludicrous ideas sit in their heads. Instead, it will be passive play towards this A side, slow and steady, lining up for the crunch. And Kayak's the one to land the first shot. The reinforcements on their way. Exit is trapped, but he gets two. He keeps this doable with numbers even, but Hero stunned in the open. I don't know how Kayak knew to throw it there, but that is a great read from him.
เซฟดีกว่า
And a 3 versus 1 that seems and indeed proves to be completely unwinnable. Filu has no choice but to save
13-6 เป็นไปได้ไหม
7-0
หมายถึง NAVI
down.
13
This
ครับ
is
เป็นไป
looking
ไม่ได้ครับผม
dominant from Fnatic and undoable
NAVI คอ
from
มแบบ
NAVI if this keeps
เหมือน
going.
ไม่ได้อัพแพทตัวนี้
I'm already... Yeah, it's already looking done. Like we haven't seen anything to really give us a reason to believe that this is going to be anything different. And what if it wasn't bad enough? It's just got worse. The operator in a 1 versus 1 didn't even get close to hitting onto Kayak.
I go.
I want to see the second pause. It's feeling so tragic at this point of the game that for Angel, it's almost like a stem the bleeding. I don't want to see it go to 8-0 or 9-0 because at that point, do you really believe that
ที่คอม NAVI เหมือนรอโดนอย่างเดียวตอนนี้
Go, go, go.
Well, I certainly don't. I don't know Angel's opinion here, but I think it's hard to argue with the stats we're seeing. I mean, this is just a dominant start. Alpha is on a tear, which difficult to deal with at the best of times, but when basically everybody else is stepping up alongside him. Hell, I'd say the only player that's a little quiet is your Phoenix. And I don't think Seavov's going to stay that way for too much longer. Time is running out for NAVI. And so are the credits, by the way. This is not going to be a pretty round. I see a judge there, but I don't think there's going to be rifles alongside it, barring maybe one. And actually, I can tell you it's one. It's one on exit. I remember seeing it at the start of the round. Nothing for Filu, and that's true as he gets dropped immediately. And the A site now under heavy threat. Almost being dealt with right away. But there's that rifle showing up.
ตอนนี้หนึ่งยังไม่นับเลยดิ
Something at least. Still have the Viper's Pit. They still have the overdrive. It's one of the best opportunities they've had, and we're talking about a 4v4. It shows the bleakness of this game, but maybe there's an avenue of hope. Kayak still consistently just making noise on this A side. He's hoping to pull a rotation, but he hasn't been able to. Hero
ที่ว่านับแล้ววิด
in
เนี่ย
a solid
เจอ
position.
ลูกซองฮีโร่เก็บ2
25 seconds left.
Dim beacon down.
Might be able to get something here. So much utility to play with. Already dealing with Sivov, but he's obliterated by crashes on the trade. There's a second player here in exit though. Might be a chance for him to be a hero,
10
but gets
seconds
mollied
left.
off. Maybe he wants to try and go through it as they look to plant. Instead though, it's Rooksik behind, and finally, after 7 rounds in a row, it's a Thrifty that puts them onto the board.
เติมฟุตครับเติมฟุต
The start, right? A start of something. As to what that is, only time will tell. But for Navi, it had to be now, or it really felt like it would be never. A round found.
That goes there.
But the final hour still feels like it's drawing close. And I guess the thing is, for some reason, whenever Navi have a judge in play, it seems like their win rate just skyrockets. We maybe need to see that more often.
Ilu has been in trouble throughout the majority of this game.
อุ้ย
Got baited, and he knew. The second he saw Alfia swing at that corner, he needs to get out of there
Cage
pronto.
triggered.
At least this time he hasn't been caught. Alfia has been a demon. Chance to return to Paris, a place that
I'm out of here.
almost saw success for them last year. Same as EWC, but they've gone past one. In fact, they've gone past a couple. A few players missed in position. One of those being Hero. I don't think he quite realizes there's still a player in the
พอแล้ว
Okay, fair enough. Crashies gets him
I have the
eventually,
spike.
but Hero has done more than his fair share.
Oh, absolutely. That's the job done, surely. But
หลังเยอะ
it's still possible. Alpha especially has been having a belter of a game, but he'll be caught by Filu. That must have been nasty. The off shot straight into the headhunter. And there's the second round. Okay, 7-2. Now we're looking better. Streaking 2 together is a lot better than losing every single round. And from there, you know, we can maybe see the comeback. I really want to see them hit like 4, though. I need to see a consistent streak of rounds for this to even feel doable.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I even at the beginning, if they'd had 5, I would have still been pretty low on Navi to take this. But at the same time, when you're 7-0 down, take what you can get. Take what you can get. And again, Heroes had a couple of moments. That was disgusting. Like, again, just being able to take out Kayak from there. Talking as if those 3 or 4 rounds are going to come easy. They've still got their ultimates to play with on the defensive side. Kayak's going to pick up the pace, run it back ahead of him to take that
โด
early
นของ
battle.
ไล่ตลอดครับพี่ลูยังไงดี โอ้โหพี่ลู
That running back might be the
เรียบร้อย
key. Instead, they've been destroyed.
ไม่ได้
You
เล่น
said that he was
แชม
having
เบอ
a
ร์
quiet game thus far, maybe because of others on his
ไล่
team
สวย
doing
นะ
so
มินิ
much. Now, Sivov has stepped up when it looked like Navi were back in the game.
Yeah, he was definitely quiet. But as we said, it wasn't going to be forever. Now Sivov has shown up. Navi have to fight their way back in or decide to save. Cork down. Might be leaning towards that save option, but with the op firing out, you know there's no chance. They don't want that weapon to be carried forward, and Alpha on the flank is going to
ต้อง
lock
สัก
it
7
in.
ครับแมปนี้
Timing dependent.
One
But
enemy
there you go.
remaining.
Easy kill for Alpha. Op denied in the next round. Big blow to the economy
Smart move.
of Navi. And although Exit finds 1, that might almost seal his fate. Alpha's now rushing B main to get behind him. And he has at least 1 more fight if this rifle's to be carried forward. Well, I guess he could stand exactly where he is and stay safe, but yeah, there it is. He swung out for it. Of course he has.
That was such perfect timing. I don't know if that will line up as well. It's true. You're like, he could just sit in this corner and he'd be perfectly safe. And then literally half a second later, he's sliding out and dying.
Bloody tosser, man. You need that rifle, though, surely. I mean, I haven't got the hood, so I don't know where the economy's at. But if I see 1 weak weapon in this round, I'm going to be a little angry, Tom.
I have a feeling.
Okay, it's okay. I don't need to be a little angry.
It's not the worst. Like
No, it's
shields
fine.
for feeling,
It's
but
fine.
never mind. It didn't matter what shields he has. Alpha has killed him within half a second. That might be the fastest opening kill I've ever seen in my life. Filu has been just getting destroyed this whole game.
It wasn't even a wallbang, bro. I don't even know how Filu got around that corner that quickly.
I think it was a wallbang.
It was? Okay, it had to be because it was like barrier up, Filu down.
โอ้โห
Yeah.
Yeah, Seavoff
I think
got
he
the spot.
literally got spammed straight
Spike
through the
planted.
dish.
My ult's ready.
It's just, it's
Sickening.
brutal, but that Alfie are in form. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Walls
ยาก
turn
มาก
to paper, bullets turn. Well, if you've seen the film,
He
Wanted,
make
it's a
it
bit like
2,000
that. Nonetheless, Seaboff aggressive and well. He read
โอ้
every
หมด
move
เลยครับ
perfectly. The flash even better.
ซ้ำไปที
Yeah. What's the next series? FUT BBL.
Last round in the
Looking
half.
forward to that one.
Just start the pre-show for that now, shall we? Yeah, this is
GG ว่ะ
this is not looking great, man. I have
Một
to be
sập
honest
hạp.
with you.
Navi แบบนี้
I don't know how many Navi fans are out there, but
นี่แห
I
ละ
doubt there's many confident ones right now.
แม่งจะเอา
And
เช
from
ม
the
เบอร์
side of
เอา
Fnatic,
เชมเบอร์
like,
มากัน เจ
everything's
อ
just
ทีมแบบ
going
ว่า
right for them.
ไล่เป็นแม่ง
Here
ไม่ได้
they
เล่น
set up after already having the advantage, and you look at Navi playing out of that smoke. What do you have to work with? Nowhere near, like you don't have the
สัง
Phoenix
เก
to
ต
pop a
สัง
flash
เกต
or
ปีรู
Sky or
แทบ
anything
ไม่
like
ได้
that.
เล่นเลย
This
อะ
is-
ช่วงต้นเก
You
ม
gotta just
ถ้าจะ
run
เล่น
out
กับช่
through
วง
the
แบบ
smoke,
ว่า
and the second you do
มา
that,
แบบ
there's two
ช่ว
players
งรี
holding
เท
you,
คแล้ว
you're
เนี่ย
done. Seavoff now finding his form. Okay, he'll be dealt with, and some good damage done. It's not a bad start to the round for Navi. It's a great start. It's a
ทักปุ๊บแม่ง
fantastic start
อยู่
to the
ดี
round.
ก็เดินมา
Ult
เสิร์ฟให้
online
ยิง
for
เฉย
Filu, and he's already
เหมือน
left
จะประ
one
มาท
player incredibly low.
Oh, I was just going to say he killed Alfie. Yeah.
That
That's
too,
enough for me.
that too, actually.
ไม่น่าครับผม
He didn't get wall banged 1 second into a round. That's a good start.
ตรงนี้ไม่น่าเคิร์ด
Well, even still, Fnatic have got the post bar. Now look at what they have available to them.
Spike
A
planted.
night
อันตีเลย
can be used. An overdrive for the other side might just be able to get rid of Crashies, but he's still just sat in the same position at the back of the site, holding the ground. They also have an orbital strike available if necessary, and maybe a molly to go alongside it as well. That time can be bought.
โอ้ยยัง
Crashies
เกี่ยว
is
ไปหนึ่ง
doing
แค
a
ชชี่
great job, honestly,
คุ้มอยู่
considering he's completely alone. There's the molly. As
Me-
said, now the orbital strike is being lined up. The second anybody gets near it, they're immediately going to be caught by that orbital strike, but they baited it. And the time isn't anywhere near as far gone as Fnatic would have liked, but they're still going to get that initial kill. Nice trade from Filu. It's left all on to Boaster. Well, there should be enough time for them to get that final round of the half.
Push a button. Save
93 ว่ะ
Yeah,
เคิร์ดไหม
3 rounds. Is it enough? Probably not. No, this one looks pretty rough for Navi, but there is at least some hope. Look, the fact that we've had comebacks so far today is one thing, but this map with how it's laid out, you said it at the start of the series as well, Tom. We go here, Fnatic look favored. You go to the last results, Fnatic look favored. But after such a close 2 maps, I didn't expect this one to look so dominant. There's still time for Navi to bounce back, but that's going to have to be in half 2 after the break.
One enemy remaining.
One dead.
เอปารีสลอนจะจบยังอ่ะ
Like the next series is going to be kicking off pretty soon, Tom. I think it is fair to say, and even Navi
Oi,
fans
Cam,
may
what do you
agree with
have?
me, that the pistol round
ไม่เจอนาน
is very important for
Hilo.
Navi to take here.
ฟอร์ม
Hey,
กระ
you
โดดจาก
know, they
2 ปี
won
แล้ว
of the last
มากความ
5
นิ่ง
rounds.
ความ
They
ค
won
ม
3.
ใช่
Great.
They
So
won 0
recency
rounds
bias.
before that, but
ปี-
like,
ปีเนี้ย
you
เด่น
know,
มาก
if you like recency bias, this is going well for Navi. But yeah, a pistol round, in case it wasn't obvious, is a necessity.
Oh!
Alfie, okay, it looked like he put that
นึกว่าจะได้สัก
inside
หนึ่งเยอะ
the shoulder
จบแล้วแบบนี้
of exit, but instead exit just a little bit too
Bot
fast.
แก้
Nice
ให้
work from Boaster through the edge of the smoke, and Filu's going to try
นอน
and
ปารีส
put the pressure onto
ปา
him.
รีสครับผมเท่าไหร่แล้วตอนนี้
Going to try and clear this positioning, of course.
ไม่
on the
น่า
map, it
มีค
kinda
รับผม
looks
มันจะ
like
ติฮิโร่
they
เป็น
are
ตัว
on
กลับ
top of each other, but those are actually
เพราะว่า
players
นา
going
วีมัน
under the map. Yes, it messed with my brain
Organizer
too
แบบ
for a second.
ไม่ธรรมดาเหมือน
Yeah,
กันนะครับ
slow from
ระดับ
Fnatic
เดียวกับ
though,
เอ
and
เน
it
ติก
offers those chances for Navi to take a couple
ฮิ
of
โร่ไม่
fights.
มีความเป็น
Happy
ต้อง
to do so.
ต้อง
Chloric
ต้อง
taking
ย้าย
out
แล้วก็
Boaster.
นาวีไม่ความ
Exit
เป็น
on another, and this is looking like a
Yeah.
pistol found for Navi. A much needed round on the road to recovery here on the road to EWC. Again, losing this, there's no second
น้องยัปปี้
chances
สวัสดีครับ
anymore. This is your second chance. A loss here is elimination, and this being the final map, there is a lot of ground to cover for Navi.
Yeah, for sure. This was
จบ 1-1 เหรอ
integral.
ต่อเวลา
I think
จุด
even
โทษ
just from a perspective of getting those last few rounds and making this one at least a little bit closer than what we were seeing in the early rounds, because they were just being battered by post plants and not really being able to get any kills was even an issue. But even just from a confidence
ตอนนี้ปารีส
standpoint,
ได้กี่ถ้วยละ
an opportunity to try and turn this into at least
ถ้วยเล็กๆใน
a
ฝรั่งเศสได้ปะ
competitive map. That's what we've had all the way through the series
ลีก
so
น่าจะปา
far.
รีสจบแล้วปะ
An OT to start, a 13-11 in the second, which came down to a judge getting a 3K in a
เอ้า
2v4.
ไม่ร้องฮะเป็นเรื่องครับ
Whether or not,
Taking it. Go.
again, maybe Fnatic have got a little ahead of themselves, or if this is just a small resurgence. A little bit of damage already done,
Out
but
of here.
how much more can be gone? And bear in mind that Exit does have a rifle and he's low on health. This is so risky.
Yeah, it was good damage by Sevov. It's made this an easy kill for Boaster, but he won't get much more. Still, damage is good already, with a chance to make it even better, with a chance to claim the round. Alpha's done stranger things in the past, but he will be shut down this time. 9-5. And Navi closed that gap, but 4 rounds behind. Again, we need to see them tighten the ship.
This will be crunch time. Whether this is the beginning of a comeback or the beginning of the end.
โบห้าครับ BR รัวครับผม
Of course, for Fnatic, they'll be
ต้องดูใน
watching
ลิกิพีเดีย
eagerly
ถ้าจะเอาชัวร์
in the next matchup. If they are to take this one home, of course, the winner of this game will face the winner of the game straight afterwards in FUT versus BBL. Turkish derby to decide who survives in the EWC
สงสาร
qualifier.
เท็กเจอร์แม่งพยายามอย่างหนัก
I think in FUT's case especially, one that maybe we expected to see already qualified. Their defeat to Mates was a bit of a surprise. For now, though, early control of Arcade and pressure put onto Alpha. He holds his ground, though.
ได้แค่
So
นี้
they sent everything at him, and to even get one there is just fine, but
เทียสวยละ
Boaster's fallen as well.
Erotic
The B
sweat up.
site now under Navi's
Lang
control,
ma
and a
samway.
plant will be found. Early flank already, though. 3 players coming in through main. You can see Kayak is wasting no time. He's already slid in and trapped these players in heaven. They're on the spike. In fact, deeper than that. With the flash in from Phoenix, they're taking the corner, but Chloric holds it. 9-6. Navi. And maybe it's time to start taking them seriously.
Little twist.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is...
Dark.
I'll be honest, quite shocking from 7-0 up.
คือถ้าพรุ่งนี้เจนจีแพ้คือแบบ
Now only 3 rounds behind.
ผมไม่รู้จะสรรหาคำไหนมาปลอบเท็ก
It
เจอร์
definitely
จริง
seems like that there's been the
รู้ว่า
either
Texture
side of
แม่ง
the
แบบ
coin for Fnatic
แม่งพยายาม
throughout
หนักมาก
history.
อะ
They've been one of
ตัว
the
เนี้ย
greatest comeback teams
เหมือ
of
นผิด
all
หวัง
time.
จัด
But
ใน
it
ลีก
also
มา
does feel like when they get that lead, sometimes they can take their foot off the gas, give a little bit to their
Where are
opponents, and they
you?
start to get back into the game. Of course, this one's going to be a lower purchase from the side of Fnatic, but they do also have that ultimate in the form of the run it back
น่าจะ
available
13-9 เฮ้ย
for Sevov.
ไม่ให้เอเนติกการสัก
Definitely
วิน
had
เลย
his
ครับผม
moments throughout this series thus far. That ace
Gotta go.
and the last
Oh,
round we
the-
want to remember.
We're good.
สักหนึ่งก็ไม่ให้เลยหรอ
Well, loss for Fnatic in this map would be one to forget. Nice flash. Great flash, in fact. And that's going to be Kayak with 1. All there is to report home about, at least it
Last
seemed that
players
way.
remaining.
Boaster dodging their sight for a moment, but dealt with and okay. It should still be a Navi round. But Alfier, being the last man standing, he heard one run to sight, but he knows the other should be closer, clearing his angles. But it's, oh, it's a nasty spot from Chloric, but Alpha's detected it, and he's managed to make it to the spawn safely as well. But a great reposition from Roxic. Alpha predicted it, but he's got no ammo left. Caught reloading, and Roxic's made it away. Running this clock
Oi.
down with another nasty reposition. Ruxic will take the day. Alpha makes it close, but that gap is down to 2.
I swear to God, like Ruxic does so many things that scare the life out of me, but he does it
เกือบเป็น
with
เรื่อง
such
นะ
confidence. I feel like it works. Like the amount of times I was like, if this guy gets caught doing what he's doing, he is dead to rights. But just no fear.
เนี่ย
Doesn't
เอา
matter who he's
เล่
up
น
against the wall. You
เอา
can
พ
even
เยอ
see
ร์
from
หัว
the
หมุน
spray.
เลย
He's
ช็อต
just
นี้
having a great time. 7-9. It was a very costly round considering the investment, but now we start to look at Fnatic. You've got that operator in hand. You've got the rifles. Ultimates built up. Can they stop what is just as impressive streak of rounds as they had in the first half?
Go, go, go.
God, I'm amazed by Navi's ability to pull themselves back into these games from positions that we've seen most teams crumble from. They're doing it consistently as well. 2-round gap.
Go, go, go.
Starting to feel very doable. Nightfall put into A main, dive out coming in, but Crashy's on site presents a bit of a problem. He'll only find one for his trouble, and Hero doubles up. The site theirs, but the spike needs to make it, and to get there, they've got to go right through Seavoff. No support from site either. These two players in main, they've got a demon on the other side of that smoke, and walking through it is a big risk. Boaster shuts down Hero on one side, while still holding his ground.
What?
Was Seavoff? What was that shot?
Now it's a running race. Looking to get all the way to the other side of the map. They've realized that everybody's already rotated, but there's still a kill trip ready for Althea. Catch them as they cross. In fact, he's already crossed all the way into the corner. Good positioning from him, but even still, it's a 1-for-1 trade. And in the meantime, Ruxic is caught out on Boaster from 7-0 up to now just 1 round behind.
เดสโมไทม์เอา
Yeah, and for a team in NAVI who you were asking to see their second pause 7 rounds into the game, and I was agreeing with you, Tom. It felt like it was necessary. Now it's Fnatic. After that huge lead, having that call a pause of their own, this is getting out of control, and I am blown away by that, because we've had, again, swings in each half. We've seen it in this series so far. It feels like it should be predictable, but this map felt like it should be something different, not just in the rounds we've seen, but in the history as well, in recent results. And yet Navi have fought tooth and nail to stay alive, and now perhaps to even thrive in this match.
Yeah, it's more so just like those 7 rounds at the beginning were so dominant. Like, there were barely even kills coming in for the other side. So, like, I don't know how we're here. I don't know what has happened from firstly the Navi camp, because there wasn't that second pause. There wasn't a moment where you go, okay, now things reset. They just managed to sort of drag themselves out of the rut. And now we're in a position where Fnatic are calling a pause because their opponents are just a round behind. They've won almost as many rounds in a row as Fnatic did. It's crazy to think that they are now on a 6-round streak themselves. There's not even a player on their team that is currently positive in KD.
Yeah, that is...
Bring them down.
That is not how I thought this map was going to go after the series that we've had so far. After the first half, this is not how I thought this map was going to go, but now here we are, 1 away from equalizing. Crashies and Seavoff combined. Across the map, picks are found. Although, 1 returned. B-site under the control of NAVI and a plant available. So as strong of a start as this was, it's not as clear-cut, but the fact that there is a run-it-back online for Fnatic should give them a big upper hand. It's effectively a 5v3.
Yeah, and a Nightfall. Like, in terms of ults, they are ready and set. I like this from Filu, though.
Oh my god, that could be it.
If he times this right, he might just get a freebie, and he's taken out Seavoff. That's the run it back on. Of all the players to lose, he's almost taken out the second one. He's got to retreat, otherwise Kayak will be able to pincer. Now you see that Nightfall put into play. I don't know if it was quite avoided by the player up top. I saw a fallback, but now it's the wraparound. Ruxic's reposition could be everything. He's just going to go for the guy defusing, and he's found him. Nobody watching back towards the stairs, because I assume they had everything covered.
หมดเลยครับลูกอีก
Well, Ruxic has just cleaned up on his own. 9-9.
Navi not stopping with this momentum. Big round for Ruxic as
Yeah.
well. No doubt he feels like that spray as well. That
ต้องไป
was
ใช่ว่าน้องส
crazy
ตาร์ท
from
เอ
him
กีเฮ้ย
as Fnatic cascade back into the site.
เหี้ยแล้วมัน
They get
ของ
on
จริ
the
งนี่หว่า
defuse early, and he's the difference maker. The paranoia was perfectly timed as well. He didn't wait for the defuse to be tapped again. He knew they were on their way to it. And ends up with a kill for his trouble. That was his
ฟูลเซน
third.
นะ
His
ฟูลเซน
fourth
2-1
kill. Something else entirely.
เอ
I
เวอร์ติ
don't
ล
know
งไป
how
9
he got away with that
บอ
on
ก
the
พี่ให้
crashes.
ใครครับ
Here
ซี
we
คน
go.
ละแบบนะ
Barriers up again.
แต่
And
พี่
a
ชอบ
south
ซี
side
บอกมาก
crunch.
กว่าซีบอก
Fnatic
มัน
are taking
เบร
the
กหลา
fight
ก
to
หลาย
their
กว่า
opponents. They're
กว่า
playing more aggressive than we've seen in this map so far. TP taken though. Nasty play by Ruxic. He's gonna get a double. He's given them a chance, a moment to breathe, and there it is. Now a 3 versus 1. In fact, a 3 versus 0. The lead is there for a team trailing 9-3 at the half.
อ๋อไม่น่าเปิดนะอันนี้สิเริ่มนักดิตั้งแต่
I
Well, we're not
can't
getting
believe my eyes. I can't believe that this is the same map, the same day of Valorant. From 7-0 up. And anyone, even if you were the CEO of NAVI, Harris Pilton is his name. If you were that guy and you were like, I actually think we're going to be in the lead by round 19, I think I would have smacked him around the face and gone, wake up, you're delusional. Like I genuinely don't know what I'm witnessing. And sure, that last round it was an eco, it was a low buy, but the other 7, 8 rounds they've now won
ฮัน
in a
แน่
row. It feels like Fnatic are hemorrhaging and Navi are just getting stronger and stronger as the rounds go on.
เฮ้ย
They now have a chance to
Oh.
eliminate Fnatic. And Exit's already started off with
จาก
killing
บอกไอ้
out
สัตว์มา
Kaya.
ยัง
He's
ไง
managed to make it through the A site into the B site. How has he found that much space?
Well, Alpha's now standing to deal with him, but
Okay.
it's a shorty coming his way, and Filu's
Yeah,
even the
man.
one to take him down. A 4 versus 3. Fnatic. Oh, well, they've got the spike. Yeah,
Spike
Seavoff's
down
just
B.
been handed it with a minute
รัว
left
เลย
on
ค
the
รับช็อต
clock,
นี้เพื่อนได้
and
บีวิ่ง
now
ไป
we're
วาง
in a
เอ
bit of trouble. Having to fight our way back into Seavoff is,
I'm out of here.
look, it's a daunting task for even the best of the
ทำไม
best,
มัน
but
ถึงไม่วาง
Seavoff
บีให้
pushing
จบๆไป
forward,
เล
at
ยวะ
least he was for a moment, and it's not a wise move with
One
Filu
enemy
waiting on the other side. There's the spike, recovered, and Filu with a great read for a triple. 11-9. The streak continues for Navi, and they are so close to knocking historic rivals
ลีไล
Fnatic
บุ๊ก
out of contention for EWC. This would be the 3rd international event in a row that Fnatic, a team hailed as the best in our region for most of Valorant's history, the best in the world for a good part of it. They may be falling out of grace, and indeed their name may be forgotten by the international community soon.
11-9. There was ever to be a moment to see this team wake back up. This would have to be it. Navi have had trouble closing. We saw it in the last map.
เขาบอก 13-9 ตอนที่เอเวอร์ติดโดนโบนัสราวอ่ะ ใคร
Do
มันจะไป
Fnatic
คิด
have
ว่า
anything left in the tank? The one man who
Main
has
gun
been
ไม่เป็นวะ
consistently solid is Alfier, and he's gone within the first 20 seconds or so. Judge in position from Kayak, though. He's at least holding on to the tower. Ultimate's being expended. The run through from Seavoff is shut down, but Kayak
ถ้า
again.
นัดแรกตายเลย
The
เกม
Judge
จะ
has
ได้มา
turned the tide already once in this series, but it might not do the same here. Seavoff and
โอลิ
Boaster
กเล่นใน
to
ไซ
try
ด์
and stop
โบ
them
เตอ
getting
ร์มี
to
โอเวอร์
12.
โทไซด์เอ้า
The Molly's missed. The orbital strike is going to be called in, but the player's already dead. Last man in main.
วางผิดหรือ
Tucked
เปล่า
away,
เปิ
the
ด
plant not for him. Ruxic's done it before from this very same position. A fake
player
TP across, but he's been spotted. The cost is Seavoff's life, and now the TP taken. Ruxic playing with the clock as time runs low. Boaster forced the stick, and Ruxic has done it again.
Match point.
There was a moment in this series where I said to you,
มันก็แค่
the viewers at
กู้
home,
เลยตอนแรกอ่ะ
the biggest compliment that I could give to
ถือปืนหนึ่ง
Ruxic
คน
is
กู้เลย
that on his day he is Althea level. That is what you are watching right now. You are watching this man take over this game as if there is nobody else in the server.
กันไม่เก่ง
Like, he has
เชื่อ
now had
แต่
so
ว่า
many high impact
ไอ้เหี้ยเมื่อกี้มัน
multi-frags
ทำอะไร
to
วะ
4K in the post plant where if he dies they can
What
just
the fuck?
defuse. He kills everybody. A 1v2 where he played that again just absolutely perfect. Like fake TPs the first time, then
Oh
takes
my
the TP
God.
the second time, so that Boaster doesn't actually know if he's still in that corner behind the molly. he is playing a masterful game, and from a point where they were dead and buried, from a point where this team was already out of the tournament. We said it on the cast because the team that we saw for the first 7 rounds, I'll be honest, didn't deserve to still be in this tournament. But the team that we are seeing right now, or at least some of the individual players, holy cow. I want to see Ruxic on the big stage, and if he keeps playing like this, he might just get there.
Oh yeah, the way he's playing, he seems destined for the big stage indeed. Not quite going to get there by winning this series, but stepping over the corpse of Fnatic to make it to that BO5, besting those previous rivals. Well, I can tell you at least the man in the coaching slot will feel very, very good about that. 3 chances now for NAVI to give Fnatic the hat trick of missed internationals, missed
อัลฟาเยอร์มันจะเปลี่ยนใจยัง
major
วะ
events in a year. I mean, when it comes to
ว่าจะไม่ไปไหนถ้าพี่
seeing
โบ
the
ยังอยู่
best in
นี่
the
อะ
world in one place, you don't get to see it very often, and all year long that has meant seeing teams that aren't Fnatic.
We're good.
Here we go again. Fast pushing. Alfia on the site. He's gone. Already dealt with. Already dead. And this is a ruse. This is a ruse where Exit is having to run back through the molly. They are trying to play in towards the A site, which for now is completely open. They could have been sat on B with a post plant, but NAVI are
เอา
playing
จ
with
ริง
their
เป็นอัลฟา
food.
เยอร์ก็เซมเหมือนกันนะ
Here comes the rotation, just about making it back
นี่ถือ
through.
ว่าคมพอตัว
He's just going to try and dodge everything, but he's been
ทำไม
dealt
เอล
with.
ติก
And
มา
Seavolf
ผสมใส่ตัว
still
นี้
in the battle for Paris, wanting to
One
try
enemy
and
remaining.
take the team there.
Spike
Spike
down
dropped,
A.
and maybe an overcook from NAVI. Only Ruxic remains.
Caution here.
กันเดือนหนึ่ง
Well, the clutches so far have been amazing from Ruxic.
เอา
This
ละ
one not going to be added to the tally. 12 to 10. 2 more chances for NAVI as Fnatic find it in them to fight for survival. And I say historic matchup, historic win. Well, it very much would be. This would be the first time since going way back to 2024, over 2 years since we've seen NAVI best Fnatic, and that was the only time that under these banners
แต่เราก็
that these
ถือว่า
teams
ใจอยู่ครับ
clashed and saw
เดิน
NAVI
มา
take the dub.
ไม่ใช่ก็ใกล้เคียง
And you talk about kicking a team while they're down. Well, for NAVI to come in and remind Fnatic what it's like to lose to them, remind Boaster what it's like to lose to Angel, and doing it when it would also be adding the accolade of 3 big events missed in a row. That has got to be a blow that Fnatic will do anything to avoid.
There's a record of Fnatic versus NAVI that sits 6-1 in their favor.
เติร์กไป Vitality ครับ
Wins in a row over the last 2 years. This would be the combo breaker once again, but
Go, go, go.
they've just broken what was, I believe, a 10-round streak. The momentum can be stopped.
Go, go, go.
Just whether they believe that they can get these last couple and take us to overtime for the second time in this series. Again, the opening has gone the way of Exit, but Seavolf is fighting tooth and nail, desperate to make it to Paris, to have that hometown turf, be the one Frenchman from EMEA making it. And you know what? He's doing absolutely everything again. We saw this on the last map. But one tick
Start
that
อยู่ดีๆก็เก่ง
more than anybody else. He might not be getting the
30
ace
seconds
unless
left.
he could find Ruxic at the last
อีกหนึ่
second,
ง
but
คิว
he
มีอั
has
นติดนะ
definitely got them the round.
โอ้แต่ไม่ได้ว่ะยากไป
Challenging
Yappa,
fate
yappa.
with that, Tom. 20 seconds. Ruxic, he'd need a plan
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
right
เดี๋ยว
about now, and that flash, although
10
it
seconds left.
looks funny, it has actually delayed him. There's no chance anymore, and Seavolf will finally get his 5th kill of the round. 12 to 11, an ace needed to keep Fnatic
แล้วนะแอง
alive.
พอร์ต
And
ปิดเกมไง
considering the fact that we were again 9-3,
ขอชมประ
7-0,
สบ
take
การ
your
ณ์
pick of
30 ปีของม้า
advantages
หน่อย
for Fnatic to have to
ทำยัง
fight
ไง
in the final round,
เรียก
not
ปิด
to
เกม
win,
นี้
but to stay alive is was unimaginable at a point.
Enemy.
I
10
point
seconds
something
left.
out.
Go ahead.
They lose this round, they will have lost 2 maps in a row where he has got an ace to keep them in the map.
That's pretty rough.
นี่คู่เดียวรอบไป
And
ถึ
it
งปี
was
สอง
right
by
to
the
the
way-
end as well. I don't know if it was to put them
Oh, shit.
1 round behind. It might have been. Then they lost to a judge, right? Is it going exactly the same? It might have been 1 round before, but even still, that's utterly insane that we are in a position where Seavolf is stepping up and putting an ace on the table to keep them in the map. But obviously this map is far worse than the last one because, yeah, the lead that they choked is not from this position. It's Angel taking a pause. You can understand why. Na'Vi have climbed back from the depths of hell, and it's looking like they've got all the way to the top, and they might just slip and fall all the way back down again. It would be heartbreaking because from a point of deserving to be out,
ประมาณ
I feel
20
like they
กว่าครับ
deserve
ผม
now to
ไม่
get
ถึ
the
ง30
victory.
ที่จะเพิ่มนิดนึง
I will be their nightmare.
Well, Fnatic went missing for a while for this year. And now it's their chance to show back up, put themselves on the map, or fade out of the minds of the world's best. Overtime is what they need. As NAVI start to close in the walls on this B site. I think they want to go back to A eventually, and that's a problem because there's A main aggression. A full push-up from Fnatic. They've now got a lot of space, but in fact, NAVI took in. It is a game of chess taking place here as now Fnatic stop. They are stood on opposite sides of the wall with no idea what awaits them just around the corner. And NAVI, luckily, without making noise, they shift back to this B site, but the flank will come on them very quickly.
Weaponry definitely not in their favor, and the second that move is made into this site, that's where problems arise. Alfia's position makes me nervous. He's in a weird spot, and it's only going to be the one-for-one trade.
โอ้โหแล้ว
Viper's
Viper pit
pit is going to be utilized.
ตัดหน้าเจน
He's
นี้
dodging the spams, but now that flank starts to come in, but it's known. They now know it's there. A little bit
พูด
slower
ได้คน
than
เดียวว่าห
they
นาแน่น
would
นะ
have liked. Over on the Fnatic side, it looked like they had them crunched in, but they do at least have a lot of ground. The problem is that
ต้องไป
pit
เข้าแคนทีน
makes
กับ
things
เมนหมด
very
ครับ
awkward for them. Getting into
เอ้า
the site exit, needs to get his
สวยละ
almost saved by the Prowler, but instead they have an
โอ้คมโอ้โดด
monster. Now the one trying to hold them in, but instead
GG
it's
ครับ
Hero and
Attackers
Rustic
win.
to close the game. It is NAVI that will go marching on in the EWC
นี่มันแมป
qualifier
บุกจริง
from
ว่ะ
7-0 down. They survive.
At that halftime, Tom, I hadn't got any hope left. I came into this map hopeful
I still
as
don't
well.
believe it.
Like considering how Navi played on map 2, it seemed possible, but after half one, it was impossible. I'm trying to think of any game I've seen like this where it was so clear that there was a favor, that there was a better team round to round, and that lead slips for Fnatic. Tom, this is it. This has gone from a tailspin, a spiral downwards to an all-out crash and burn. I mean, this team, 3 internationals now in a row. We've had panic changes, getting rid of their coach last second, coming out of the stage in VCT MEA to then move here and at times look a little directionless, which is expected. I think this is kind of the problem with these roster changes. And then you add to that you have a stand-in as well. It definitely hasn't been the easiest of times to sort of find stability in that Fnatic roster, but this level of failure is, I mean, unimaginable for the roster. We've never seen it before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a long sort of break for them to try and reset things. But the exciting thing for NAVI is from the clutches of defeat, from a point where, as we said, they look dead and buried 7-0 down to winning. I think it did end up as 10 rounds in a row and closing a second map 13-11 after an ace from Seavolf. I don't think you could write a script that's more crazy than that. But for them, they now have to calm what is probably a very exciting moment eliminating Fnatic. And they need to get ready for tomorrow because that, and I can't believe I'm saying it, that was the first match of today.
It was.
We still have another match today, and it's a Turkish derby between FUT and BBL.
Yeah, we genuinely had shorter BO5s going into last week than we've had right here in a BO3. An unbelievable game to start off today, but that's exactly as Tom said, not all that we have for you tonight, folks. We have another matchup coming up very soon. We will have FUT Esports versus BBL. We'll catch you in a few.
จริงๆพี่ว่าเรื่องโค้ดก็มีส่วนครับโค้ดหลักมันเพิ่งโดนเด้งไปใช่ไหมมิลานแล้วก็แข่งต่อเลยเดสโมมันก็อยู่ชั่วคราวเดี๋ยวต้องรอดูอิงว่ะโค้ดอิงว่าจะแบบจะยังไง ดูครับอีกคู่ดูครับ แต่พี่ไม่ค่อยเชื่อใจโค้ชอีกคนที่มาแทนมิลานว่ะ อันนี้นก็หนักเหมือนกัน แต่ก็ไม่แน่ต้องคือถ้ามันโอเวอร์คุกแล้วเหมาะกับผู้เล่นเอเวอร์ติกชุดนี้ก็ไม่แน่เดี๋ยวต้องรอดู แต่ตอนคุกเคซีมาแม่งไม่เวิร์กไม่เวิร์กเลย ด่าโค้ดหมายถึงโค้ดใหม่ใช่ไหม ได้เลยน้องโพดฝันนี้ครับนอกจากฝันนี้ครับเจอพวกนี้ครับ ตึง3 แมปเลยเมื่อกี้ไม่รู้คิดอะไรอยู่เดียวโค้ดอิงมาเฉยเลยยืดเส้นยืดสายก่อนโอ้แรงจัดนอน70สุดท้ายนำ70สุดท้ายนอนดูอยู่บ้านพี่เป็นไงพี่ว่าใครยิงลาล็อกไงพี่ว่าฟุตป่ะซอฟกำลังลั่นเลยตอนนี้แมปแรกทุกตัวที่ลาล็อกยิงตัว10 บาทจัดไปโหให้เลือกตัวยิงงี้ก็หวานนะเด็ตอนสแต็กนี่ลุ้นเหนื่อย ตอนตอนสแต็กอะพี่ดูจนพี่ลืมไปแล้วว่ามีเควสสแต็กอยู่อะเฮียชื่อแตกไม่ขึ้นเลยแต่แบบแรกไม่ค่อยยิงเหรอเช็คผลงานล่าสุดก่อน เจอ Eternal Fire แมปแรกเฮ้ยแมปแรกกดไป27เลยนะแมป2กดไป3เอ้ยมันเลเวอร์นี่หว่าดูโอ้โหแมปแรกกดไป10ตัวแต่แมป2กดไป22วิเลเวอร์มันกลับมาลั่นแล้วเหรอวะเลเวอร์59คิวเลยเหรออืมมันปลดล็อกแล้วเหรอปลดล็อกโยรู้แล้วเหรอเหลืออีกคู่หนึ่งครับดูอีกคู่หนึ่งก็เดี๋ยวพักฮะฮีโร่เกม8ไหมมีโปรปลดล็อกตัวเองไปเล่นเซเนลก็คือจริงๆเลเวอร์ล็อกอะพอแพทเนิร์ฟอยู่รู้อะตอนแรกมันก็หาตัวเองนานอยู่ใช่ไหมมันคนละฟีลกับบีโป้มันใหญ่โลอะแต่ว่าเลเวอร์ล็อกมันเหมือนกับมันต้องทำหน้าที่โลเดิมอะจะเปลี่ยนตามเมตาจากโยรู้เป็นนีออนอะก็นานอยู่กว่าจะปรับตัวได้ของบีโปนี่โดนถอยตำแหน่ง
We're right around that mark. This could be a long night today.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm still kind of recovering from the last game, and now we go into a Turkish derby where honestly, normally I'd sit there and go like, okay, FUT are in better form. BBL have kind of been in a bit of struggles. Even rumors that maybe they'll be making moves during this off-season time for them, but every time I go into this match, I am not convinced that either one of these teams is going to come and dominate, because I just think that there's so much heart on the line. I think both of these teams care about this matchup more than any other. I think we've talked to the Turkish players in these sort of moments and been like, hey, this is where that realistically we want to beat the other Turkish teams. We want to be the best Turkish teams, and we know that going into next year being the best Turkish team guarantees you a spot in EWC as well. So it really is going to be a brawl. And after what was, I thought, going to be like a match where, okay, the first match where I go like, okay, I think this team is the favorite and they should win, and that's been blown out the water. I feel like at this point, I don't want to say too much, because for the first half of Fracture, I think I looked like I knew what I was talking about. And after that point, everything went out the window.
Yeah, I think that the first half of Fracture felt like, you know, we were in the same universe that we're from. Everything made sense. We followed the laws of physics, and then we ended up somewhere parallel. That was a little crazy. how we ended up closing that one out. But like we said, the writing on the wall was there with Fnatic having a lot of trouble with the recent changes. But still, for it to go to that depth and for NAVI to be the ones making it, well, listen, one of these teams is going to have to face NAVI, and it's time to find out who. BBL Esports, like you said, some trouble, I think specifically when it comes to playing that international, then moving back regional, not really having a lot of time to change while the meta changes. And also BBL were one of the teams that made the most use and got the most benefit out of the Yoru meta. So not having a lot of time to adapt then obviously left them a little bit behind.
Yeah, I think the one good thing, though, is let's look at the results that they've had within this qualifier. And I think the most recent one is the one that gets me most excited about this series. And that is because they beat Eternal Fire, which obviously the last time they played, they got 2-0'd. They really struggled in EMEA. And not only that, the best player in that game, and I don't mean just by a little bit, but by an absolute country mile, was Lovers Rock. He went 59-35, plus 24, 185 ADR, dominant in opening duels, and the next highest player got 46 kills on the other team, and that was Izzy. So, and that was also him on the Neon as well. So a meta that we sort of talk about hasn't really worked for him, maybe because Laroc's very good at it, but that's been the sort of talking point. It's like, okay, can Laroc adapt? Can he do this? Can he do that? Well, he showed against his opponents in Eternal Fire that he can. And now that's where it makes things more interesting for me.
Yeah, and as you said, that was somewhere that Eternal Fire managed to beat BBL in a big upset last time around when it came to VCT EMEA. I think it was BBL had never lost to them, always beaten them. And then when it came crunch time on the big stage, ended up losing to them. So again, I think that's a good sign for the turnaround. You know, as I said, they come from Yoru meta at an international event. They come to regional, things have changed. They don't have time to catch up. And now they've had a little bit of time. And evidently, a lot has changed. On the other side, though, we got to talk about FUT. I mean, this squad, I think in most people's minds, will be coming in as the favorite. When you talk about being the best Turkish team right now, I think this is where most people's minds go.
Well, yeah, I think it's easy to look at a team that made it to Masters London and made it through, at least when they qualified through the upper bracket, as a favorite going in. They are, by definition, one of the top 3 teams in EMEA at the moment. So I definitely agree. The only caveat I'll put to that is what happened last week. Like, I did not expect to be sat here with them still having to play, because I thought they would have already qualified and beaten Gentlemates. So that's kind of where I start to question things a little bit more. Don't get me wrong, I think Gentlemates played a much better game than what we've seen from them in the regular season, which is a great sign. But I also think, like, Zeus had a bit of a stinker, which, again, you can't really have in this series, because, as said, both these teams are going to come in wanting to win this probably more than any other game. You also have to bear in mind that these are 2 teams in very different scenarios. One of them is preparing for a tournament that starts in about a week. The other is preparing for this and this alone. Like, there is nothing else for BBL to do up until mid-July. So, and also, you have to bear in mind that those are on different metas. So, it is very interesting that FUT kind of come in with a disadvantage because they qualified, whereas BBL come in with like, okay, this is now a chance for us to go to an international anyway. We didn't make it to Masters London. Let's make sure we make it to EWC.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. In that sense, I guess, how much do you think that that's going to bridge the gap? Because if this was a VCT MEA game, you favor FUT, but then in terms of preparation, obviously that kind of throws things into limbo. It's hard to predict where we're going to be at.
Yeah, I would say that if I was a betting man, I wouldn't want to bet on this game, because it is genuinely, it brings it down to a level playing field. And also BBL have now had that reset, had that time to sort of try and make things work. You also then have to look at the sort of map choices, like going into Pearl as a first choice seems insane. Both of these teams, I'd like to just read the stats for the last 3 months. FUT 0-3, BBL 0-2. So
perfect.
Neither of these teams, one of these teams is going to win their first game of Pearl. Obviously, this is just within the last couple of months, but it was the map that they have. I don't think BBL played it since week 2 of EMEA. They got 13-6 by Eternal Fire. Now, don't get me wrong, Eternal Fire are very, very good at the map, but that is a counter pick. That is a map that they are trying to basically say, okay, well, you might be trying to practice this with new compositions, but you probably aren't practicing it the same way you have been. Gives them an opportunity there. I think going into Haven as well, it's a decent map for FUT, but one they lost earlier in the qualifier. And on the other side of things, okay, they got battered by Fnatic, but they've also taken a map off Vitality on this. So I think that, again, we kind of end up in like middle maps for either of these sides, because a lot of the time they're going to have fairly similar map pools, but also, as said, like, especially Pearl, I don't think there was anything in FUT's mind that thought that map was going to be coming out of this veto.
Bit of a shame that we see Ascent taken out in second round of bans as well. Would have loved to get another lengthy game on that like we had in the past. But so I guess then let's ask the normal question. Is there an upper hand here in the veto? Has someone gotten the advantage, Tom? Where's your read on?
I would say that if the Pearl is where it should be, if you're coming in picking it, I would give that map to BBL. But if we're going off actual performances on that map, I would give it to FUT. They went very, very close versus Vitality in the upper final, literally going to multiple overtimes, whereas the last time we saw BBL play, they got absolutely battered. I'd say that I'd still give Haven over to FUT as well. Again, a lot of their games are incredibly close, and I think just I think the biggest problem I have, and I'm hoping this is something that, because we haven't seen BBL play it in EWC yet, I'm hoping they've changed their comp, but BBL regressed on this map. Like we saw a lot of teams really lean into Neon. When they lost Yoru, they went back to Jet Breach, which I'll be honest, I hate that comp. I think it's so out of date in the meta. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not sat there going like Breach can never work. I'm not that far down. I know that like Mini hates Breach, which is fair enough. It's not great at the moment, but I just think this composition is so out of date with everything else that we have, with how good Phoenix is, how good Neon still is in this version, that I hope that they're not playing that. But to be honest, I can understand why FUT would then pick it, because you go, okay, we're playing Waylay Neon, we're playing into the meta, and you're playing way out of it, so we might as well pick that map and just come in and dominate.
It's also worth mentioning that, you know, this is one of those matchups that has a lot of history to it, going back to before EMEA was a region, back when we used to be split up and you had Turkey as their own region. These squads have always been facing off against each other, but there definitely was a time where BBL were completely out of the conversation, and FUT were the ones known as the Turkish team. But and although this stage in EMEA that has kind of happened again, like BBL aren't out of the conversation this time, but FUT are still kind of taking that banner forward. In history between these two squads, it's 3 in a row for BBL. Recency bias definitely leans towards them. Haven't faced each other this year, but the organization's been climbing its way back up, and this really is, when we talked about it earlier, Tom, these matchups mean more than anything to the Turkish players, and you know for certain that, sure, FUT want to put the record straight on the issues they've had before, but BBL, they want to come in here today and best the squad that is now known as the Turkish team within EMEA. Things have changed. Even with a recent international appearance, it doesn't seem good enough. Now's the time to fight for pride. Or, well, not now, a little bit later, because we have a little bit of a break coming up. When we come back, we will have your second series, FUT versus BBL, going live. See you soon.
แมปแรกเหรอพุทธมันเอาวะขอดูสถิติก่อนเฮียหนักจัดเลยว่ะโดนเจนเทเมตโดนอินโนไฟไวเทอริตี้เกือบชนะแต่ก็เนี่ยคอมฟินิกคอมแม่งก็ซิ่งอยู่นะอุ้ยนี่มันก็โดนมาเหมือนกันนี่ว่า อันนี้ไม่น่าจะคุกมาใหม่แล้วอะ BBL อะเลือกมาจะเป็นนีออนฟินิก BBL ก่อนไปแบบแรกเอฟติกอะครับน่าจะยังไม่ได้คุกโค้ดใหม่ยังไม่
We're
มา
about to get underway with FUT versus BBL. And if you're just joining us now, I hope you haven't got a bedtime coming up. This could be a long series, Tom. I'm certainly expecting it to be. But when we talk about this series, obviously we've got a lot of knowledge of these players, of these teams. We've seen them fight in EMEA now for quite a while. And it does definitely feel like coming into today, if this was an EMEA matchup, that FUT would be favored. But before we went to that little break, we were saying that these are two teams that are preparing for very different stages of their life right now. FUT with a big international event coming up that's on a different patch, and then BBL preparing just for this. So in terms of if anything has changed in the last week or since stage 2, I think it is more likely that BBL will come in and show us something new than the other way around.
Yeah, I think it's also just like everything on the line as well. Like this is nobody wants to be on a break until July. Like realistically, I know I don't want to be. It's scary times. I also want to point out you talked about the battle of these two teams going all the way back to 2020. These two have faced off. The score is currently 7-6 to FUT. So over a space of 6 years. It could be 7-all if BBL managed to win this one. So it really shows that there is never truly been a dominant force between these two. The argument is, of course, though, when it comes to qualifying to international events, there is only one team that has ever dominated, and that is FUT. BBL have only made the one, and that was early this year. Now, of course, that's what makes things very interesting, though, is that FUT have obviously qualified to London, BBL qualified to Santiago. Only one of them even has a chance to qualify to Paris, and we'll have to wait and see who that is going to be. Of course, for BBL, kind of as expected, like going in with what has become a relatively meta comp on this map. As said, one of the issues that they had was constantly sort of moving away from what was necessarily the meta at times. I like the fact that we got the Phoenix in. I like the fact that it's on LaRock, because a lot of the time I think we saw Lovers Rock would be the one playing the off agent or off Neon, I should say. Like in the last game. Last time he played this, he went 3-18 while playing Waylay. So I think that him playing Neon is a much better choice. I also think LaRock Phoenix seems like a perfect thing for him. He's someone who is an initiator that can flex onto Duelist, even though he's been playing a lot of Duelist recently. And I think that is what Phoenix is right now. That is exactly the agent that he should be playing. So I'm very excited to see that one come through. I also think it's interesting as well, though, that if you look at the comp on the other side, they've gone over to playing that Jet as well. So a bit of a switch up on their half, I believe, because they were the ones running the Phoenix instead. So it's actually a swap away from that comp, and then their opponents have kind of swapped into that comp.
Oh, well, that's an interesting switcheroo. Maybe we've got the teams backwards. Who knows? But it should be interesting to see. I think LaRock on a Phoenix gets me excited. Haven't seen BBL run a Phoenix comp on this map since back when Chiwa played for them quite a while ago. The coach wasn't as good back then.
Oh!
And here we go. Shots landed to start. Assistant, of course, pal. He didn't do any work. That's what I heard, at least.
เดี๋ยวลาหลอกกูไปคนแรกเลย ไอ้เหี้ย
I will say that on a more like individualistic level, I much prefer seeing Zeus on Jet. Don't get me wrong, Phoenix makes more sense in the meta, but Zeus is one of the best Jet players I've ever watched play. The guy is so comfortable on this agent, and I think that's what FUT are going for him. Let him frag out. Let him be aggressive. Let him play the way he wants to play, especially versus Turkish team. He's going to get those fights, and while Sociable a master of timing, already starting things off well.
ต้องดัก
It will be a
ต้องเล่น
post
สูง
plant.
ครับ BBL ครับ
Actually, a slight change of post plant position because
ต้อง
of
ตัด
where
โฟม
they've
ให้ได้
gone.
แล้วตัดได้
Sop
แต่เสีย
is
ไป
ready
1
and waiting.
yeah
Yeah, ready, but only good for the one. It should be enough at this point, though. Damage done.
แล้วโรสกำลัง
Onto
จะโดนทืบ
BBL. Rose. A
Ah,
few
one
from
ball
around the
right
corner here. There's a chance
Don't
for this round to
1-3
flip.
ลอยต้า
That not working out. This should be
ยัง
done.
ไงดี
Loida. Stars to play with. Still a Gravwell. When it comes time to tap that spike. But
ปม
you're not winning this round off time, and Loida knew it. That's going to be a defuse for FUT. And a pistol round picked up.
Come on. Come
Seems
on.
like they're just
please.
checking if there's any additional pistols to be
Push the
saved
button.
to bring into the
Save
next
it there.
round, but
Easy.
you can already see the way that this map is being prepared by the defense, an opportunity to get aggressive, to be in the face of their opponents, and that's the thing I've really enjoyed about FUT is there's a lot of teams that, like, if their opponents maybe run a slower style, then they'll look to do these aggressive style compositions, but if they're aggressive themselves, maybe they'll shy away from it. FUT are not one of those teams. The FUT will fight anybody in an all-out brawl at any moment, at any
Map BBL.
time, because they believe that they will win it. And honestly, when you have Sop on Neon and Zeus on Jet, I believe them.
Yeah, it's a pretty compelling argument. And now FUT, they sit back,
My camera
they
is
wait
destroyed.
towards this B site as A main aggression comes in. Spotted player here, easy pickup for Sop, quick reload, and he's right back ready to go again. The best thing you can do here, probably get up close. You can pop a smoke your own on the corner, wouldn't be bad, and just flash through it. With a minute 10. But want to go back out and check if anyone's actually here. But as of right now, it is just going to be that passive play as they set up finally. Here we go.
Sushi
Whoa,
Bowl.
okay. There's no flash through the smoke. Instead, it's just straight up
หิว
swing.
จัดช็อต
And
นี้
a
รู้เลย
hit on Dissociable. Now a plant secured. And to be honest, this round is going to get a little bit dicey potentially.
Oh, it feels like nothing is ever free between these two teams.
ไม่ได้วาง
Oh my.
ตอนแรกแม่ง
Sneak through, but
ทำไม
it's
ไม่
only
วางให้
gonna be a
จบๆไปเลย
trade.
วะให้เขาตั้งหลัก
The
ได้วะ
plant never went in though. That's the major
Yeah.
worry. And while speaking of Zeus, he shall arrive. They have
Yeah.
lost one of the players, but eventually Kreven will be found. An audacious game of hide and seek that I feel like was only ever going to end one way.
Ah, keep that furnace. But yes, this should
Well,
do.
the 2-0 done without too much concern being caused now for
ใช่
FUT.
ละลาล็อก
This
เอา
is
หนู
the
เว้ย
round that
ลาล็อกเว้ย
BBL look to fight right back in, battle back into. I don't mind the idea here, though. The fact that they found this kill on the sociable really surprised me. He gets nothing for his trouble there, and it's not like he was flashed or forced back. It was a fight he was looking to take. But he wasn't ready for that many players to come flying around the corner at him. Round 3, as we said, full buy still to the attacking side. And again, a main aggression comes through, this time with 4 players. And immediately the pace picked up by BBL. They've spotted on the other side of the map. There's numbers.
ยังครับ
I don't know if they
ยัง
know
ไม่
there's
ฮะ
that many numbers, but the reaction was exactly what it needed to be. EWC is forced off of B because of so much pressure put on. And a plant can now be taken. It should be taken.
Right there.
Oh.
Really worried about some counter utility, and they should be worried about Saw. Dear Lord, he's just running at them. He's just running at them, and he's winning.
แล้วล็อก 2
Zeus also finding another, and bear in mind, this is the bonus round. This is not a full buy coming out from FUT. Loiter, he's doing what he can, but he's now 10 HP. A bullet spam through the corner of it will be enough, and it's not even needed. Good round from Crostalli, but again, when I see a team pick into a map that's meant to be a pocket pick, your opponents haven't won it, you haven't won it. Going 3-0 down at the start, that's not great.
Oh, it's definitely worrying. Yeah, it definitely is, because we're going to get to a point here where we start to really think, okay, that was a mistake. And the thing is, you don't want to, right? At the start, well, we don't know why they've picked it. Scrims could be going exquisitely. This could be the map that they scrimmed
ตัวละ
the most. Could be the map they scrimmed the least, and everything just
Yeah,
slotted into
BBL.
place. Who knows? But
เลือกมา
if
เสิ
you
ร์ฟ
pick
ปะเนี่ย
it,
เลือก
and
มา
you
เสิร์ฟ
get
นี่
off to
2-0 เลย
a
นะ
slow start, then even in the minds of your players, the minds of us, of course, of everyone, it's like, was this a mistake? For BBL, at least for now, Looks like it might have been, but it's very, very early days. Again, the same main aggression to come through. Much more passive, though. And so the walkabouts from BBL. They want to find out where these players are, and they've, well, lost one player for their trouble. This is a low buy. So even seeing them trade damage early is a little bit concerning.
I like the reposition though from the defense. They've now got deep A control, deep B control, and then a player just watching for the split and towards the spawn. And there was the one sort of open point, so it seems like FUT are very much aware
ใจเย็น
where
แบ
the
บกัน
danger resides.
เราต้องมีความหวัง
And the problem is now as an attacker, you have to think, where can we plant? Or what's a good position that we can hold on to?
นี่ EWC มันคาดเดายากว่ะ
They're gonna go for deeper positioning. I like this. And an opportunity to fight into Zeus. And okay, he hasn't missed a shot so far today, but that
ได้
was
เล่น
the
อย่างเงี้ย
first.
ได้เล่น
Yeah, that was a
นี่
big
ไง
miss as well. Yeah, that may have cost him the round with Rose finding another. Okay,
โอ้โห
Sociable
ปืนไปหน่อย
5
ครับโรส
HP.
ครับ
Hey, you might even wonder about
เฮ้ย
saving this weapon at this point,
Oh,
but you'd be
hi.
wrong to even think about it. Sociable's brought us into a man advantage now. Gravwell goes into play, and they close the distance further, but hold on.
remaining.
Greven. Oh, Greven! He's
Oi.
holding his ground.
He had
He
have
caught
bad jabs.
fighting back, but not dealt with. 24 HP, and he's
Oi.
safely around the corner. This round is
Alright,
already
yeah.
done. Lloyd had just had to confirm it 3-1. What a way to fight back early on.
That trip's genuinely fantastic. He just put it on
Oi.
the other side of the cosmic divide, so there was two players. One ran through, gets
Yeah,
caught
ow,
and
ah.
dies. The second runs through the same part of the wall, also gets caught on it, also dies. Definitely an oversight from the side of FUT, but I don't think I've seen a singular trip have that much impact in a long time, especially after all the nerfs that went into the Sentinels. 3-1.
มันตั้งใจหรือเปล่าหรือ
That
มั
was
น
exactly what we
มัน
wanted to
ฟุก
see
หรือ
though
เปล่า
from BBL. Like, sure, maybe not in that manner, but good adaptations in the round, good positioning, and more of the sort of
แล้วนับ
individual
หนึ่งยิง
flair
แบบนี้
that
โม
we
เมน
saw
ตัม
from
ว่ะ
the back towards kickoff. Of course, it's the first of many needed on your own map choice.
เวลาหลอกมีอันติครับ
But even still, as said, like I feel like even the second map of Haven,
ต้องมี
it's
หนึ่ง
not
ศพ
like it would be a
ตา
death
นี้
sentence if they went in as a deficit.
ต้องมี
Like,
หนึ่ง
it's
ศพ
still
แน่นอน
a map that they can play. Sure, versus Fnatic, they struggled, but I think they've had time now.
Well, a minute on the clock. Time has started to bleed out of this round, and Spike's still in spawn. Players grouping up on A. I think we're going to have a pump fake with an attempt to catch the rotations in mid.
โอ้โห
But
ทามิ่ง
instead, Lloyd is being caught waiting outside B. That's a push-up from Zeus with perfect timing. Look at the noise made on A. They're trying to drag rotates like we said, and it's working, at least for now, but they're losing players. Lost one, and now Larocque going to be taken down in his ultimate, getting rid of a big piece of utility, and Sociable lurking outside B has managed to find himself one at last. 25 seconds as one player gets caught in this wrap through the back of double doors. The other goes to spawn to pick up the spike. 20 seconds, and we might just be giving up on this round.
Hey, I'm surprised that any of that was attempted with 25, 30 seconds left with the spike still in spawn. Like, I don't know. Maybe it was just lost, forgotten, or just an oversight, but even if that had gone well, you would have had to run all the way back to your spawn and get the spike halfway through, so the mistakes made, and for FUT, hey, you lose a round to what was a weaker buy, and then you get to have a flawless round in terms of you keeping all of your players alive, and you don't have to use the ultimates to play with. I think FUT are going to be very happy with how that's gone.
เฮ้ยปาลิส
Without a doubt.
ปาลิสตอน
You
จุด
know,
โท
for
ษ
a
จบไป
second time we said that round that they lost was a great chance for BBL to get back in early on, and well, now losing the follow-up, it sort of puts a wrench in the works, doesn't it?
I think I'm just going to stop talking, honestly. Like, everything I say now just seems to be
อ้าว
completely
ปา
wrong.
ลิสแชมป์เหรอ
Oh, you know, 7-0 up, let's just move on to the next series. That game was done right. Well,
โอ้โห
no, never mind. No, you're going to win 10 rounds in a
เอ
row.
เซ่ยิงไม่เข้านะ
That could have been, you know, the ignition for BBL in that round, and nope.
เป็น
No, they're not going to get a single
ซึม
kill in the next one. Well,
You know,
having a
Tom,
full bite, and they're going to forget the spike.
Yeah, forgetting the spike was a bit more of a damning
น่าจะ
situation
มันอยู่
there.
นะ
Rotating
ตอน
while
จุดโทษ
one player's going back
ต้อง
to
มาย้อนดู
spawn,
ไฮไลท์
one's going in their spawn, one's running through mid. Spike's nowhere to be found. It was a little bit of madness, but yeah, I think you do need to stop speaking, Tom. There's a reason I said to you what I said to you during that break. Yeah, 4-1. Here we go for FUT. It's definitely looking good. There was a little bit of a bump in the road, but it only ended up pushing them to new heights.
Do you know something else I said?
Yes. What is that?
I said that Lovers Rock in their last series had a,
Oh, you
a
did.
brilliant game.
You did. Yeah.
He is 0-4.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
ได้
Tom.
เลยน้องพันธุ์ปันนี้ครับ
Said this should be a long one as well, although I think that was more both of us. So we'll see
What
if that
kind of
comes
neat?
back to bite us
แค่นี้ก็สวยแล้ว
as
นอนปี
well.
นะ
For FUT, 4-1 as we
Good.
said, but the pressure coming in towards this B site, it is definitely scary to see a player alone with everyone coming their way. But what's even scarier is the spike being challenged by 3 alone in the spawn. Rose has to be so careful. Players go back from a long move towards the site from main as Larock catches Sociable, and
I know exactly
all these steps being
where
heard
you are.
on a long, a player picked off in the spawn. Yeah, you go right back to the B site. Only one to defend on that side of the map, and he is completely surrounded.
ย้อนกลับไป B ครับ
Near
ยังไง
impossible
ดูเจ
to find anything for
ตัดไม่ได้
Yedajay. And with the shot missed, it will be.
Okay, bomb
It is
site.
just, well, hold on.
อ่ะ
They should know there's an op there. They shouldn't peek it, but they do. And they peek it with just the right timing, just as it was.
เชี่ย
Given
2
up
รอบ
by
แล้วนะ
FUT.
BBL
Obscuring vision.
ก็วาง
The op
ปิดก็
still
ได้ป่ะ
waiting Yedajay down below, but no one's giving them the
No
chance,
one
and they can just
ปิด
plant
ตลอดก็ได้
safety now. There's no
One
need
enemy
for
remaining.
BBL to
30
give
seconds
opportunities
left.
away, and as you can see, they're not in the business of doing so.
Yedajay, though, we've seen so many utterly insane plays from this man. His resurgence has come with the change-ups, but this is going to be a tough one. A nice first
right.
shot. Even the first pick was impressive, but it is still going to be the round going the way of BBL. A break back once again after the pause. The key to success was talking to Key. And for FUT, still got their ultimates online. Again, not really been a position for those to be used.
One
It's
enemy
mainly also just like getting caught in some of the spots that they were heavily watching. As I said, they were playing the 2-2 split with Zeus just holding in towards
Get out of my way.
that spawn area. Here goes his Blade Storm though. 9
Bring
kills
them down.
already.
We found
I'd
one.
be surprised if he doesn't add at least 1 to the tally, but now I've said it,
มีหน้า
he's
ที่
gonna
เรา
get
แก้
headshot
แค้น
through
ให้
a wall.
ให้ทีมร่วมลีกให้เพื่อนร่วมลีก
If he
กัน
does
ไป
get headshot through a wall, that is going to be
Slow.
clipped and shipped.
โอ้ลาหลอก
Crystalli
ลาหลอกโหม่งไม่หยุดเลยจังหวะนี้
Nice work by BBL. Good ground taken. And all posted up and ready to fire. That's Yedajay down in the back of it. But Sop does manage to return one. A hero play needed inside the cage. It could be sociable. He won't
Wow.
stand tall in the late fight. And nor will Sop. Another for BBL. And any chances of them being left in the dirt seem to have faded.
Gotta go.
Yeah, better round from Lovers Rock as well. There's like all jokes aside, I think the swap up here kind of makes sense. Like I think that
ยังครับ
he
ที่ดูอยู่
had
ใน
his
ออนยังไม่เนิร์ฟ
need
ฮะ
while playing like an agent that was very much about movement. There is still an agent that's very much about movement, and I think that this fits his style a little bit more. I think also that the other side of it is that Larock can play anything. Like this man is the guy who plays breach for them. He can play initiator. So I think that giving him maybe what is a slightly tougher time for a talented player, I don't mind it if you also get Lovers Rock online, which it seems like even just in that last round is the case.
อุ้ย
Taking that
Well, steps hurt by Sociable. He's
Oh,
dropped one to spike as well.
Sociable.
Good work with a double. Considering that's the whole team
Yeah.
running it down right into your face, I think he can
ทำดี
be
จัด
very happy with his performance. I don't know how far away Phoenix Ult is at this point, but certainly not to be a factor in this round. Plant coming through Lover's Rock. That's a big risk. He's going to continue forward. Zeus doesn't expect it. I mean, of course he doesn't.
Bad
Lover's
things.
Rock gets him on the fade
Bad
back.
things,
Still standing. I don't know how they've gotten away with that.
Yeah, lower
The
bad tap.
shorty was what was used for the kill on the fade back, and then BBL flooded in to cover, knowing there was a chance they
นี่
tried to
เดียว
hunt
สไน
him
เดอร์
down.
แทงเฉย
Sop had so
พี่หมาน
many
ยองครับ
bodyguards.
แอบ
There
ไป
was
เชียร์
never
ปา
a
รีส
chance
มา
for FUT. That's
ยินดีกับ
4-4.
ปารีสด้วยนะฮะ
And a timeout from FUT. They're feeling that pressure.
You know what that was? That was Lover's Rock when he used to play Yoru. He could get up in the
Yeah,
face of the
literally.
shorty and he
มัน
could disappear.
ทำหน้าที่
And I
หม่ง
think
อะดิ
maybe someone told him
ไอ้
that,
ลา
you
ล็
know
อกอะ
what, you got enough movement over on that
Gimmick
Neon
อะ
that you could do the same thing. I genuinely think like even
แปด
though
ตะ
it's
ไว้
very,
มง
very
แปด
early
ตะ
in
ไว้
this
มง
game, he's looking like he's got his confidence back because I think that was the biggest and most brutal thing for this team was that he looked like after having to move off an agent which forces you to sort of play a very specific way, he didn't have the same confidence in the other agents. And if the break and now playing more Neon is what's going to change that for the team, that makes them a lot scarier. And the last couple of rounds, he's been incredibly good.
Well, I think we see that as well when you go back to the chamber meta. Like, think of someone like Ye as well. Like,
Yeah.
without a doubt, the highest impact player, or you put him top 5, no one can debate that, of that meta. And then we move to the next meta and you're getting bombed in tier 2. It's been tough. And I think that for him, like, or for anybody in that position, it takes a while to adapt. It takes finding something you can kind of play to your strengths in, and that hasn't been the case, I guess, for most players, even in making that
BBL ครับ
adjustment
ผม
to a Neon. It's nice to see him with a little bit of a different interpretation, a lot more aggression, but somewhat more tempered. Set himself up and get himself out
Here.
instead of slide into the chaos.
Already. Early space taken, trip's going to be removed. Like, those going within the first 15 seconds makes it very difficult for FUT to keep tabs on all of the space. You can already see that, yeah, I like it from Cristalli. He's actually just gone swinging. They've been playing so passively that you almost saw the loss of what is this aggressive style from FUT, this almost disrespectful style. And him going through the hole and taking that fight from spawn, that's helped them out massively. An opening kill, Sociable and Yedege under pressure. And Yedege's had a very rough start to this game. Sociable, however, we always talk about it. He is the king of timing, and he couldn't have timed that any better.
Yeah, speaking of players who do well on chamber, he definitely is one. Very nicely done with FUT having this squad surrounded. The back is covered off. Okay, Rose has done well. That's Cristalli down. Now they need to be very careful. The flank is the win con here. Waiting for it should give them the round. And the other two just group up together, play the trades. Perfect. Cosmic Divide is going to make this a bit more complicated. Even more so now with Nightfall. These players, they don't care anymore about that flank. BBL have repositioned perfectly, but the plant really isn't great for this. I mean, to deny that, sure, you have a star to begin, but from there, what do you do? And look at the wraparound top. I hate this. Rose has gone into spawn. They could defuse. They could defuse right now, and the grab wall's the only thing that can stop it. But with the body block, they've already gotten into half now. Someone needs to run. They can't possibly stop it.
เศร้าเลยครับ
Those are the worst post plant positions I've ever seen. What were they thinking?
ยังอันนี้นี่ออนยังไม่
I
เนิร์ฟ
don't know if they expected that they could buy enough time off the grab wall, but yeah, they really needed that body block not to be there, and that's an impressive gamble. I also think as well, like, I know they wanted to create like distraction and almost dismay
น่า
in
สู้
their
จังหวะแรก
opponents,
เลยอ่ะ
but when you Cosmic Divide and then Nightfall into the Cosmic Divide,
I'm going above.
Yeah.
what does that
They can't
get?
hear us, guys. They can't hear it.
They
Well, you
can't
know
hear
there's
you
two
anymore.
spawns.
เกมไหน
They're
ครับ
half
ผม
HP, but you can't push them. Like, it genuinely was
I
a
think-
completely pointless ult.
I'm gonna say I think if you got a three hit with it,
นี่แหละ
it's
ตัวนี้แหละ
possible that
ที
you
มนี้
insta
ต้องรับ
flank
มือ
and they can't hear you. You
Yeah,
run,
I
but because he
guess.
didn't hit 3, then you have
ซั
to
ด
walk,
กัน
and
แน่
then your timing screwed,
วันที่
and
เจ็
now
ด
your plant position is also ass. Can I point out? Like
แม่งกำลังเข้าฝักด้วย
that's not ideal.
Find you.
That's just not ideal at all, is it? Now 1:15 on the clock, and we've already had the pick. Very nicely done by FUT early on to grab that opening. And that B site, you know, obviously they expected a hit there, but now the rotation's coming into A. BBL setting up for the A hit, but
บุก
not
เท่าไหร่
knowing
ได้
that
ยิ้ม
their
อะครับ
timing here is
แม
pretty
ปนี้
poor. Oh god.
Already. Baroque's
Buộc
been
sắc
able to
hộp
turn
bài
it.
mập ní.
It's a bit of a risky place to send the ult, but he just wants to try and clear out the backside.
No charges
Continue
left.
going, but he's gone past someone.
I
Zeus
know
was
exactly
in that
where.
smoke. Now he's going to fade back into the short area, but his teammate has been able to hold the line. Make sure that doesn't get any more problematic. Zeus in this back corner is going to be able to hold for now. He's being spammed out above the top. Nice shot from him.
สุด
Third
ลั่น
already
จั
in
ด
the round, but both players
เอ้ย
in the back
พอแล้ว
corner
พอแล้ว
like we expected.
Last player standing.
Sitting Forward, Kreven already with one. Now Zeus has to do everything, but it's Kreven
มา
once
เตอร์
again.
ถึงนี่
A back and forth continuing, a 5-5
ฟาด
scoreline.
เหรอครับไม่รู้
There
เหมือนกัน
really
นะอั
is
นนี้
no telling
Love goes there.
who's going to come out on top.
No, not till the final body hits
Yeah,
the
maybe Kaiju
floor.
have
I
been
mean, this
right.
was a great start from Zeus, like we said, taking that B main space. The rotate came in on time. They were in position, and Zeus had one hell of a round even from that opening kill forward, but
โหแม่ง
not enough. BBL able to
ต้อง
dig
เจ็ด
deep
ว่ะ
and find this
ต้องเจ็ด
round.
ต้อง
Much
เจ็ด
better control over A site.
ถูกสักเจ็ด
But now, FUT, the 4-man pushing. They're
BBL
blitzing
เริ่
right
มมา
into
ครับ
Rose, but Rose is
ขอ
far
อี
enough
ก2
back
วิน
that he
คือตอน
shouldn't
นี้
be
คือ BBL
all
เข้า
too bothered
เข้า
by
แก็บ
that,
ละ
and then makes his way even further back by the time the next burst of aggression comes in. And now the rotate.
ได้วางครับ
Sure,
วินนี้
they know it's B. That's great. But they're going to find out it's B, even if they didn't know, as the plant is coming in. A
ดันหน้า
good
A ปุ๊บก็
adaptation
BBL
by
ว่าถม
BBL
เข้า
to
B
read
เลย
where the danger was.
รีเทค55
Spike planted.
That's far.
จะมีลูกเล่นอะไรหรือเปล่า เลือกไปดัน B link
Takes
B link มี EWC มาจังหวะ
massively successful, other than that 3v2
เฮ้ย
we saw moments ago. Bladestorm has spotted one.
โอ้ บินมาเลย
Kill, and up above Zeus has got nothing done. Now it becomes a lot more difficult. Crosstally, at least one with the classic, but it kind of shows you the state of the weaponry currently in play. It seems like EWC is almost just going to maybe run all the way around and potentially go down to the spike. They're going to look to try and hunt up those orbs, and of course with Laroc potentially wanting to get back to having his ult online again, you don't want to give him that orb.
Oh, Lloyd has
Been
made
better.
it out, I think. Yeah, he
ยุโรป
has.
มันค่อนข้างกว้าง
That's a potentially dicey situation, leveled
Last
nicely.
round before the
6 to
switch.
5. BBL with the lead here, and I guess this is just the day that we're having, Tom. There is no clear
Nah, lock.
favorite in any
Nah, lock. Mấy đơn ngàn
matchup. No
rồi.
lead too great
Heading to the
for a
above.
comeback to come into play. A 4-1 start, if I'm not mistaken, is where we ended up for FUT. They went 3-0
Yeah.
up. They lost the round that they probably shouldn't have. They corrected to the extent that they crushed their opponent's economy. And now the lead's there for BBL a couple rounds later.
ครับ
What a wacky
Yeah,
world we live in.
กาเบียวปิดงานยิงหุ่นฟ้า
There has been
เดี๋ยวต้องไปดูไฮไลท์
no conviction, is the way I'll put
Huh?
it today, but it's
Allee,
early
ja.
doors in the series. Zeus. Oh, he doesn't
Oi!
know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. They've just walked through the edge of the
คือ
clock.
อะไรอ่ะ
Survived.
สูตรเหรอ
It was just so locked in.
อันนี้สูตรเหรอ
Simply coming through the other side. I thought the Cosmic Divide might have been a
Allee,
bit of
ja.
a giveaway, but I guess it wasn't. And now
เฮ้ย ขอบคุณแชมป์ด้วยนะครับสำหรับซับสไครต์นะจัดไปนะครับ
As
นะครับ
said,
ผม
the retakes have not
Pari
been
tu
great
ah.
so far from FUT, and this is maybe their worst odds yet.
Well, BBL have just taken the B site, right? They've just planted, and there's now a flank coming through. On
และ
A.
7-5 จริง
As the retake
อย่าง
is
นี้เข้า
happening,
แก๊ป
player has just now left the A site on the attack. The flank of dreams. It's years too late, but they've already got the round. And the fact that they can do that while leaving a fade flank on the other side of the map, I don't know whether to be impressed or angry about the success of that attack side. And
you
the
go.
fade's going to finish
There
the
you
round
go.
as well.
Oh, he didn't even get
Oh, Laroc took it.
ลาหลอกเอาไป
Look, Mitch, do you know what it was? Somebody
that?
took some seeds and they
ยิง
planted
ให้
a
ชื่น
rose
ใจ
on
หน่
the
อยแล้วหร
side
อ
of the map, and it took someone to pick it and carry it over for him to get there.
I thought we were going to end up
คือ
with
อะไร
a
วะเมื่อกี้
Giants beanstalk there somehow, but indeed the climb back from
แมป
BBL
สอง
has
ไปทาง
been
ฟุตครับ
impressive. We'll
แมป
see if
สอง
they
ให้
can keep
ฟุต
this momentum up after the break.
อืม 3 แมปแน่ๆคู่นี้ คิดเหมือนกันเฮ้ย
the end of the pistol round. We waste no time around here as a 4v4 in play. A battle that Sop looks to end here, and
แล้วซอฟ
now
ตื่น
triple kill for him. And the pistol seemingly falling into Foot's hands now. It's not over yet. Lloyd is in spawn, has to be dealt with. Is it a formality? Well, I mean, you be the judge of that. Nice work for him to start. 3 more and time against him.
Seems incredibly unlikely. He's trying to create a bit of an avenue for himself to get in onto this one, but Zeus is still lurking in the darkness. 6 to 7. Everyone's favorite number.
Those are 2 numbers, Tom.
That's true.
Which one is everyone's favorite number?
The combination of both of them said in
Combination. I see. Okay.
Go, go,
tandem. It's a
go.
good French accent.
Thank you. Yes.
Go, go, go.
Well, 6 to 7. Indeed. Foot.
6
The
7
pistol should be easily putting this to neck and neck. Easily leveling that playing
อ
field.
เมริกา
And we
ไม่
can
ได้
see
ดู
that
ฮะ
the attempt from BBL
ดู
is to
ไม่ไหว
stack
ครับ
it
ผ
towards
ม
this B site, use the numbers to their advantage, and
เฮเว่น
possibly
ชอบ
Anika
ฟุตครับ
around
ผม
catch
จ
sociable
ริง
out.
ๆ ชอบฟุต
We've seen
มาก
that
กว่า
before.
ตั้งแต่แรก
It
แต่แบบนี้ไป
worked.
ดู
A
สถิ
great
ติมา
flash. Oh no, it's happened again.
เหมือนแบบ
He is really
BBL
not.
ไม่
I
น่าจะ
mean,
ฟุกมาใหม่
just keep him in spawn. Let's just make a circle around sociable and keep him safe. He's not having a good time.
Yeah, I think we need to just start sending LaRock footage to the guys that are planning on buffing the bandit and just go, don't.
Please.
This is what this pistol can already do. Don't make it stronger, please, for the love of God. But
One
not
enemy
managing
remaining.
to correct.
I
Only
know.
one
Is that the
man
bulldog
left, and
now?
it's the man who
I got
started it
spiked.
all. It would have to be an ace from LaRock, and you know what? I think
Hey,
that
oi.
the gun's pretty decent. I don't
ไม่
think
หมู่
it's
นะ
this
นาวีตอนนี้ไม่หมู่นะ
There
See,
you are.
for Zeus,
ตกนาวี
it's
ชิวได้ไง
another multi-frag to add to the collection. Another strong start
I'm amped.
to this
Let's go.
second half.
I
But
got
again,
things
like
to do.
you look at how the last half went. If you're winning
อืม
both pistols
วัน
on
นี้
the
ดู
side,
ดู
of
ฟุ
foot,
ตมันแบบ
you really should be winning the
ดู
game.
เป้า
or
มัน
at
แบบ
least
ว่า
with the lead.
คีนปะกว่าปกติปะ
I mean, there's no doubt with the way
ดู
that
มันเอา
things
จัด
went,
เลยวันเนี้ย
this should definitely be Foot's lead right now, but that for BBL a great sign that they've been able to keep this competitive, and it all comes to a head here. Investment
ที่
and
นี้น่า
full
กลัว
buy
นะเนี่ย
from the
ดอน
defensive
อะ
side. Sop looking to take this quite quickly.
อุ้ย
Oh, into their
โอ้
faces.
ไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับ
They've dominated in
สอง
two
ดูเอล
fights.
สอง
The
ทีมงัด
reveal
กัน
went
เมื่อ
down,
กี้
but there was no one left to
เป็น
reveal.
ฟุตที่ชนะ
All it could have done was shown them the corpses that they've left laying on the floor. Close is Lloyd up at the barrel, spotted. Hello? Okay. Gadege gets there. And now it looks like a complete shutdown of this purchase from BBL. Their first buy round and their
น้อง
first
เบอร์
save.
เปิลเอ็กซ์สวัสดีครับ โอ้
Yeah, we really are just getting the parallels to either
แบบ
half,
แรก
it
เกือบตก
seems.
เลยนะติกแบบสามลูก
But
ยับ
starting incredibly strong and BBL needing to grind back. But the scary thing as well is if
นา
you're
วีน่า
up
กลัวตอนนี้
against Foot,
ไม่หมู่แน่นอนใครเข้าไป
odds are the attack side on pretty much every single map is going to be devastating. Like you have to be ready for that to be the case. They are so good at playing together in these pacey rounds. And as I said, when you put Sop on Neon and Zeus on Jet,
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
you know what you're getting. You know that you're going to get both of them popping off in different rounds, mainly because there's not enough kills for them to both pop off in the same round. Revan, well, he knows he's there.
Ow.
Can he survive?
Whoa.
เป็นอย่างนั้นไป
You see what I was texting you about that day, Tom? This guy was doing that to me in death matches. It's just
What happened
outrageous. And I tell
Yeah,
you,
but-
playing against it feels like he's cheating.
With you, he can just stand in the open, and it doesn't matter where you come from. He's going to hit the
That's
shot
just rude.
first.
One enemy remaining.
That's just rude.
It's not rude. He's a professional player, and
You
you're
know
bad.
full well if he stands in the open, he's getting hit
แต่
for
ปัญหา
at least
ปัญหาของ
35
ฟุต
by
นะครับ
an Odin. So
ไอซอฟ
let's
มัน
cop
โด
on.
ดเด่นตอน
All
เล่น
right,
นี
yes,
ออน
I deathmatch with
After
Odins. How do you
45
think he gets so good?
แต่พอมันไปลอนดอนเนี่ยมัน
Yeah,
ต้องเป็น
as long as he stands
มัน
up
ต้อ
in
ง
the
เป็น
open
เวอร์ชัน
and
ใหม่
walks away, you know, I'm good.
มันต้อง
I'm
เป็น
good to get a
คอมใหม่
bit
แน่
of
นอน
damage in there.
ต้องคุกใหม่
No, but this I have to say for Foot, it's a good recovery, but again, it doesn't seem
เอ
like
เว่น
we
ปก
can
ติ
have
ไม่
a
ไม่ได้
clear
แบก
cut
ครับ
map today, which is great
เงียบ
because
ๆมา
we have
เรื่อย
nothing
ๆ
but
มากกว่า
clear cut
นาน
maps
ๆทีจะยิง
going
แบบ
back to previous weeks.
ออ
So
ฟแปลกฉีก
now
ที
at this stage, the Turkish battle, it's really
ส่วน
all
มาก
that
จะเป็น
it's set
ซอฟ
up
ค
to
รับ
be. Because if
ส่วน
this
มาก
was
จะ
a
เป็นซอฟ
blowout, I think we get a very quick
เฮ้ยไม่ใช่ดิ
series. But A close
ส่วน
first
มาก
half.
จะเป็นลาล็อกไม่ผิด
The world
Lalok.
is our oyster here, Tom. I'm ready for a long night.
ลาล็อกเลเวอร์ผั
Yeah,
ดกัน
I think it's like obviously the
แต่ลาล็อก
the
จะยิงเยอะ
comeback
ตอน
we
ที่
saw
เป็น
in the last half
ดู
from
เวลิสตัว
BBL
แรก
is a good sign, but it is worrying that you've gone
พอ
down
โดนสลับมา
3-0
ตัว
in
สอง
both
เหมือน
halves
แบบ
now. It really sets up, even though I don't
ไม่
think
ค่อยโดด
FUT,
เด่น
this
เท่าไหร่
is one of their best maps by any stretch of the imagination. Zeus, this is why you put Zeus on Jet. Like, it's such a boring narrative at this point that you put the Turkish Jet on Jet, but like, his Phoenix was okay. His Jet is the best
Cage
player
triggered.
in the server. It
เฮ้ย
genuinely is hard playing
Ow.
against the
Know
well.
exactly
That
where.
is
เป็น
it's happening
เรื่อง
again. This is the exact has someone just mirrored
เรื่
the
องเลย
script
แบบ
from the
นี้
previous half.
That was a very
Planted.
weird start to the round. I think they tried to put a camera on someone's face. The cam didn't then spot them. They're already in the cage. What a disaster. Now BBL come in low buy, but lots of upgrades.
He's got ult and a
For
gun.
Sop,
Gotta go.
the outlaw could be worth its weight in gold. Here, a couple light shields to take down. Swing out to long again. 3 players, 3 targets, 2 shots that he can fire back
Ui.
deadly with each burst, and he'll find one, but he's surrounded and isolated.
อะไรอะ
Kreven with his third of the round locks
มา
in
ทุกสโมคเข้า
an
หัว
8-8. The lead taken from FUT, but
ไม่ยอมให้
Don't give
ฉี
it
ก
back
สอง
just yet.
ฉีกห่างครับ
Need that back.
Yeah, do you know what was pretty important in that last round? Him saving
What's
that
that?
rifle.
yeah.
แสดงว่าสายมาตรฐาน
Yeah,
เลย
this is just them
ก็มา
running
ตรฐานอยู่
through
นะ
the cage.
มาเรื่
Kreven
อย
ends
ๆ
up
เคยเล่น
getting 2 because
ใช่
I think
ใช่
he's
ใช่
given the rifle over, and then
The
he ends
Winnie
up with a
Hayward
rifle at the end and
Or
hitting
Sam.
the headshot. Like this is, I don't know how we've ended up here twice. Losing the bonus round, winning what was ultimately a very low investment round, and it wasn't long after this that we ended up seeing a pause coming out from the side of FUT. Yedaj's genuinely been having a fairly nightmare performance, and after I started to say that Lovers Rock was coming back into the game, he completely disappeared from then onwards. So now, operator into hand, expectations definitely go up when you have that much in your pocket, and already that double duelist on the FUT side have started off strong again.
Yeah, they've done really well trading out that initial fight towards Art, now grouping up
Cage triggered.
for a sight hit.
จะดูเหรอ
I like the cage on the double doors as well. Just a bit more pressure on the left side of the map, and the big rotates that already been coming in, so it just further reinforces it. Holding B
อยู่
site,
นี่ยังไม่ได้เสียบ
holding
ดิ
double doors. And as they spot the info outside it that there's no one here, the pieces are going to start to come together.
I'm out of
B
here.
long and mid clear, Art clear, and Trap broken towards A, or Cam, sorry. You know now this is where the hit's coming through, but what can you do about? Okay, they've made it to sight. They've
know
gotten in with the cage. It's a
Wow.
really nice cage just to get Lloyd
Ui.
into position, but now he's in trouble, or so he should be. The stun caught him, but the shots back from
Wow.
him, nothing but
ขึ้น
flawless.
นำฮะ
That is such a good round
BBL.
from BBL. Kreven's utility as well, just being used to allow that early flood back onto the site, got them so much of a leg up.
Kreven over the last few rounds has been insane. Like, saving the rifle, this round turning it back, the round before a triple kill while running in with a pistol. He genuinely has been part of the reason that they are climbing back into this map. And one that they chose as well, one that feels like a necessity for them to win. Even though the next one might feel like a
Get out
middle
of my
ground,
way.
we know that momentum is so integral when it comes to Turkish teams and players. And still, though, there is a buy of sorts, a blade storm for Zeus,
ตุ
as
ร
there
กี
are
ถ้าไม่
rifle in
จับ
the
ไว้
hands.
อะไอ้
Assault
เยดู
as
เจ
well,
เหมือนจะ
Well, love
เห็น
is
จับ
rock.
ไว้อยู่หรือเปล่าวะ
alongside
ทูจอยมีแต่น้อย
Loiter, have already cleared a lot towards that B site.
เดี๋ยวถ้ามีโลตัสตอนนั้นน่าจะได้เห็น
It's the blade storm that has to be tip of the spear in this round. All the pressure on Zeus. First man in, has to get something for his trouble. Good work to start with, and Sup's there to back him up.
Kevin
But Kreven
Landat.
still holding
Kevin
control on that
Landat.
back sight. Damage done to the last two that go to pressure him, but sight taken now. FUT managed to find themselves a plan, and Sociable in with another. Okay. I mean, this. Oh, hold on. Lloyd's
Spike
timing is
planted.
sublime.
My
Sociable's
ultimate.
low. So is Cristalli, and the spams in the
One
smoke
enemy
come
remaining.
close to ending it. In fact, I think we're
Oh.
already there. The spike now just going to be diffused as Lloyda holds. In fact, they both will.
โอ้
waiting for this player to step forward, and that looked ridiculous how quick he snapped onto his head.
They're definitely
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็น
turning up, but
Erotic ทำไง
I think again, like you go back to what we saw from BBL
ไม่
towards
กู้
the end of stage 1, and you're talking about players like Loiter not being there. You're talking
ตัว
about
ธ
the
นู
fall
ด่าน
off of
นี้
even the Rock had like a
ไม่ค่อย
horrific
เก่ง
game
ครับ
towards
ค
the
น
end
เลื
of
อก
the
เล่นน้อย
stage.
อะ
We're now
เพ
getting
จ
those
คุ้ม
players
กว่า
back online. Creven, again, I think there was maybe only one player in that round that he didn't hit. The first two were just ridiculous. But then even then, you can just see the amount of tickle damage that's been done to everybody else, making them desperately low. It was a round that was possible for FUT, but again, it's that same climb back. You win the first 3 rounds of both halves, and you still sit behind by quite a significant margin.
It is such a weird game like that, and to be honest, I almost wouldn't have it any other way. It makes every round so
แต่ไม่เข้า
unpredictable.
ใจว่า
BBL with
ฮา
the
เว่นนี่
lead
ทำ
for
ไม
now, but
มี
the
หลายทีม
question
แบบ
is
แม่งชอบ
for
ช
how
อบเลยเพื่อน
long.
เว
But
เลีย
like you say, it's so important that in the time that we go from stage 1 to now, and also from last week to this week, we've had those gaps, we've had those times for changes, for learning, and I think Pearl really is a good example of that when we talk about the comps that we came in with here today. The fact that teams have basically swapped over in terms of their duelist roster. But I do think that I'm surprised to see FUT be the ones to slow it down, be the ones to find these advantages in the early half and not follow through on them. It is a bit of a shock. I think up against BBL, it makes sense that this would be a team that challenges them as their regional rival. But like
แต่ตอนนี้
3-0
เม
up
ตา
in the
ฮา
half
เว่นน่า
and
จะเป็น
Zeus having a good game, I think it's over already.
Neon Phoenix
If that's the
ไม่ก็
case in
Neon
both
Jet
halves, and yet here we are.
เฮ้ย
BBL
ไม่
with
ก็
the
เจ็
lead.
ดเจ็ดฟินิกอะ
Knocking.
Opportunity to talk with the coaching staff. Well, they
ต้องรอ
are
ดู
definitely pushing towards the more isolated of the 2 sites. It leaves one
โอ้
man
โหนา
standing
วี
in position. That is Lover's Rock.
เลยเยอะ
Operating
Erotic
backs
วัน
like
นี้
this is going to be hard to hold, to say the least. But a
ยาก
nice
นะ
shot
แบบนี้
to stop. One man dealt with, but plenty more to find. He's actually going to use their own
Where is
utility to
exactly
try and
where
play
you
around
are?
Creven, gives them the advantage back,
BBL จริง
and
ว่ะ
now
แบบนี้
the reveal will tell them that they are hightailing it to the other side of the map. And Sociable, well, he's going to break the trip, but
ยังไงย้อนกลับ
already
อีก
passed.
ที
Do
หรือ
they
เปล่า
go back? That's the question. They will have heard all the steps, but hesitant.
กล้อง
Creven
เปิดไม่เจอ
having
เมื่
a
อกี้
trip and the cam sitting in art right now is huge. The position he's holding is all he has to worry about. If they leave to go to B, they have to cross him in some way, shape, or form. And instead, Plank comes in. He had them contained and now cleared towards water so those players in spawn can move together. Dangerous. As you see those double duelists looking to retake as a unit with that snake in the grass of Creven. He's just cleared
Ow.
this angle and there. Oh!
Okay.
What a shot by Sociable. That's one
Yeah,
hell of a
Fomji,
correction.
yeah,
Okay, we're in with a
Sociable.
chance. Crystallian main, they can be isolated, but there's no smokes here. There's no
One enemy
easy way to
remaining.
isolate these
Last
fights, but with the
player
op in
standing.
hand, they might not be needed. Lover's Rock now closes the distance. Finger guns in play. He's been caught by the seas and shut down by Crystalli. A triple to put FUT 1 round behind.
That was all about choosing the right piece of
เฮ้ย
utility. He had the choice between the Nightfall
โลกอะไรวะน่า
and of course the Seas that we saw, and he swapped at the last second to the Seas, and that was definitely the right of the
ทำไม
two.
ไม่เอาให้สุดไปเลยวะ
Easily could have gone back in the other direction though. A
Thử đi,
nice
thử
shot
đi.
from Lover's Rock, but yeah, a
đừng
last
cặp.
second decision
เนี่ยในจังหวะ
and an
จังหวะ
important
สอง
clutch
อะ
from
เอา
Crystalli.
ให้สุดเอาสุดเลยได้
Of course, it still puts them in a deficit. It still means that there's a purchase
Oh.
coming up for the opponents, but in terms of ultimates, he's the only one that has his available for this round. Already, a lot of early utility and aggression, but it stops sliding that gets the opening pick.
Complete BS kill. That one not so
All
much,
right.
but the first complete BS. I mean, he was sliding and pulled back by a C's, I'm pretty sure, or by a Gravwell.
Mango.
I have no idea how he ended up
เปลี่ยนปืนไวจั
finding
ง
that, but okay. No, it was a C's, right? Either way, LaRock's dead now, and the round's gone. Double digits should be found by FUT. The spikes even going the right way. They're avoiding the Cypher utility.
Yeah,
They're avoiding what is the stack
No
with
more
the final
talking.
two
Cage
players.
three.
Are they? Are they? The spike is going art. Okay, they might be about to run into the final two players, which I wouldn't be desperately worried about if Creven wasn't having the game from hell for everybody that's playing against him.
Like, Loiter's also been pretty
Still
nasty
going
over the
in.
last few rounds, so they are pushing into potentially the scarier of the two. What I will say though
Obscuring
is
vision.
5v2.
They're
เฮ้ย
gone.
They'd have
น้อง
to
มิก
make some pretty serious mistakes.
ร้องเพลงนี้เขาก็
First
รู้หมด
mistake
ดิ
is walking in here, but can they get anything done?
Enemy remaining.
Loiter has been avoided, but he needs to get an
Down A.
ace to win this one out. He's dropped the spike, but he's reloading. They're going to go for the plant on the backside. He's going to try and use utility to make things that little bit more tricky, but would need to go immediately.
จ่าย
Concussing the players at the backside, and it doesn't
จริง
matter.
ดิ
Zeus is quicker on the
ลั่นจัด
trigger. It is
สุด
another fantastic round from him. That will leave them 10 and 10. The pause has worked. But is it enough to close out the map? Because if I've learned anything today, there is always another twist in the story.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not going to
โอ้
be
เหี้ยทำไมดูแล้วรู้สึกจิบหาย
a
เลยวะ
clear-cut one, is it?
ฟูเซน
10-10
Doesn't
and
exist.
still so much more ground to cover.
Left.
Camera taken out.
And we did promise a close game to the folks at home. And we promised 2 bangers today. And so far, they have been delivering the start to this one. Barriers up and already presence taken. As you can see, A main fully pushed up in.
น่าจะเป็นโค้ชแมตต์อะ
BBL have that control to work with now. Late round, they've seen nothing be long. Cam holding down the laneway too. All their bases covered. And they're just going to abandon the A main space. I think they're going to look for a fight in mid here, which is exactly what FUT are looking for.
Nation.
เกือบ
Not something I really expected to be saying, but when having that operator in hand, they could afford to do that. Others Rock gets nothing. Rock unable to react. Kreven is encroaching on those double doors, but you can see that FUT are being diligent in the way that they're playing. Only
Why,
problem they have is the read.
อืม
Loiter is already in position at the back of the site.
ไอช็อตสไลด์มา
I
แล้วเป
think
ลี่ยน
he
ปืนใช่ไหม
realizes how far forward Yetaje already is, and the flank still. Oh no,
ยุโรป
they've
รอบ
got this
นี้มี
completely
มา
wrong.
มื
They
ด
didn't
ต่อ
see anything in time, and so they've just had to gamble. It's understandable with how weak the weaponry is,
30
but
seconds left.
unlike
ไม่มี
last
ม้ามืด
round,
นะรอบ
their
นี้
gamble is completely wrong.
Generally as well, you know, you stack around the Cypher util, you stack where the pistols have the better chance as well. It's just a good avoidance from FUT. And I hope to
นี่
see
ที
the
มไม่
same
ควร
here
ได้
in the
มาแต่
post plant.
ไม่ได้มาสักทีเราได้
You don't
มา
want to be too close giving individual fights.
เฮ้ย
And I see Zeus is taking a risk. He's the guy that you'll allow to do it. Build up towards that blade storm. Have your dash to
One
get out,
enemy remaining.
which is used here. And Sop fills in the gap very nicely. Who cares about orbs? Sop is out here for the KD. No, he's not. No, he's not. I'm a liar. That's so nice, man. That's so nice. He slides in, stuns, and then just lets his buddy get one closer to a blade storm. That's a good teammate right there.
He has been all the way through the season. He has been someone that will do the role that nobody else wants to. Like playing that entry role is so difficult. And yeah, he was the one to be able to break a record for most first kills in a match, or in a best of 3, I should say. For now, as we saw mentioned, there is a reason you want to see him on Neon and Zeus on Jet. 25 and 13, 19 and 17, the 2 best players. Currently, we're waiting to see if there is a response once again already. Larocque gone, but at a trade for Zeus doesn't sound too bad, but the kind of rest of the players hold on to the line. They're already tapped already around the corner, and if you go to half HP versus an overdrive that's being held by Soft,
Spike
turns out
planted.
he's going to wipe the floor with you.
โอ้โหไม่ได้เล่นเลยแล้วผมลาหรอก
That said, it's still come down to a 3v2. There's still opportunities for BBL. This round is not lost despite a huge play from
Wait,
Sop.
minute.
They went a little bit too far. They burned a bit too bright. And now BBL with a chance to equalize. Even got the Astra alive. A smoke can be bloomed, but they want the kill. And they think he's in the left corner. What's going on? It's a bit of confusion from BBL, and it might be costly. Luckily, Lloyd is there to cover from afar, and just in time to get that diffused as well, or with a bit of extra time even. 11 to 11. Oh, there's no telling how this one's going to go.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they're a little bit lucky that
Phoenix
Yetaje is
เท่าไหร่แล้วเนี่ย
having an uncharacteristic
80
quiet
หรือยัง
performance, because normally, with him in a 1v2 with players looking the wrong way, I would have bet my house on him winning it, but it's just not been his day, not been his map so
ถือว่า
far.
เกินที่ทนายมา1ตัว
Wow, this is kind of what I expected to see. Just an all-out brawl in main, a chance for overtime in the first map. We're getting our fair share today. We've had a couple of 13-11s as well, alongside the OT that was in map number 1. Everything points to it going in that direction, but for BBL's sake, you kind of have to hope that on their map choice, on their pocket pick, the map that was meant to be a surprise, they're able to take it over the line. Otherwise, that it doesn't sit well for Haven if they don't.
Well, this is the full force of the defensive side rotating into B site, playing behind Cypher Trips that have now changed sites as well, but it's been spotted. It doesn't matter. Lloyd and Larocque have taken them down. The spam's good. The kills from Lloyd are consistent, and as Larocque falls, it's really not a problem. That was the ult even sent through for a 5 versus 2 with an immediate shutdown from Lloyd. It's Yedaje alone, and now the chance to close this map, the pick of BBL, sits with them. Sits with BBL, a team that, again, with how this was going, with a 3-0 start to each half, it should be next to impossible for them to sit in the lead right now.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be the case. FUT
ยังครับ
definitely
นีออนยังซิ่งอยู่
let this one slip, and
30
you can
seconds
understand, even if it hasn't looked perfect or even close to it from BBL, you can understand why they wanted to go here. It is a map that has not been comfortable for FUT. And to get such massive advantages in either half,
They found my wire.
then at a minimum, it going to overtime. Because you might be looking at this going, hey, Tom, Yedaje is still alive. Firstly, he
ช่วย
isn't
ด้วย
anymore.
ปัญหาผม
But
ใหญ่
secondly,
มาก
the
แฟน
spike
ทอม
was
หรือ
down
แว
on
น
being
ดอ
on
ล
the other side of the map.
พี่
It
เพิ่ง
was
เปลี่ยนเป็น
all
แวนดอล
about
ครับผม
saving a weapon.
น้องยำย
It probably means that
เติมโลก
economically
แวน
they're
ดอล
gonna
แล้วก็
be in
เปลี่ยน
the
เป็นแวน
best
ดอลเลย
position,
นะ
but
โคตรดี
Deuce has a blade storm, so you know.
Yes, this
พี่
is
ก็ช่วยได้เท่านี้แหละ แต่ถ้าจะหาร้านเติมเกมถูกๆเนี่ยพี่ก็จะมีร้านแนะนำอยู่ร้านหนึ่ง
got 3 and they
ชื่
still
อว่า
ended
Pay
up letting
to
it
Win
slip.
Top Up โค้ด VPR 1
So you're saying he needs at least 4.
เติมถูกเติมไวอันนี้
I like those odds with how he's been playing so
แต่
far.
เติมโลกแวนดอลก็
Yeah, he's
อย่าลืม
25 and 15. He's been doing okay.
ไม่ต้องสับสน
Lloyd has overtaken him for that
ที่
top
เพิ่งเปลี่ยน
frag.
มา
Some really big
อัน
rounds
นี้
from
จริง
him as
ที่เพิ่ง
well.
เปลี่ยน
Here's
เป็น
a
แวน
chance
ดอล
for
มาเนี่ย
Zeus. Plenty of presence. Does BBL do the same thing FUT did in so many rounds? Take that space towards A main. Play back
แมป
into
สอง
Art later.
มองไปที่ฟุตครับ
Leave some passive control, and that has worked out
แมปใครแมปมัน
wonderfully.
ครับผม
Yedaje dealt with,
แล้ว
and
จบ
now
ที่
all
ฟุต
that remains is this two-dimensional approach from A main. Rose in the corner as well. Look at all the presence on the left side. They're not worried
ครับ
about
เดี๋ยว
him.
ที่
They're
เรา
not
ก็จะให้
worried
ไซ
about
เปอ
that
ร์ใช้กล้อง
corner,
ยิ
but
ง
they
นะ
should have been. They absolutely should have been.
แพทไซเปอร์ครับ
Well, the recovery looks all but complete bar a
I
mistake.
know exactly.
2 players stuck. I'll be honest, I think you already knew exactly where they are. Maybe just worried about a
กี่
flank,
บาท
but
แค่แวนดอลอะค
I
รับ
think it was
พัน
very well
เจ็ดป่ะพัน
documented
เจ็ด
where
BP
those
เท่าไหร่
last
วะ
couple of players are. Trip still in play, Cam still in
ประมาณ
play.
300ป่ะพันเจ็ด BP
And even though there are 4 players on one side of the map and only Kreven on the other, part of me actually thinks that maybe just Kreven alone is more dangerous than the rest.
อ๋อก็บอกแล้ว
Yeah, the
2,175
thing is, they're playing so
All right,
slow.
well.
They're walking through, but when they get to the double doors, the cam's going to see them. They've realized, or no, they still haven't. They're still shift walking. And the
30
cam
seconds
spots them.
left.
Now they know where the play is coming through. Now Kraven can get ready as well. Doesn't want to expose himself to long just in
550
case they've split. But think of how many angles there are to clear for FUT here. They don't know
Who
how many
checks this?
players are in position already. The rotates could be here, but Kraven is just sat waiting. First cage goes up.
Oi.
Plant underway, but the shorty, okay, it doesn't land. He
Ah,
fires
quite
off a little
hit.
early. Doesn't want
They
to give his
wang.
life away. Still playing so reserved. He's playing this like it's one of the early rounds, not like they're on the cusp of victory. And with just one more kill, that's exactly what
GG,
BBL
huh?
will have. Of course, it's Loida to deal the final point of damage. And with 13 to 11, BBL have taken the first map.
2,175
Yeah,
Defenders
really
win.
impressive.
Don't be
That
do.
show of resilience coming.
ตกประมาณ500ครับประมาณ500 บาท ร้านหลอกตัดไป14โอ้โหโปรตียิงอย่างเยอะ กลายเป็นหลอยแต่เคเว่นแม่งลั่นเครียด2ด้วยลิตตัวแบกของทีมไม่เอาวันนี้ยิงดีนะชนะ
It is incredible to imagine that we go into a game, as I said, 3-0 up in both
Oh, man,
halves.
wow.
Zeus having a lights
สุด
out
แม่ง
game,
ฟอร์มโคตรเดือดอะ
and you lose as FUT. That's got to be
ผมดูเขา
devastating. But
Buddy
knowing that
Cam
they made it this close on their opponent's map pick
ผมมีอีก
maybe
ปัญหาครับ
will
ที่เค
be
ย
somewhat of a
4-3
consolation
4-3 ครับ
prize.
ผม
FUT now need to win on Haven
เมื่อ
to
กี้
have
เห็น
a
ซุด
chance.
ยิงไหม
If not, we will be sending BBL
4-3
forward
ฮะ
in this lower bracket. Again, elimination is what we're talking about at this stage. It is a best of 3, but their tournament lives are on the line. The road to EWC ends for one
แม
of
ป
these
2 ฟุต
teams,
ครับ
possibly
แมป
in the
2 ฟุต
next
ฮะ
map. To find out, we'll see after the break.
ฟุตแน่นอนแบบสองทุกคนปกติรอสันนี่มันเปิด24ไหมไม่4-3 1,200นี่โอ้โห1,024นี่ตาแตกเลยคนละเกมปกติลาหลอกเล่นบีทเลเวอร์7คิดว่าน่าจะเปลี่ยน น่าจะเปลี่ยนเป็น2ดูเอลเป็นนีออนฟินิกป่ะเหมือนแบบเมื่อกี้เดี๋ยวมาทุกคน
ลิปมันไม่เจอหนูจะเอาใส่ลองเช็คหน่อย
มาละ
what we've seen.
Yeah, I think this is a much better pickup as well. Like we spoke and you spoke extensively about the differences or the downsides more specifically of running that breach in the jet. And I do think that at this point, much more fluidity from this squad running the Phoenix, much more aggression. And I like that a lot. I think the Phoenix, something that an agent that I've grown to love over the last couple of months, and especially when used right. But even going back to before, the days where it was, I mean, I guess nowadays it's the norm, right? Like at least on a lot of maps for a lot of teams, it's become a pretty decent baseline. But even in the days before that was the case, when it was a real surprise to see him pick, this was a map where he thrived. So no surprise to see so many teams leaning this way now that it's become a bit more accepted and a bit more viable to run him.
Yeah, I also think, just on a base standpoint, I don't want to see Larocque sat in a corner setting up stuns
that
100%. Ultimately don't guarantee you anything. That shot dart, though, is nasty. Crevitas is down to 46 health within the first second of the round because of a Crystalli shock dart. So a decent start. But yeah, I think this allows him to run in with Lover's Rock. Have this deadly
easy donate
this round because Loiter's already
Washi.
And nobody's running in with Lloyd, and now slide out from Sop. Good target selection, but the shots don't land, and BBL find themselves clawing their way back into this round. Up close to Sociable, had a few low HP targets, and he got the first. The plant can be found. That drone, though, from Rose has ended his life. That's the worst drone. That's the worst drone. Well, it's 2v1. Let's see if Kraven's got it in him for, I think, a 4K. And he's going to go all the way rapping into spawn. I think at this point, though, they'll be cautious of a B walk-up as well. So spawn's not going to be that much of a surprise. And it is being watched.
เรียบร้อยครับวางเป้าผมคมสุด
Gonna fall back here.
Yeah.
ลาหลอก50 ตัว
Honestly, a good
โอ้โห
recovery
การ
in
ก
the
ล้วย
initial start
พี่
of the
เห็น
round,
ลาหลอกเดิน
considering
แบบ
how
เมื่อกี้แล้ว
badly it went with like the little pincer we saw.
น่าจะ
It was a decent recovery, but yeah, I don't
20
know
ไม่รู้จะถึงหรือเปล่า
if Rose just assumed they were going to come from backside, and that was his attempt to delay, but you knew that there was a guy in mid behind you because he killed the rest of your team. So, it's yeah. The worst thing is, it's not even like
นี่
that
สุด
was
แม่งโหดจัดเลยว่ะวันนี้
Zeus's first kill. That one there. That was his second kill after he
สวยแล้ว
was
ว่ะ
in mid. So, mistakes are made. Another pistol goes in the direction of FUT. That is every pistol looking like it will be every second round.
Sup?
Unless they troll, but no. One player
มาแน่ครับ
Valley is still
เอน
here.
โด
Hey,
เอ
I
นโด
guess
วิ
for him it works.
แบบนี้ฟุตแน่นอน
Yeah, that was a cool round. I'm not sure why Sop ran through the smoke. Okay, I'm not sure okay. I'm not sure
You
why
are
Sop
sure.
ran up short. I'm not sure
Well,
why
you
he
do,
ran
but
into the
man,
smoke with the
do
Marshal,
have
and I'm not sure why he ran out of the
I'm
smoke
on net.
with the Marshal on the other side then. While shooting it the whole way, by the way. That wasn't like I'll creep up and see if I grab a shot. He was like, hey, I'm coming with this weapon that's almost
Is
out of
this-
ammo. And he got
Is
wrecked.
this your first time watching SOP?
No, it's my first time watching Sop do that with a Marshal versus an Eco.
I don't know.
It is the first time doing that.
He is a maniac. He has been a maniac, and I think he will continue to be a maniac. But this time, it's not been
ดู
fun.
แล้วลาหลอก
That is insane. See you later, social.
Map นี้แม่ง
Spam's working out. The double jewel is
Spike
taken
down
over.
B.
เปิดได้เฉย
Enemy
Behind
remaining.
though.
แล้วดูซุดเก็บหมด
This
เล
is
ย
now a problem. Zeus again. Has been
เพียง
able
แค่
to
ซุ
shut
ด
them
โร
down.
เท
We
ตมา
are genuinely going to see them get a 3-0
แล้วบอมต
start
ก
in
ที่
every
วาง
single half of the game
เหลือ
so
เควิน
far.
คนเดียว
Unless Creven has a 1v3 clutch,
แต่เวลาเยอะครับ
pocket,
เควิน
which would involve
ค่อยๆเล่นได้
okay, a relatively easy
เฮ้ย
duel potentially
ยัง
versus
ได้ timing อยู่
Zedajir
นะ
if he checks the angle, but the other two players have rifles in
เรียบ
hand.
ร้อยเลยครับ
First one, not even easy. Never mind.
3-0 นะ
3-0.
เยดีเจ
Congratulations to BBL on winning the map. Go 3-0 down. That's their win condition. Lose the start of each half. I have to say, Salp, you say there's Zeus getting both kills. Salp was, my guy was running in backside as well. Like the trades were coming in regardless, and he's the one drawing their eye by just being such a madman. I mean, I feel like you say he's crazy, and I agree with you. He is a madman, but sometimes it's like a switch flips, and he goes from being like serial killer crazy to cannibal crazy. You know what I mean? He's an absolute madman, unpredictable. But predictable in his unpredictability.
Night night.
Oh, it's happening again, isn't it? They're going to win round number 4. I know that we're only like 1 kill in and they've taken so much
คิดว่า
damage,
เขาซื้อก่อน
but
เล็กหมดเหรอ
I've watched it in 2 halves already. Go 3-0 down on a low buy, win the next round. It's made no sense so far this game, but they've got that post plant already. Okay, a couple of vulnerable players, which is definitely going to make things more difficult, but even still, Lloyd has been able to trade it back. Is he going to get revealed? Yes, he is, but even still, he's managing to hide within the smoke. An advantage back in FUT's favor. And okay, they've at least broken the full-on trend of them losing round number 4
My ult is
by
ready.
going
You failed.
4-0
Now
up.
flee.
Not a great sign for BBL, but for FUT, this is them right back
Oi.
into the game.
แบบแรกก็ได้
New
มาหนึ่ง
theory,
แล้ว
BBL's
แบบ
new
ใครแบบมัน
strategy is to go 4-0 down in each half so that they win the game 13-8. I think that could be the play. It could be from this round onwards. I don't know. I don't believe that the madness of last map is over just yet, but this is, yes, pointing towards a very strong start for FUT. Now, I look at this round. There were 4 people ready to push A. So I think we're going to get quite a bloodbath right off barrier up. And indeed, that is what we're getting, at least on one side. It depends if they're going to give the fight. Kraven's given the fight. He has no way out now. He is stuck.
เรียบร้อย
He is dead.
Later.
And Yedaj's killed 2 on the other side of the map.
What's the
All right,
haba?
well, fair enough. That's the spike.
Yeah, I don't
น่า
think
จะยัง
the
น่าจะยังคุก
theory
มาไม่เสร็จ
One
ดู
enemy
ทรงละ
remaining.
3 out
very
of
well
5.
at this point. And also, the other thing to note is that Yetaje had a horrible map of Pearl, already looking like he might be back. a flawless 5-0.
พรุ่งนี้อย่าเจอเจนจีผม
That
นะ
was Valorant,
If you
no?
want to
Yeah,
talk
that is.
theories,
ไม่ทันแล้ว
maybe they're going to go
ที่ให้เจนจี
8-0
แชมป์ครับผม
down and then win
ไม่
11
ใช่เป็น
rounds
ที
in
ม
a
สุด
row
ท้าย
to try
ที่
and mimic
ที่
the
ได้ไป
last
ปารีส
series, or all of these
ส
theories
ง
are
สารเทคเตอร์
pointless
ฮะ
and they're actually just
อยาก
getting
ให้
smashed.
มันได้ไปครับ
Just getting destroyed. It could be that one, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, Tom, you could be onto something. I like that. It does. I am waiting with bated breath for BBL to wake up into this, but
Bomb
on the other
Foot
side,
ก็
for Foot, it's their map pick. Very strong start.
ถ้าดู
Looking
ตามผู้เล่น
dominant in a
ตอ
lot
น
of
นี้
these rounds. And
เขาฝัก
although
อยู่
you know the fact of the matter is, we know that this can
โคตร
be
เดือด
a
ตอนนี้
close series and could be a
ล่าสุด
close
นาที
map.
ยิงหน่อย
We're seeing nothing from BBL that was there
โอ้ยขอบคุณ
last
ก้าน
map.
กล้วยนะครับ
So
มาหลอก
strange to
ยิง
see
หน่อย
them shut down like that.
แม่ง
But
ไม่
Tom,
ยิง
I'm
เลย
going to be
เมื่อ
honest
กี้
with you. I put
ม
the
งไม่หยุด
minimum. I put the bar at like 3. If they can get like 3 rounds after what we saw last series, yeah, I see no reason why they can't take this across the line. I feel like I'm
I
mad
don't
man
want to
today.
use. I don't want
น่า
to
จะ
use the last
น่าจะ
series
มัน
as
อยู่
a
อะเจอฟู
metric
เซน
for
นะครับ
how the games
ฟอ
are
ร์ม
going to
ฟุต
go.
ตอนนี้
It's the
ดู
day
แบบ
we're having, brother.
ฟอร์มผู้เล่น
It's the day we're
I'm
having.
going
อิ
to
นดิวิ
try
โดส่วน
and
ตัวนะ
stick to being rational and reasonable
ดู
and
เดือด
just
สุด
use
เด็ด
numbers
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวดู
to
เดี๋ยวดู
back
สุด
up
ยิง
my
เดี๋ยวสุด
points.
โคตร
And
เดือดอะตอนนี้
yeah, the victories that we've seen from BBL on this map involve going 4-8 down and then having a comeback. Unfortunately, each time they did that, they were on the defense starting and then they had a comeback on the attack.
I
so
see.
This is very bad for them.
แล้วมันมีคน
Obviously,
ยิงโดนให้
compositional change, but I don't think
โอ้
the Phoenix
เอ้า
comp is going to be significantly better on the defense, or at least I
ยั
don't
งไงครับ
expect it to be. They've started better in this round. Sociable's taken a lot of damage, and he's only traded out the ultimate. And well, Lover's Rock is going to end his life with a Blade Storm. Even still, though, this is traded evenly. Lover's Rock with an operator hits
Ui.
the drone, swapped to the knife. Now the convergence path thrown in as they take the space back, stunned up. But the bullet's not quite landing for Zeus. He's leaving them
Oh,
low, but now
ดู
they're getting ready,
ดู
waiting. But
ที่
maybe
ดูมัน
he's
ยิง
just
ดูมัน
being
ยิง
kind,
ดูมันยิง
being generous, allowing them a chance.
เชี่ย
Because it goes back down to just one man. And thankfully, he's not got a drone left.
Yeah, that's probably working out massively in his favor. Once we don't see a random Hunter's Fury here. This swing is a swing to the death, to his death. 6-0 now.
เจน
4
จี
foot.
ใช้แผนนี้
No
ตั้งนานจะ
signs
ดี
of
กว่า
slowing down.
แผนไหน
Even
ครับ
this round,
หมายถึง
2
โลผู้
players
เล่น
left
ใช่ไหม
alive. It's
ถ้า
one
เรื่อ
of
ง
the
โลผู้เล่น
best
น่ะใช่
that BBL have had going for them.
โซโล่มันเป็นหลงทางอ
And
ยู่
off
นา
the
น
back of the timeout,
มันเป็นหลง
not
ทาง
much
อยู่
has
นาน
changed.
That goes there.
เอาผู้เล่นที่แบบติดเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์ติดท็อป
This was
โลกอะ
nuts as
ไปจับ
well
เซน
from
เนล
Zeus.
อะ
Yeah.
Like he did a little bit of damage, I think, on the spams,
Word,
but they knew he
that-
was there. They were waiting for the cage to drop, and he insta-domes 2 of them.
โลตัสฟุต
It almost
ไหว
feels
ครับ
like
โล
they're
ตัสฟุตไหว
using that first map as practice. Zeus was incredible
Flying drone.
on the first one as well. It seems like he's gone nowhere on the waylay, which, as said, normally the Jet is like, okay, this guy's going to be insane, and then everything else is like, he might be, like, he'll have some decent performances, but right now it looks like he hasn't gone anywhere. Sociable, get out. And actually,
Oh,
with
Cao
the
Cao
ultimates
may
that
not.
are available, especially that Hunter's Fury, this is not a
May
bad
not, may
spot
not.
for BBL. The problem, though,
Flying drone.
ต้องทำเวลาหน่อยครับ
is not the best.
มีฮันเตอร์ฟูลี่ฟูลซัด
Flash
เล
is
ย
spotted coming up, but not dealt with. They can't get back far enough, and Cristali's traded out. This is a great start. An attempt to pull it back from Sup, but he eats a flash. His time now ticks away. The ult
Oi.
ticks away and is now gone. This
Oh,
is looking
Lanting.
fantastic for BBL. We
Wow.
could finally see a round put on the board, and it could be costly too. Big weapons on the other side, big upgrades to be picked up by BBL. As you see an op sitting on the floor right now, but I'm not sure how many players are getting out of this fight. Yeah, you're not getting away with that weapon, Kraven. Try as you might. He picks it up and runs for the hills.
Wee.
Despite Yedajay finding 3, the round's already done.
จุดเริ่มต้น
Everybody will fall in the end, but BBL with a round at last.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have liked to take some weaponry through, but the crux
ถ้า
of
จาก
it
0-6
is
กลับ
getting
มา
around is
6
far more
โอ้โห
important.
ถ้ากลับมา
If you
6 ก็
want
แพ้ไปเลย
another
ครับผม
stupid
ฟุต
conspiracy theory, maybe they decided to lose both sets of 3 in a singular half. But again, no. I like the Hunter's Fury.
ใช่พอคารอนกลับมา
Especially with
โล
the
ที่
weaponry they
ถนัด
have. I
ก็
think that
ลั่น
was
เลย
a
ครับ
really
ใช่
good mid-round call coming out of Rose. Like, I'll send the Hunter's Fury through, you guys push. You're going to be able to level the playing field a little bit while they try and dodge the ults. Fact is, though, this needs to be some sort of ignition lit. Otherwise, Oh,
Oh my goodness.
อย่างนั้นเลยวะ
Yeah, nothing's hot and fresh out of this kitchen. As we end up with a 4v4
Pet
back
mode.
site, though, Sociable can be isolated. He's already got one under his belt, but that's all he can get this time. Retake with a man disadvantage and a snake in the grass in the form of Krevin. BBL might be on for 2.
ตัดโรเทตแต่ไม่มีคนมา เราเล่นจังหวะสุดท้ายได้
Thank. Healing
เช็คหรือเปล่าฟุต
Rose.
2 คู่หู ต้องเช็คอยู่แล้ว
Trip position. Are they going to stop the gun?
อ้าว
Okay, that kills free. The problem is they've lost another player on the other
ดูแล้ว
side.
ใกล้มี
Paranoia waiting for them as they round the corner, and that leaves a player close that they
ไม่ทัน
also
ละ
have to clear.
เซฟครับ
Because of that, the time's gone. It's just taken them too long to get through these couple of players, and a whiff shot. I was going to say maybe loses the operator, but Zeus, quick enough. He'll be able to pick that up post round
เอ้าออฟอ่ะ
if they want it.
ออฟ
Hasn't got it yet.
No one's gonna give you what you want.
Leave it to the
Just
last
about.
second.
Just about. That guy knows his timings, let me tell you.
Yes, this should
But
do.
much better from BBL. They're now finally being able to put a little bit of pressure on. I mean, we saw it
เหลือ
a
ลา
couple
เกีย
of
ร์
times getting shut down in those
Like,
early
yeah,
fights.
that
The
is-
same thing
that is-
happened
I'm
here with
thinking-
Sociable, but then they
ตอนนี้ก็
isolate
ไม่
him.
แย่นะสเต็ปอัพอยู่แต่ต้อง
And
มี
I
คน
think
จะดี
that's
อยู่
the
นี้หน่อย
point that we need to see is, like, so far it's felt like FUT get opening fight, and then there's not really a response from
Yeah.
BBL, but this time they don't let him get away.
หรือ
Chase
ว่า
him down. And more direct plays, perhaps, going to be a
6
feature
จะมีจริงเหรอ
of BBL's playbook from here on out in the attack side, as it certainly seems to be working.
They streak this back again. But the advantage in the last map of Wild
Yo.
Crest they're just going
ทำอะไร
walkabouts.
อ่ะ
I guess maybe expecting a little bit more of a sound cue, but there was
อันนี้
nothing
ถื
to
อ
be
ว่า
done, especially with how many
คำนวณ
hits
ทามมิ่ง
we've
พลาด
seen in a row.
พอสลี่
Even when they were losing
ดีเทค
rounds,
4
I
ค
feel
น
like I haven't seen this
โอ
half
มิ
of
น
the
ยังไม่ได้
map.
ใช้ใบ
I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I forgot there was an A site for a second, so I can understand why maybe he didn't expect them to go this way.
But yeah, the only A fights have been aggressive defensive fights.
เราโอมินแบบ
That was a chance
Law
there to
เขา
take
เซ็ต
Lover's
ค่อยใช้ด้วย
lockout,
ดูดิ
but with that
บายฮอตแฮนเบรกอีกจังหวะสุดท้าย
missed, I mean, still
impossible
utility there on the other side. They're buying
Impossible
more
to
and more
retake.
time. Now Zeus is down the save, surely. We're getting towards that point, and now you can start to see the defenders putting some distance between them and this site. The save has been called. Another round successfully claimed by BBL. I mean, these guys were left in the dust. Every half so far in the series has started out with them behind by a significant amount. This more so than the previous. And yet every half has seen them close the gap.
เฮ้ย
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just like some sort of robot calculating. I don't think it is, because a lot of the time it ends up being brute force that wins them the game. But this was
เราโอ้โห
very,
เป้งไว
very
จัดเรา
easy
โดนหลอกแล้วเฮ้ย
Like, the C hits
Đồn
have
lọt
definitely
lắm.
been like this sort of brutal, aggressive manner, and I can understand
น่าจะ
why
โดน
FUT
น่าจะโดน
thought,
ส
okay,
แกม
they
ครับ
keep
ผม
doing that.
เด้ง
They've
เรา
won it
อะ
a couple of times in a row. They're probably going to do it again. But this was just a walk-up, a slower
เด้งไวจัด
style that ends up gifting a freebie.
วาง
Oh,
เป้า
now
แบบ
with the
พีคมา
operator
ตาย
in hand, Krevin, if he does walk into this
เหลือนิด
angle,
นึง
would
ครับ
surely be dead to rights.
I don't think he's that silly. Or feeling like taking that much of a risk. And that camera's checking the door and they see no one there. But even if it's not Krevin to step into that op, I think someone's about to. They're looking towards mid. They're thinking about it, but so cautious of that space so far. As we can see, it's the right play. They're avoiding getting picked off by the op, but if that changes, Sop is sat there waiting. Just one player has to get curious, but as of right now, they've completely avoided him, and Garage is the one under pressure. But Zeus has dropped down with a perfect
ใกล้คน
stun.
แม่งแบบบ้า
Has
จั
only
ด
put us even.
The problem is the spike.
แลกกัน
That's
ไป
not going to have to become a retrieval mission. Now, bear in mind, Loiter does
แต่
have
จังหวะ
his
ชนมุน
ultimate
ครับ
online.
มีคนมาเลอะครับ
Seems like he's not
ยัง
interested.
เพลินกันอยู่ฮะ
Instead, he wants to take the
ฟุต
fight
ยัง
back.
เพลินกันอยู่ครับ
Nice.
ยังฮะเอ้ย เอ้า เฮ้ย
Says absolutely. Oh, he's got no idea, but he does now. And,
Last
there's
player
nowhere to go.
remaining.
โอ้โหเกือบนะ
Absolutely nowhere to go. Sociable can only trade one out, and it comes down to just one man standing.
เฮ้ยชักจะเหลวไหลว่ะฟุต
moments
เดี๋ยว
in the form of Crystalli picked off early in the last round. This time he's taken space early. He's just walked into the site. There's no way that anybody expects him to be there. First kill comes easy. The second is Loiter. An unbelievable comeback in the last map. Ended with 30 kills. All he needs is one to bring them their 4th round home. But they're going to know exactly where he is. A chance for Crystalli to try and clear him. Try and bait him back into that fight. But Loiter's giving him absolutely nothing. And who is surprised that this man will close it out?
ว่าใช่
He was so patient there as well. But once the drone hits him, hiding in the corner and choosing his fights perfectly, you could see his opponent hesitant to round that corner for the big fight, hesitant to swing wide. But really, it was those initial fights. I think it was Rose and Creven who managed to find the kills that opened this up for that wraparound from Loida. Like, if they're not able to trade that out so quickly, there's more than enough players there from FUT to cover every single angle.
ไม่นิ่งเลย
Instead, there's
คอตเตอรี่
that
ไม่นิ่ง
one
แบบ
gap
นี้
left that worked out perfectly for him. Again, a great choice because, as you said, he had his ult online. Most players probably just pop the ult there, take the spike, and go about their business. But instead, he realizes we don't need to cheese it. We don't need to play the easy route. I've got a play unfolding here, and that basically won them the round. What a comeback again from BBL Esports, and it's not over yet.
But yeah, I think the crazy thing, especially when you watch Loiter play, because I think like we talk a lot about youngsters. I think it's been a massive storyline this year, the BBL Pacific becoming BBL, having Loiter and Larock as these 2 youngsters that are coming into the league, basically. And I think that for me, at this point, I don't know if you'd agree, watching
ดู
this
ทรงแล้ว
game,
น่าจะไม่อยากครับผม
I forgot that Loiter is 18 years of age. Because like you watch Lutvers Rock or you watch
บอกไป
Sop,
แล้วก็เพียง
especially
พอ
Sop's
ละ
a great example. You talk about it. He's crazy. He's sliding into angles, going through smokes, doing all this mad stuff. Loiter is an incredibly intelligent player in the way that he actually plays. It's someone who is like way above their years in their manner of playing.
อุ้ย
Oh, good flash! Sociable. A decent trade to start. Hunter's Fury sent in Zeus to trade out the Larock reveal, but Creven gone. That's massive. The pick now in their favor. The damage on the back of it. Oh, keeps getting worse. Rose is down. Larock is half HP. And he's now down to 0 as well. Really nice stuff from FUT. That push up on long, the reveal and play, the wraparound from Sop as well to completely contain them. You couldn't ask for a better round. And keep in mind, they started this with a deep camera on C. So they've had this information that side of the map was free. Yeah. He's made noise.
That's so annoying. Like this, because at least there was, I don't know, maybe a 5% chance that he could get back into the round. But then you do that, and it's like, well, yeah, we know exactly where you are. We don't have to watch the A site anymore. We can literally just stare in like 2 angles, and that's already the round over. At least the half guaranteed for FUT, but from 6-0 up, I don't think they're going to be overly happy if this ends up as a 7-5. But yeah, I love the trap play. A convergence path into a Hunter's Fury into an aggressive swing from Zeus. Like that ultimate combo is so difficult to break apart, and they've got themselves in some way a well-deserved lead.
BBL.
But their opponents now have ults to play with as well, and I'm looking at that potential combination of those jet knives plus a Hunter's Fury as a perfect site opener.
Well, it appears they're going to open the site the old-fashioned way. Sop's taken 2, though. They're running straight into him, and now, okay, numbers not back to even. We need another pick for that to happen, and for BBL, that seems out of the question. Rose spikes down on the other side of the smoke. 3 opponents to take out a play. This one would be way too big of an ask. They even just flex on him by showing him how to drone the right way from C-site. You'll love to see it. Extra shot. That's him done. That landed literally on him. That bounced off the wall and hit his ankle. Good night. 8-4. A good half from FUT.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it definitely got a little bit dicey in the middle. They have sandwiched together 6 rounds in a row, and then the 2 at the end that make it a fairly convincing half. But yeah, I think their match is looking incredibly good. And although we saw a little bit of a resurgence, the problem I have, and we're still in that problem, is that
ขอ
they
แบบ
have not
เป๊ะ
won
เป๊ะ
a pistol yet, and so that's what I'm going to be looking at if BBL are going to have any hope of turning this
เว
around.
ทแมปนี้
Well,
ต่อ
we'll see if BBL can take a
Install
pistol
that.
round, but that is all coming up after the break.
คือพี่กะว่าแบบนี้พี่จะไปพักแล้วครับผม13-7ต่อพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวมาต่อไปซิฟิกไม่ไหวเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ดูจบวันนี้มันยาวนานเกินไปว่ะมันโหดไปอ่ะวันนี้มันจัดให้แบบเต็มวิน3แมปเลยคู่แรกอ่ะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้โบ5อยู่จบเดือดด้วยพรุ่งนี้ทีมสุดท้ายที่จะได้ไปมีเท่าไหร่ใส่เต็ม
Oh, welcome back, folks. 8-4, and it seems like the key to success is killing Zeus. As so far,
Yeah.
he's died 4 times, and they've lost 4 rounds. What a half from him, considering how close it's felt at times.
Yeah, kill him and don't lose 4 players in the process, because it's 16-4 right now. It's not a bad scoreline from him whatsoever. And as said, on the waylay at times, it definitely felt like he wasn't anywhere near as good as on that jet, but we are still seeing
ขอโทษนะครับไม่ไหวแล้ววันนี้
impressive display
ยาวนานจัด
from him. A pistol round
เดี๋ยวพรุ่ง
necessary.
นี้ดูกัน
Great position
เต็ม
from Loiter, but he gets nothing. Well, it seems like their pistol rounds are well and truly cursed.
It is incredible, isn't it? Like, if they won the pistol here to start out, it would have been such a close half.
Planted.
Okay, well, maybe we can't count them out fully yet. It's
Okay.
2v2. Good play by Cristalli, though, and with
Little
a
deal.
lick of health left. I don't think that there's
Little
very
sack
much
that.
of a chance for Lover's Rock
เรียบร้อย
to
ครับ
get anything done. And indeed, he's put to bed. 9 rounds on the board for FUT. 4 pistols under their belt as well, and yet they're fighting to stay alive in this series.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, it's crazy. Like with the starts they've had, this
แบบ
should
หน้า
not be
ฟุต
looking
ครับ
at
ผ
a
ม
2-0 in their favor. Instead, they're looking to take us to a 3rd map, but I think we knew coming into today that a 6-map day was very much possible, and that hasn't changed. 3rd map of Lotus, an all-out display from either side, and
ค่อนข้างยาก
safe to say, and unless they can start that streak back a little bit earlier this time, I think Lotus might just be on the cards.
อุ้ย
It certainly should be at this point.
แม่งเล่นรออินโฟแล้วโถ
And
ม
I
เลย
think
ว่ะ
in terms of the series we've had, it should be because we're owed a little 3rd map between these. The day is running late. The night grows long, but separating these 2 teams not as easy as I think some might have thought. Again, that Pearl game, considering how many key and vital
คิดเยอะ
rounds
ไงตอนเนี้ยคิดเยอะไง
BBL lost for them to end up winning
เอา
it,
ซอฟเป็นโดนไปหาข่าวก่อนตอนนี้
definitely seemed like an impossibility at one point. Now we find ourselves in a similar situation here, albeit a slightly worse. I think it was 10-5 last time around. This would be 10-4. And indeed, I'm going to say
T1
will be
เมื่อกี้
10-4.
สวยอยู่นะ
They've stacked C.
ที่วันอันเก่า
I do
ปะ
like the idea. They've got a
Siapa?
pretty good idea to stack C outside the C site. Let them initiate. Let them take everything there. Let them use the
Bang,
utility. And then the paranoia comes through for logs and you flood back in. It's not a bad idea. But it doesn't work when they go the other way.
Yeah, that's kind of how these rounds are expected to go, of course. You can't really split up and look for clues when your opponents have more utility, weaponry, and just about everything in between. And for now, all they can really do is die to the spike. And I'm mainly looking to see if anybody on the FUT side is going to go hunting for orbs. I would assume
นี่อ่ะ
there would be somebody. Well, there you go. Cristalli is the first to step forward. not bad for LaRock. Of course, for LaRock, you're happy to sort of trade that one out because as a Phoenix, you want to try and earn as many orbs as possible, and one of those comes from dying. The rest of the team, of course, just going to go down to the spike. That will now be 10-4, a mountain to climb for the side of BBL, and unlike the last map, they kind of did it over a period rather than all at once, and I have to say that this has been fairly methodical for the side of FUT so far. As many orbs as possible, just going to go down to the spike.
Yeah, it has looked very clean. Even in
โอ้
that
ยาว
round, the fact
ยาว
that
ก็
only
ยัง
one player
ยัง
hunts
ได้อยู่
and
ยาว
the
ยังได้
rest
อยู่
are quite passive. One sits back in the form of EWC to protect the spike down to the very last second, and then they get out with 4 alive. Perfectly done.
I'm
And
out of here.
this is the thing. It feels like not only are they
ไม่
in
พ
the
อ
lead,
ต้อง
but
ขึ้น
they're
แท่นรอ
pulling
เลยเหร
the
อ
ladder up behind them.
แมป3ที่ว่าไงผมว่างั้น50-4 แพ้พี่ไปแข่งแทนได้เลยนะครับ
Very
ได้เลยครับอูเจโดด้วยนะครับผม
from FUT. I was going to say slow, but
มาใน
and
แบบ
they
3
instantly shift up to this C split. Drones clear in the way. They've taken garage, and the C site is going to be very hard to hold if those reinforcements don't get there in time, and they are forced out by the stun. That means Loida is dead. Rights and coming out of the smoke is a mistake.
Spike down.
มายิงเลย
Or
แบบ
it
นี้
should be. LaRock
Last player
maybe has a
remaining.
chance. Never mind.
GG ครับแบบนี้ได้โบนัสด้วย
Judge. I think I can forgive him for that one. 11-4.
Backs will be towards at least one of us.
Seems like this time FUT are gonna speed run the map. Yes, I do have some PTSD from the previous series, but it felt like the changing of the half was the beginning of that comeback, and it's safe to say going into the second half,
คือ
nothing
ประสิทธิ
really
ภาพ
has changed.
ประสิทธิภาพดูโอของฟุตแม่งเหนือกว่าไอ้นี่ว่ะ BBL ว่ะ
For now, Tom, I mean, there's always time. Maybe
much
this
of
push
it.
on A can be what changes the course of history. BBL, well, good night. Yep. There goes your rifle. Lover's Rock even had the right idea. He checked the right corner, but he just couldn't get a shot off in time. They were so quick to respond. Rifles,
1 health.
both rifles are recovered here. And even though that man's on 1 health, you get towards C, you can give the rifle over to your buddy, and now we're in a better
ใช่
spot.
เลเวลล็อกฟอร์มเบี่ยงครับเชื่อใจไม่ค่อยได้
I think he's getting to see. Is he gonna go all
Through
the way
spawn.
through the spawn?
วันเจอต้องไฟอย่าง
If
โห
he
ด
goes spawn, he has a chance. Apparently, he has a chance if he doesn't. He
นี่
just
ที่
hits
บอก
off
ประสิท
the
ธิ
one
ภาพ
board.
ดู
There you
ดู
go.
โอของ
Now
ฟุต
he
แม่ง
goes
โหดกว่าเยอะ
rifle after doing 140 damage. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he should just keep it for himself
โอ้
because
โห
that was a nutty shot. Of course, just look at the setup. You've still got the trip, and then you've got the angle from Yedeje watching the gap instead, or at least watching what could be the gap. Rose goes over the...
Wow.
Timing very bad.
Yedeje.
Very bad timing.
แอบรั่วนะช็อตนี้
Looks away. Now things are starting to get a little bit
remaining.
shaky, but Crystalli is there to save the day. Both players low. But unfortunately for Rose, so is he, and Sop, even after being 140, did not die.
Match point.
Well, there was a spark of hope in that round, and it didn't catch. It got taken away by the wind and snuffed out. 8 rounds in a row. Well, anyone that believes in the comeback for BBL, psychiatric examination would be my recommendation. This is a map 3 if ever I've seen one. And listen, Lotus should be very exciting. I'm certainly intrigued to see it between these two
มี
teams.
ส่วนครับ
And if
ก่อน
you
ที่
are at
เล่น
home,
แต่โยรุ
the good news is
น่าจะอารมณ์เหมือน
You're not
เทรน
gonna
ด์
have
อะ
to wait
เทรนด์ตอนที่เล่นแต่เทโจแล้วพอหมดแพทเทโจก็ฟอร์มหายไปนานอะ
Immediate
กว่าจะ
use
กลับมาโอ้โหนึกว่าตอนแรกนึกจะไม่กลับมาแล้ว
running in towards their spawn, trying to trap them in for long, but there's still a player waiting behind. Rose only going to get the one, and now that flank through the TP has been heard. They know there's a flank coming in. Lover's Rock from above, though.
One enemy
Yeah.
He's
remaining.
done incredible work.
Spike
3 kills in the
down
round.
A.
ไปทักมัน
And
มา
while
เลย
the flank was at least caught, but they know exactly where Yedeje is.
that they do.
Well, one of our observers, it seems, is DC'd, but don't worry. There is a second
Here.
one who is watching.
We're so back. Let's go. Thankfully, the rest of the players aren't going to the lobby just yet. I think Yedeje is dead to rights, and as the cage goes down, there's 3 players all around him. 12-5. 7 in a row. Much
Vale.
more doable than 8. Let me tell you. But again, for FUT, ult dump round, big individual. It like this is basically impossible. to come back into. 7 in a row, I would say, especially for BBL against a team like FUT. I just don't see them crumbling. Rarely do you see that from a Turkish team, and especially when they've been this dominant so far. It is a matter of time.
No, we basically need BBL players to enter some form of god mode, but then again, they have done that.
Spike
down,
attacker spawn.
Already managing to get 2 off the back of the
ไป
Hunter's
โดนได้
Fury.
เขานะ
An early ult pop alongside a push, but once they get those
ไม่น่า
openers,
ไม่
they
น่า
fall back. I like that. Like we saw Lovers Rock
นี่
still
กด
looking
ยัง
a
ไง
bit
ได้สอง
aggressive,
นะ
but he
เซอร์
sees
บุ
the
รี
second kill and goes, you know what? I don't need to take this fight anymore. Knowing that there's an operator hiding on the other side. Well, fall back down to much slower push. Even still, though, the defense are looking to potentially re-aggress.
เรียบร้อย
Sociable try go past this. The rest of the team's right behind him, though. I mean, unless he's going to go plan solo. Instead, breaks it and they'll take the site. It's not worth the risk, of course, not knowing where someone could be hiding around any corner.
อุ้ย
The plant comes.
GG
Excuse me?
One
The
enemy
plant
remaining.
comes in. A sociable just rips the head clean off almost everybody on
ไม่มี
BBL.
ละ
That 3K has
ไม่มี
just
OT ละจบแค่นี้ละ
sealed the deal. At least it should have. At least it should have. The last man standing, Lovers Rock,
GG ครับผม
will not be standing for long. 13-5, and we have got a
13-5
blowout here today, Tom.
That one map was actually somewhat clean for the first time today. It ended the streak of OT 13-11, 13-11, 13-11, and now it has come back.
โอเคทุกคนขอไปพักก่อนว่ะ วันนี้แม่งเหนื่อยจัดฟิลไม่ค่อยดี มาตั้งแต่บ่าย รอไปครึ่งวันละเจอพรุ่งนี้นะครับพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มารอนะครับ3 โมงนะครับแปซิฟิกนะครับวันนี้ทุกคน ใครตอบแบบ3ก็ขอให้บวกเชิญนะครับ เต็มแมตช์ให้พุทธครับ สวัสดีครับทุกคน